Alright. It took a while. I don't know why. I wonder why. Well, I started almost 2 minutes ago, but yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of true crime in this stream. I was wanting to do the ASAP Rocky trial. Would you guys want to start from the beginning and like skip through like all the oh, hold on. Or would you guys want to just listen to a true crime story on Rotten Mango? Because we can listen on her channel and we can listen, or we can do the trial. It's up to you guys. Hey, Pearl. I feel like the trial will be a little more boring than the true crime stories. Yeah, ASAP. So it's ASAP Rally that is saying that ASAP Rocky like shot him, okay, or tried to shoot him. So he's saying that 2 days later he got to the crime scene again, got back to the crime scene, and he found the shells. I don't understand. Like, how can you go 2 days later? It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. We can do it either way. I don't really care whether we do a true crime story or the trial. Like I said, the trial will be a little bit more boring. We could listen to one of the Rotten Mango videos. If so, then of course we'll do like the cops didn't find the shells. They did. Well, I don't know. So it was said that it was a prop gun. Okay. So ASAP Rocky and his lawyers are saying it was just a prop gun. There were no bullets. There were nothing there. It was a fake gun. Just a complete fake gun. Not even one that shoots bullets, okay? And that he, like, hit him with it. And they're saying it was a shot. So, I don't know. It's weird. So, it's on trial currently. It's a little weird, but the eyes, yeah. Sounds weird. It is weird. That's like all I know. Yeah. Yeah, for real. So I don't know. But if we just listen to a story on Rotten Mango, I'll have you guys pick which one we watch. It won't be like the Ida one. Halloween tragedy. Interesting. No, are you dumb, Rambo? I see it. I would never. Annie is a fine choice. You think so? There's one that's 13 deaths around Diddy. Who's Joseph Podesta? You mean Podesta? He's a YouTuber. Why are you asking me? Did I put it in my... Hold on. Let's make sure it's not in my... People are saying, did he try to poison them? Maybe. I mean, it is poisoning if, like, you drug them. So yeah, possibly. Causing pneumonia? The fuck? I'm confused. Guys, make sure to hit that like button. All you gotta do is double tap the screen. It really helps you, girl. She's a 3-year-old baby. What the fuck? High school boy inherits $500 million, then marries a stranger. 2 hours later, falls 10 floors to death. That's crazy. Yeah, Brittany Murphy died of pneumonia. Yeah, she did. Her husband also died from pneumonia. It is pretty suspicious. What the fuck? Killer was burnt to death in prison, but caught shopping with celebrity girlfriend right after. That doesn't make any sense. If he was burned to death in prison, how was he caught shopping with his celebrity girlfriend? Was it meant to be confusing? Oh, it's because he faked his own death? I see. So he faked his own death. Oh god. Turtle's back. Okay, what should we watch, guys? What does you guys want to watch? Do you want to, or listen to, really? Ew, university students killing and selling cat in blender. Teen went on truth-telling TV show to win money. Told 18 personal secrets, then was murdered. Damn. Loverboy gives a live TV interview while holding 15-year-old girl hostage for 100 hours. Damn. Hold on. Girl moves in with 3 strangers. 1 month later, she lights house on fire because of a box of chocolates. Yeah, I won't keep you hostage, dog. Got no reason for all that. So which one do you guys want to listen to? That is a long time to be held hostage. Okay, we're gonna listen to this one. Wanted raw meat YouTube cult YouTuber hires acid attack on girlfriend and son while posting about eating humans.
I mean, he sits there, he does his business there, and that's when she sees her neighbors pulling their trash cans out onto the street to be picked up. She's thinking, how is it already trash day already? I mean, this doesn't even make sense. Diane's a single mom. She's quite young, so all of this is a lot. She's trying to stay on track. She's got a little calendar, but she feels like it was just trash day like yesterday. How is it trash day already? Again? Nevertheless, she grabs her trash cans, wheels it out, and just as she reaches the street, bam! She gets hit on the back of her head with a metal pipe. Not once, not twice, but 9 times she gets whacked with this metal pipe.
You can hear it because she has a camera in her backyard.
She's looking up and she's begging these 2 random attackers to stop whatever they're doing. She sees a man she doesn't recognize that's hitting her with this pipe, and then she sees this young girl next to him giggling. And she's screaming, please, I have a son, I have a son. She sees the girl hand the attacker a bottle. They crack it onto her face and it starts burning instantly. This is not a normal burning sensation. It feels like her skin, it's becoming Swiss cheese.
Acid attack,
There's holes
yeah.
burning into her. It's acid. She keeps screaming, please let me live, I have a son. They pull her up to the fence, they start kicking her stomach. She manages to wrestle the metal pipe away, get up, and start running. They throw the acid bottle at her. It starts dripping down her back. She doesn't know what to do.
They had
she starts
pictures.
running towards the neighbor's house, just hoping they're gonna open the door, just hoping that they're even home. And she's knocking. One of the neighbors sees her. They open the door, grab her in, lock it. They're calling the emergency services. Diane runs directly to the shower. She's trying to wash all this acid out of her eyes, from her nose, inside her mouth. It's burning her.
Where's her baby?
Lips. She's looking down. The whole shower is bloody. Just blood flowing down into the little drain.
Yeah.
She knows exactly who did this. It's her ex-boyfriend. The man that she shares a child with. He's the one that must have paid this attacker to do this. Her ex-boyfriend is a YouTuber named Gaddis. And she remembers the first time he was arrested.
Gaddis? That's a weird name. He had 83,000 followers.
Before she had her son, so a few years ago, the two of them were in London. Every single person passing by them is staring at her boyfriend, Gaddis. I mean, it's his necklace. It's the middle of the day. I mean, who wears that kind of necklace? Even if it's not the daytime, even nighttime. It's just weird. Some people are even whipping out their phones to take a picture as proof, evidence, to show their friends, look at this guy's necklace. Because around the man's neck, around Gaddis's neck, is a little bird hanging on a string, dead, completely defeathered.
What do you mean? Like,
killed, dead, defeathered, just a bird carcass.
A bird carcass is a necklace.
If you put your phone at him to take a video and he sees you, he might just turn around and smile. And then you're gonna get more scared, because between his teeth, there's just chunks of red blood. His whole mouth is bloodied. And it's from the dead squirrel that he is ripping apart in his hands to eat raw in front of the vegan market. He is standing outside a vegan market in London with a squirrel. He's managed to rip open the squirrel's stomach area, and he's just digging
What the fuck is wrong with this
raw.
guy?
And he's smiling. He did this last week in another city, but instead of a dead squirrel, he was chowing down on a decapitated pig head, raw. Arguably, I guess the squirrel is much easier to carry around, it's more compact, but one passerby is staring at him like, why are you doing this, dude? I mean,
I don't think it's his kid. I don't know. It says girlfriend and son, so maybe it's his son, yeah.
He's trying to show them the dangers of not eating meat. He's trying to save them. They're all putting their lives at risk, and he can help them. My message is, veganism is malnutrition, and the reason I and other people eat raw meat is because humans eat that in nature. He says veganism is human cruelty. This is the case of raw meat carnivore YouTuber Gaddis and his
Gaddis is crazy.
One that was attacked with acid and a homemade bomb. One that runs into an embassy with a shaved head, accusing him of placing glue into her private parts to make her infertile. And another one who is allegedly on the run with him from charges of attempted murder.
Oh. He picks them. Wow, so the three girls, she shaved her head and went to the embassy, the American embassy, with super glue in her privates, saying that he put it there to try to make her infertile.
This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rob Mingo's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmingopodcast.com.
It just does.
There are mentions of DV, CSA, graphic descriptions of raw meat eating, cannibalism, incest, as well as some very controversial conspiracies and or takes against women. Just putting that out there. So with that being said, let's get into it. Imagine
you heard it, guys. That was your trigger warning.
LED light bulbs.
It's quintillion.
That's more than trillions.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot of light bulbs, okay? Let me give you some more context. If you were to evenly place the light bulbs on Earth's surface, land, water, it doesn't matter, you somehow get all the light bulbs to fit. You would cover the Earth's surface completely with light bulbs, and then you would need to do it again approximately 44 times. Then you turn on these 44 Earth-sized Christmas lights, turn them all on, and then you stare directly into it. That is the practice of sun gazing, the practice of staring directly into the sun. To be fair, sun gazers don't stare directly into the sun when the UV index is high. They only sun gaze within the first hour after sunrise or before sunset. They state that the UV index is the lowest then. And they start by staring directly into the sun for only 10 seconds, at least initially. The maximum
never heard
that
of
they ever do
sun
is about 30 to
gazers.
40 minutes per session. It's been stated that sun gazing is this very ancient practice, but there is a lot of argument that the receiving of sunlight is the practice, not necessarily staring directly into the sun.
I thought, like they're talking about in the morning you're supposed to get a certain amount of sunlight, right?
Yes, you're supposed to get sunlight first thing in the morning. It's actually really good for you without any sunscreen, without eye protection when the sun is rising. But you're not supposed to stare directly into the sun.
Yeah.
That's killing your eyesight.
Yeah, so dangerous. I mean, I would at least advise not to stare directly into the sun, and likely every single doctor will as well. So there's a few types of sun gazers. There's ones that just get sun at critical points during the day. They do what the studies show. They go outside when the sun rises. They don't stare into the sun. They just try to absorb as much light as possible. Then you have the more traditional sun gazers. They will look directly into the sun, but during the safe zone hours. Then you have the extremist sun gazers, who want to stare directly into the sun for all hours of the day, including middle of the day when the UV index is the highest, without a singular ounce of eye protection. We're talking about the extreme sun gazers today, because as I've mentioned before, sunlight is not bad for you, but this is extreme. The extreme sun gazers believe that sun gazing helps you download information from the sun. The sun is a giant server, and we are processors, and we're requesting data from the sun. I'm not kidding you.
Like what kind of data?
Knowledge.
Oh.
Yeah, knowledge can be absorbed through the sun. Not enlightenment, not dopamine, not serotonin. Knowledge, cold hard facts. You get them just downloaded into your brain.
By looking at it.
Yeah,
Hey,
the
Jory,
just
stay
comes in.
true craving. Good to
And
see
some
you.
even take it a step further, stating that if you are really
Yeah,
good
just
sun
listening to
gazer,
some
like a
true crime stuff
professional sun
currently.
gazer, you don't even have to eat another meal of food in your entire life. It's this very fascinating belief that one will photosynthesize like a plant. People want to
Photosynthesize.
morph into solar panels, getting all their nutrients directly from the sun.
Yeah, doesn't really work that way.
YouTuber. He's originally from Latvia, but he travels primarily through Europe, and he's an avid sun gazer. Okay, just to give you context, he's got long blonde hair. He ties it in a low ponytail in the back.
You guys want to see what this goddess guy looks like?
He spends most of his time filming in the middle of the woods, like in the middle of a forest somehow, always shirtless, barefoot.
Oh, he's there. Sorry.
Problem to know one. What is your emergency?
Hey, I was calling, I tried calling the fire department.
Damn.
Bada bing, bada boom.
The little pose, you eat your hands and eating them. And it's just really we wake up according to the sun's movement. When the sun is far away, we lay down as if we are dead. He's talking about sleeping. And when it's
why did it do that again?
Problem to know one.
Hang on, sorry.
Bada bing, bada boom.
the little portable potty.
You
That
can
is exactly what
download
Diana's
info.
forgetting. She goes into her backyard to grab her son's portable potty. I mean, he sits there, he does his business there, and he says that once that vibration hits, he starts realizing.
The sun-powered brain, so to speak. That's what people call it.
He tries to explain meal of food in your entire critical points during the day. To be fair, sun gazers don't stare directly into the sun when the UV index is high. They only
I'll
sun
show
gaze
him when he
within
comes
the first
back on.
hour after sunrise or before sunset. They state that the UV index is the lowest then.
Sorry, I'm gonna
And
pack
they
this
start
bowl.
by staring directly into the sun for only 10 seconds, at least initially. The maximum that they ever do is about 30 to 40 minutes per session. It's been stated that sun gazing is this very ancient practice, but there is a lot of argument that the receiving of sunlight is the practice, not necessarily staring directly into the sun.
Yeah.
I thought, like they're talking about in the morning you're supposed to get a certain amount of sunlight. Right?
Yes, you're supposed to get sunlight first thing in the morning. It's actually really good for you without any sunscreen, without eye protection when the sun is rising. But you're not supposed to stare directly into the sun.
Right.
Killing your eyesight.
Yeah, so dangerous. I mean, I would at least advise not to stare directly into the sun, and likely every single doctor will as well. So there's a few types of sun gazers. There's ones that just get sun at critical points during the day. They do what the studies show. They go outside when the sun rises. They don't stare into the sun. They just try to absorb as much light as possible. Then you have the more traditional sun gazers. They will look directly into the sun, but during the safe zone hours. Then you have the extremist sun gazers, who want to stare directly into the sun for all hours of the day, including middle of the day when the UV index is the highest, without a singular ounce of eye protection. We're talking about the extreme sun gazers today, because as I've mentioned before, sunlight is not bad for you, but this is extreme. The extreme sun gazers believe that sun gazing helps you download information from the sun. The sun is a giant
Oh my
server,
God.
and we are processors, and
Sweet
we're requesting
Jesus.
data from the sun. I'm not kidding you.
Like what kind of data?
Knowledge.
Oh.
Yeah, knowledge can be absorbed through the sun. Not enlightenment, not dopamine,
Yeah.
not serotonin.
Well,
knowledge,
yeah,
cold
but if
hard
it's like in the
facts.
morning, right?
You
Like
get
in
them
the
just
low
downloaded
IV
into your
is
brain.
slow. It's
Yeah.
not quite as
Yeah,
bad.
the metadata just comes in.
Okay.
And some even take it a step further, stating that if you are a really good sun gazer, like a professional sun gazer, you don't even have to eat another meal of food in your entire life. It's this very fascinating belief that one will
Yeah, you don't even have to
photosynthesize
eat.
like a plant. People want to morph into solar panels, getting all their nutrients directly from the sun. Gaddis Lagstons, the YouTuber, he's originally from Latvia, but he travels primarily through Europe, and he's an avid sun gazer. Okay, just to give you
Here's this
context,
weirdo.
he's got long blonde hair. He ties it in a low ponytail in the back, and he's pretty fit. He's actually very muscular. He spends most of his time
Very
filming in the middle
muscular.
of the woods, like in the middle of a forest somehow, always shirtless, barefoot, just enjoying nature.
How old is he?
Now he's in his 30s.
Oh, he's young.
Yeah, but he's been a YouTuber since, very long.
He does.
Now, Gaddis says he sun gazes all the time.
He looks
does it
exactly
all
like a
day,
guy
every
named
day, midday,
Gaddis.
It doesn't matter. Sometimes he will just lay there for the entire day, downloading information directly with his pupils and the sun, not closing his eyes, not wearing sunglasses, just raw dogging the sun. He says, when there's a cloud,
Just raw
I wait for
dogging
cloud
the
to go away
sun.
and I just sun gaze. I sun gaze all the time, from sunrise to sunset.
That's because of the sun-powered brain, so to speak. That's what people call it.
He tries to explain the reason of sun gazing to his viewers, and he says, you listen and you unlock your mind, okay? We are liquefied sun. We all come from the same source. We wake up according to the sun's movement. When the sun is far away, we lay down as if we are dead. He's talking about sleeping. And when it's closer, we wake up because it literally pulls us up, and that's because we feel the sun's presence.
How many followers does he have?
He's had multiple channels. His most followed channel had like hundreds of thousands.
Wow.
Yeah, but his online digital footprint is, it took me so many days to get through of just brain rotting through his forums and everything. It was a lot. Just you wait, we're gonna get into it all. And he tells everybody,
Said,
he
"Just
used
you
to wear
wait."
glasses. He says, I used to wear glasses almost all my life. I started when I was around 4. I stopped when I was around 22. I simply stopped wearing my glasses and started doing contacts. But even contacts are annoying. It's unnatural. We're not supposed to do it. Stop with the unnatural glasses. We don't need glasses on our faces. If you see someone with glasses, they don't like it, it's because it looks like it's just how it works.
That's why kids who have glasses get bullied. It's unnatural. It's ugly. I was getting sick of it, so I simply stopped it and started sun gazing. Over the months, it helped me a lot.
I have seen a lot of sun gazers say it helps. I don't think it helps midday. You're gonna burn holes in your retina, but I don't know. For months, Gaddis is just trying to unlock the true power of sun gazing. And then he feels the weirdest thing. It's like a vibration inside of his chest.
What's up,
If
C-Mask?
you were to
Good to
have
see
your phone
you.
just vibrating on your chest, that's what it feels like.
Raw
But it's
dogging
under
the
your
sun
skin
is
somehow.
crazy.
It's like a humming
It is
right under his
crazy.
heart. He says that once that vibration hits, he starts realizing things. the sun is feeding him. He doesn't, in fact, need to eat. It feels better not to eat at all. He says, I went without food. Now, just a side note, Gaddis is a vegan at this point. Yeah.
He was a vegan?
He was a vegan. And he continues, I felt completely fine, pretty much for a week, and a month went on with only water. Pretty much my consciousness was so different at that point. It was the clearest, purest moment of my life, just pure sun gazing all the time, downloading the nutrients into my prefrontal cortex. That's what he said.
And I wasn't able to eat anymore. It just felt better not to eat.
Then he wakes up one
Guys,
day,
don't forget
the
to
sun
donate to
is
the
gone.
Cash
It
App
disappeared.
and PayPal
It's
if you
nowhere to be
can.
found.
Or not
It's just
PayPal, Cash App and
bright
Venmo.
fluorescent lights.
It's in my
He's in
description.
the
All you gotta do is
freaking
hit the
ICU.
3 dots up
The
here.
doctors are staring at him. Welcome back. You almost died. You've
Cash
been in
App's
intensive care for 9 days.
xearthtoashley. Venmo's
Everything was
also
prepared for the worst case
xearthtoashley.
scenario, that you would die. We told your sister that you would most likely die because you've been fasting for 30 days. He was drinking some lemon juice here and there, which I imagine to be the worst thing to drink on an empty stomach, like a 27-day empty
I'm watching
stomach.
this
He took some salt for electrolytes, but that's it.
Rotten Mango
When he
video.
finally
It's on
wakes
True
up in the
Crime.
ICU, Gaddis said that his
It's a
visions
raw
were so
meat
clear. He
cult
was having
YouTuber
these
hires
dreamlike
acid attack on
hallucinations,
girlfriend
but they
and
felt so
son while
rooted
posting
in
about
reality.
eating
He says,
humans.
I saw people sun gazing, visions
Epic.
of it, people sun gazing, and they just had these raw organs in their hands and eating them, and it's just really got stuck in my head. I was really starved, and I started eating again in the hospital. I wanted flesh so bad. I actually wanted human flesh.
People are fucking
And there's
crazy.
a reason for this. I was quite mad at these doctors there because they were giving me this carbohydrate, and there's a lot of stuff going wrong there. And that's why I actually just wanted to bite their flesh, the doctors and the nurses, and eat them. This is how Gaddis, the YouTuber, goes from being a vegan influencer to a raw meat carnivore influencer. This hospitalization of wanting to eat his doctors. Have you heard of high meat before? You take a piece of raw meat. I believe most
Sun-dried
encouraged
zombie,
is a giant
exactly.
chunk of raw cow liver. You stick it into one of those glass pickling jars, and you just let it sit.
What's up,
You
John
let
Wick?
it deliberately rot for about a year. Occasionally, every few days or so, people will have to open the lid to burp the rotting jar of meat, or else it'll just explode. You gotta let the gases come out. And then after about a year, sometimes 8 months, of letting it decompose, you eat it.
Ew.
What?
Raw meat carnivores say they want to get 2 things out of the meat. Supposed probiotic effects, I guess if you consider salmonella and E. coli probiotics, but also they say it helps them feel this sense of euphoria that you can't replicate anywhere else. You feel high. That's why it's called high meat. Gaddis, the ex-vegan, now raw carnivore, he claims he only eats raw meat, not cooked meat, but raw meat, just raw ground beef, raw eggs, raw pork, everything raw. He makes his own high meat, and in one video he tries it for the first time ever. He says, hi guys, my high meat is 1 year old now, so I'm gonna eat it all at once. He pulls up this giant scoop.
What
It looks
the
like if you were to soak
fuck?
cardboard into water, and it's just broken down into this mashed, grainy, moldy goop. He sniffs it. It smells like acidic mushrooms. He takes a big bite of the bacteria goop. It looks like he's about to gag. Very strong.
Like eating,
Ew.
chili.
Then you just see him sit there for a second, absorbing the high meat, having the E. coli run around his body like a playground. I can already feel it. It's definitely high. You know, meat, if you get what I'm saying. This becomes a regular thing. In another video, he's scooping up what can only be described as a giant brown slug covered in mud. It's about 2-3 fingers together in size. It's
Yeah.
another round of high meat. Probably.
I'm not
eaten
showing you
but
guys
it's
this.
still not as bad as the rotten brain. He holds up a jar of brains that he has left to decompose for a year. It looks like blueberry flavored yogurt.
It does.
top is
I'm
this
never eating blueberry yogurt.
mushy
Oh my
red
god, I'm gonna throw up.
substance.
That is so
This
bad.
is real brain from August
Ew.
2019, so 8 months old. I made it
Oh
in
my
Berlin,
God.
Germany. I traveled with it. A dark red
I
line on
could
top.
imagine.
It smells like a typical high meat, and then something else, which I've never smelled before.
High meat.
He takes a
Just
nibble.
decomposing body
Some
parts.
sort of high, but a natural high.
This is how Gaddis infiltrates the raw meat carnivore world as an ex-vegan. Now, side note, I've eaten raw meat before. I think most of us have, like steak tartare. Even my steaks are sometimes like medium. A raw meat carnivore is not that. They eat raw meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They will have a plate of ground beef with raw egg yolks on top, with a glass of unpasteurized milk, with a whole stick of butter, and a side of raw liver, and sometimes for shock value, bull testicles. Raw. Just waiting to burst in their mouths. One thing about the raw community that I will
yeah,
say, other than
it
the fact
does.
that you do you, that's between you, your stomach, and your doctor, and your bathroom. But some raw meat influencers, the way they do these what I eat in a day videos with their raw meat, I feel like they're doing it for the first time ever. The way that they eat the raw meat just looks so foreign. It doesn't feel like a natural daily activity, so I wonder if a lot of them are doing it for clicks.
Then why is there such a big community? Is it like a trend right now, or
I don't know if the community is big. I think that the influencers gain a lot of shock value attention. And I imagine that most people who do eat raw meat, there's not that many of them. Or at
is
least...
the Liver King the person or no?
Yeah, he's one of the most well-known raw meat carnivores. Although I have seen him eat cooked meat before, but he is very heavy on that primitive lifestyle. A lot of them want to replicate what our
real
ancestors
primitive.
did. Eat raw meat before it's cooked. They think cooking takes out the nutrition. They think cooking makes it undigestible. So they eat raw organs, raw meat. They drink raw animal blood, raw unpasteurized milk. The Liver King doesn't even shower.
Really?
So he's very into that primitive lifestyle. He only soaps up his groin area. And he says he swims in lakes. He swims in rivers. He doesn't need to shower because our ancestors didn't shower. He'll eat like a fatty piece of steak and his hands are all greasy and he uses that as moisturizer and for his hair.
Ew.
Yeah, and people who
Okay, this is getting gross.
King say he is one of the sweetest but smelliest people that they've ever encountered in their entire lives. Just smells like a decomposing body. Okay. It's so fascinating that they have such primitive values, but they're all over social media, isn't it? It's kind of weird. And some raw meat carnivores claim that because their diet is so nutritious and is what our body craves,
yeah,
they
it's
don't
a real
even fart
tattoo.
anymore. Gaddis claims he hasn't had a fart in years.
Had a fart.
What a flex.
What a flex, he
I
said.
haven't farted in over 5 years.
Oddly, really oddly, he states, for example, my friend Derek, I haven't farted in 5 years. My friend Derek has been eating meat, just raw meat, for 9 years. He hasn't had a fart in 9 years. Think about that. He's telling us to think about it. He also claims that he rarely drinks water. Now, there is a claim out there that these water companies are poisoning us, which, okay, valid. Nothing is impossible. I don't trust these big corporations either way. But they state that if you eat a lot of raw meat, there's so much water in the blood, in the food, that you don't actually need to drink water. And if you really are thirsty, the key is to drink blood, lots of blood. That is what Gaddis explains. This is his quote. If you would turn on your head for once in your life and think about why the government made blood illegal in most places, then you would maybe start realizing what's going on.
Is blood really illegal?
The government banned drinking blood because it's so nutritious for you that the water and food companies would be all out of business. If you consume raw meat, your health problems would disappear, that you wouldn't ever need to go to the hospital, so healthcare would be out of business. To put it simply, Gaddis says, you are a Satanist if you cook food. Vegetarianism is what started veganism. So don't you ever, vegetarians, ever message me believing that I have any respect for you. Vegetarians are absolute scum. You're mentally ill if you don't eat raw meat. What excuse could you possibly have for not
and
eating
he's mentally ill and he does eat meat, so
brains, and you don't find those
where's really the line drawn here?
You have mental issues. If you find the smell of raw meat disgusting, then you are drugged up and you have a toxic body that doesn't let you recognize natural food. If the appearance of raw meat is disgusting, then you have been brainwashed by the media. It's the same as a tiger finding raw meat disgusting. It's the same. It's a severe mental illness. You've got to understand this. You are insane. Raw meat is the cure to everything. If you drink blood, eat raw meat and raw animal fat, then you will cure every disease ever known. He believes that if you are vegan, which he used to be vegan, you are a filthy, malnourished, and mentally ill person, and there is no way that you could ever possibly even be pretty. He will say this with all this raw pig meat stuck in between his teeth.
What up? You're mentally ill if you don't eat raw meat, okay?
Side note, the first week after going full raw
If
carnivore,
you don't eat,
Gaddis was
not even if you
hospitalized
don't
for
eat
a really
meat,
long
it's
time
just
again.
raw
And he
meat.
explains in the video, this is a PSA if you slurp raw bone marrow out of its bone. He says he ate raw chicken bone marrow. For whatever reason, it gave him a bacteria. Took him a month to fully recover from. He couldn't even open the door. That's how weak he was from the food poisoning. He says, I actually talked to my trainer, and she said many people got completely paralyzed from it, and some people even died from it, because the bacteria can go into the heart, and the heart is a muscle, and it makes the heart stop bleeding. You know, but it's all part of getting used to the bacterias and de-brainwashing yourself from modern-day slavery. Because only raw meat people are beautiful.
Yeah,
He says there will be
it's
no
a
more
cult.
good-looking humans left soon because we're all cooking
It's a
our
raw
meat,
meat
or
cult.
God forbid, some of us are not even consuming meat. He says the humans of today are the very first ones in history that don't eat raw animal foods. That's why you're ugly. He thinks we're all ugly, but sometimes the call is coming from inside the house. But the resident just doesn't have all the lights on upstairs, so the call is missed. His favorite types of videos are critiquing vegan influencers. He has a channel called Gaddis. I don't know if he's referring to greatest of all time or the actual animal goat. But the titles are always something along the lines of, 2 anti-human vegans make fun of a malnourished kid. What a walking tumor eats in a day to die prematurely. Vegan parents and vegan children starving my child against their will. Sick
What
vegan
the
parents
fuck?
don't let their children eat what they need. Malnourished vegan teen believes that he's a model. Vegan girl smells because of her toxic diet, and he's just reacting to random nice vegans that do like what I eat in a day, minding their own business on the internet. But it is very clear that the true reason that he passionately despises vegans is because when he was a vegan, he shot himself. In a video, he's hiking and explaining.
2 days before New Year's, I shot myself for the first time in my adult life. Because when you eat plants, because they are indigestible, you get a lot of pressure.
So for a moment, I thought maybe Gaddis is just like a master rage baiter. He says unhinged stuff in videos to get clicks. But one person who states they met Gaddis in person, they say, one day we went to central Berlin. We were walking around the mall, and the mall had a butcher shop that Gaddis was apparently a frequent customer of, and on the same level of the butcher shop was this Chinese restaurant. The restaurant was located in the middle of the floor next to other shops, and it was shaped as like a circle. So it was more of a fast food joint to eat at, if you will. Both me and the other guy we were with were hungry, so we decided to eat some food at the Chinese restaurant. Meanwhile, Gaddis, being an absolute narcissist, he bought this huge cow tongue from the butcher shop and started walking around everywhere, the whole entire floor, eating it raw in front of people's faces. He then walked into a more fancy restaurant and just stood at the entrance staring at people while chowing down on the tongue and spitting pieces of it onto the floor. None of this was filmed. So it's not even just for videos he's doing this.
Yeah, so like,
What a
he's just
gross
like a
person.
crazy dude. Just
Yeah.
want to get some crazy attentions and.
Yeah.
That was his
And
turning
it's just
point.
bold coming from someone who wants to commit incest.
What?
I've talked about cannibalism before and how nobody wants to talk about it. But when it comes to incest, nobody wants to even think about it.
So he posts these like crazy comments on each YouTube videos.
What the fuck?
He makes these videos and talking about it.
His new YouTube channel does not have any of them. His past one, called Severage, had all, it got suspended by YouTube. And he's actually not supposed to have another YouTube channel because that's the YouTube policy. Once
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
suspended, you can't make another one. But he does, and it's called Gaddis.
Okay.
So we should, I don't know if you feel inclined to report it, I guess. But as a carnivore, he says, it's best to consume what is closest to you for regeneration. And if you switch off what you have learned for a second,
Don't go
you'll
report the
come to the
channel.
same
And I'm gonna
conclusion.
say that
That's-
if you do,
He's
it's
saying
not
as a
my
carnivore,
fault
eating
because
raw meat
mass
that is
like
closest to you
as a YouTuber sending out
is
mass
science-based for you.
reports like
So
that is you can't do
having
that.
intimate
You'll get your
relations
channel
with someone
deleted for that.
closest to you
She
should
could actually
be the
get
best
fucked up
you.
for doing
He
that.
says the word incest comes from chastity, so it's
Like,
purely
he
a religious
could-
concept. If you have intimate relations with
Yeah,
your
do
children,
that.
or your brother has intimate relations with your sister, then it's wrong? You know, when I used to watch intimate videos back in the day, there used to be a lot of videos of mom and son, daughter, father, brother, sister, and later on they changed that, probably because of legal issues. Afterwards they kept saying stepmom, stepbrother. I guess they were not allowed to call the videos like that anymore, but the reason they always did it is because that's what people are longing for, but they're not allowed to. It's a taboo topic anyway, and actually you're not legally allowed to in most countries on earth. But in the so-called ancient times, it was normal for the mother to show the son how to have intimate relations. This is why the sons quite often choose a girlfriend that looked like their mother.
What happened
and
to
the
this
daughters
guy?
choose a boyfriend like their father. And of course we can produce children with our sisters and brothers. You know the word monogamy?
That doesn't mean we should.
Monogamy is you having intimate relations with your family. Monogamy is not you only having intimate relations with your wife in marriage, which is a societal construct that doesn't even exist. Marriage is in your head, not in nature. You simply family, and there's no jealousy. Why would you be jealous of yourself, your child, you know, your brother, your sister? Which we can assume is only 50% the woman and 50% the man. You're creating a different version of yourself, and then you have intimate relations with yourself.
So, do you think he's being serious about this?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. I wish I could say I thought he was rage baiting, but I do think he was relatively serious. There are orgies, so-called ones, just like any wild animal would do with their own family, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Everything that the elite does
She's
is
quoting
right
him
and
again, by the
natural,
way.
and we see it
These
as
are all
wrong
his
and evil
quotes.
and so on, because we are the ones in the wrong. We see
She
everything
put a little note that she's quoting him, so that way people don't think these are her
you know, we get
thoughts.
told about all these genetic disorders and birth defects. There's a lot of claims, but no proof. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't these problems logically come from people that is further away from you? He's saying if you have children with someone further away from you. You know, there's actually this guy who's on trial for being a cult leader. He said that he had intimate relations in front of his children, and he actually let his son grab his private parts, and he would talk about it like it's all natural. And it is actually natural. You would always have intimate relations
say
in
you're
front of your
a
children because there's nothing special about it. Intimate relations in nature
certified.
is just nothing. It's like eating or as I said. They drilled inside of your head. Everybody
I
in
don't
your
like
life, the media,
this is
your parents, the school system, told you that it's wrong. You have been re-educated.
Yeah,
and that's
she's
why you
not.
can't
No
actually
worries.
explain why it's wrong when you hear about something such as having intimate relations around children or your children, whatever, your family.
He's
It
justifying
feels
it.
wrong.
These are his words.
But does it actually? No.
On forums.
It is simply inside of your head.
He
As
does.
I said, if you were to play tennis with a girl who's under the age of consent.
I
not that
can't
there is
stop
such a thing in
squinting at
nature,
this
it's a
guy.
societal construct. In some countries it's 17, in others it's 13, whatever people make up. If you play tennis with her, it's okay. Or him, also, if you're a woman. But if you have intimate relations with them, it's wrong?
Wow.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah, Gaddis.
exposing
That's
yourself
exactly
to a
what we're saying.
minor.
He puts his index
When you play
finger towards
tennis.
his head, like, duh. Why is nobody else using their brains? I will say, though, the way this walking brain tumor just starts his videos to some extent is comical. He's just in the
walking
middle of
brain
the forest
tumor.
wearing a bright red hoodie with a bright red headband on. And he just starts, what's up, what's up? You may not understand this because you grew up as a slave, but the police are Satanists whose job is to enslave you, protect the elite, and punish natural humans. 2 seconds into the video, we don't even get an introduction. We don't even get like an ad break or anything. Nothing. Just, what's up, what's up?
What's
What
up? What's
up?
So
up?
let's go through Gaddis's most interesting takes on life so we can all be enlightened. He states that the purpose of reading newspapers, books, reading anything other than maybe his Substack is to ruin your brain. He says it's a man-made language with man-made letters. We're not supposed to read in nature. That's why people don't like to read. People always ask me about my favorite books. I don't have any because reading is unnatural. It's not something you're supposed to like. It's as simple as that.
Paul, I think I've said
That's
what
also how
up,
you
what
ruin your
up,
eyesight,
like
because you're always
multiple
looking at these tiny
times.
little letters up close. Why are the letters so small?
Literally,
It's
go back
supposed to
through
ruin
my
your
streams.
eyesight.
I'm
That's
like,
the
what's up,
purpose.
what's
The
up?
better way
We're
to receive
live.
information through the cosmos, through sun gazing, and that's the other thing. Our intelligence increases, and that's because we are sun powered. We have sun powered brains, so to speak. That's what people call it. I've received information and my understanding of the world from the sun, from the cosmos. I haven't come from any books. I haven't heard it from people. It just comes as you're sun gazing.
Wow. Okay.
Download complete.
Download
Glasses are also a
complete.
deception, made to look cool like cigarettes. Maybe that's why I'm obsessed with sunsets, but I haven't seen a sunrise in ages because I wake up much later. The sun really is much easier to look at when it sets. If I didn't live in a system, I can imagine I would have done it just like without anyone telling me. Like, why do we all believe sunsets and sunrises are beautiful? It seems like nowadays people associate the sun with the wrong things.
That also reminds me how I used to sunbath nude in this one spot, and people didn't like it because they said kids also come here. As if kids would mind nudity. Kids are the last ones who will mind it.
He's just saying gibberish at this point,
Yes.
right? Just like whatever comes into his mind, he just.
So he wants us to be in the sun staring directly,
So
burning
he's
our
saying
retinas,
he was
holes
getting
into our
nude in
retinas,
front of
into the sun
minors.
on a daily basis, but also being outside is dangerous. He says Berlin is where I live. Seems to be a big, big target. Once it got dark last year, two planes with identical lights appeared and were flying around. I assume that they were spraying something, because in the dark you can hardly see anything. It just looked suspicious. The belief being that planes are spraying aluminum into the air to poison humans and nature. He also wears pants that read 9/11, no planes hit the World Trade Centers. There's this conspiracy out there that the towers were never hit by planes, that they were brought down by a controlled demolition using explosives. So there's that. And the Earth is flat.
I live on Earth, a flat Earth.
Additionally, quote, saunas are
Oh
voluntary
god, he's a
self-exit
flat
for
earther.
supernormal
That
people.
explains everything.
He thinks saunas are really bad for you.
So he's like, whatever conspiracy he comes across, he's like, oh yeah,
That makes sense.
that makes sense.
Yes, and somehow, yet, okay, none of these beliefs
course,
even come
right.
close to his views on cannibalism. There's a video of Gaddis standing in front of the camera and holding up a vial of blood. It looks like the kind of blood that you would get drawn at the doctor's office during
does.
your annuals. It's blood, but it's not from an animal. It's from a subscriber of Gaddis's. Human blood. Gaddis says, the elixir of life. And he opens it up and gulps it down, smiling. There's blood all over his teeth, like he's auditioning for a vampire extra
Why?
in the new
Why
Twilight
is she gonna
spinoff.
show this?
He's smiling, saying, "Thank you, man," to the subscriber who sent him the blood.
Thank you, man. It's like having sex with you, just better. I have you.
He
in
said
me.
it's like
I would
having
like to
sex
like
with
this.
you,
It's
but
so
even
good.
better.
I get it now. This is the epiphany of my life.
This is why they do it. Imagine like baby blood.
He starts rubbing his
He said,
beard,
"Imagine
and his voice
baby
gets very
blood."
pensive and just far too creepy. He said before, human blood is the highest form, especially virgin blood. Also, the menstrual blood. If women would drink it, or men, as they used to, they wouldn't get all that gray hair and all that other stuff. We should all be drinking blood. And before you get so offended, like I am, because we're not enlightened, he says, I've mentioned in a few times in videos about eating other humans, but sort of as a joke, even though it wasn't. But that's because I realize that people aren't open about talking about it. Before you get all closed-minded about it, just look into all the tribes.
Yikes.
Look into people dying. And then
He
other people-
did. I watched it. He just.
I forget the word. As a sign of respect, let's just say that, to the one that died. Also, nourishment.
Yeah, I
from
didn't
the
know
body,
women used to
thinking the body,
either.
and
I
it all
don't
just really
think
makes
we've
sense.
ever
It's
done
trying
that
to click.
in
Look at
life.
this from your soul's
I don't think
perspective,
we've
and not just
ever
what we have been taught
just
and
drank
brainwashed. This
blood
is very well documented.
from our
Not a lot of
body.
people talk about it. Eating other animals raw and then eating humans. If you compare it, there's hardly any difference. I mean, psychologically, yes, I do understand it could be hard getting over it. Point being, it's a mindset. But if you eat babies or a young human heart, of course it's going to regenerate rapidly. And of course it's the best food for the human, for your own heart. The proof that Gaddis has for all these arguments is the Illuminati. He teaches
Illuminati.
his followers. The Illuminati are happy people because they're R-wording babies and children.
I've
and
heard
eating
the
them.
same thing,
They
that
have
eating
built
placenta
a
is good
perfect
for your
system
maybe.
themselves, where they can have human hunting parties, and torture dungeons, and babies for breakfast. All the research I've done since I've gotten out of the hospital completely tells me that the Illuminati's diet consists of baby and children organs. You know, how to live long, how to live healthy, the secrets of humanity and of this planet and everything. Of course the Illuminati understands. If you look
This
into
is
organ harvesting
crazy.
of children and reports of thousands of refugee children just disappearing,
Yeah,
if
that's
the
it.
Illuminati members have a problem with their heart, which they probably wouldn't because they eat so well, except when they're over like 100 something or
You can eat chicken liver.
they would, of course, still then start eating the organs of the children because no animal
Which is
going
weird
to
because it's
another
weird to
human's
put
organs.
dairy into our body
So what do you
for
think is
stomach
going to happen to
acid
your
because
cells and
that
the
initially
regeneration if
usually
you eat a
makes it
baby or a young
worse.
human's heart? It's going to regenerate rapidly. They want you to eat plants while they eat children. Just wake up. You are all slaves. Everyone is being conditioned except Gaddis because he gets his information from the cosmos. He goes on to state, you know, Marvel, the movie, is a prime example of slavery conditioning. You know, the superheroes? Think about how the so-called good and bad guys are portrayed in the movies. The so-called villains want to have total control and kill anybody that's in their way. That's the definition of human nature and exactly what the enlightened ones do. That's what we should be doing. The so-called heroes, they want to protect society and keep us enslaved. Kill or imprison anybody who wants to try to disrupt the control system. That's what the heroes are doing. My biggest question is, how does this guy end up with children from at least 2 separate relationships and is almost always perpetually in a relationship? 'Cause I'm confused. Maybe he has super enlightened views on women? He says in a video, I see a lot of videos for women on YouTube on how to get a so-called hourglass figure. They will tell you to work out, do plastic surgery, go on unnatural diets, and so on. All of this is there's only one solution to all your problems: pregnancy.
The reason you look the way you look is because you did not get pregnant right after you started menstruating.
Your menstruation is literally your body, nature, God, if you're
That's
religious,
how I was with my
telling you to have
gallbladder.
children. Now, every woman on earth that did not get pregnant
I had
when
to
she was
have
supposed
like
to now looks
urgent
different than
surgery.
she should. Not doing that is exactly the same as not eating meat and fat when you are hungry, and you will naturally be punished for it. You are punished with your ugly looks. Which
Same.
means that most women in Europe and North America don't look the way they're supposed to. Do you understand how big of a deal that is? You've probably been told all of your life that childbirth is very painful. It actually isn't. But it is for most women in the West, and that's because they give birth almost 15 years too late. You have to understand from nature's perspective, you are seen as a loser. And that's why you get punished with pain. This is why you have to give birth while you are young and flexible. Your hips will widen very easily when giving birth. You won't have stretch marks. Your breasts will be much bigger. Back in the day, we did not document our birthdays as we do now. Most people don't know how old they are because naturally it's relevant. On the day a girl gets her first period is usually when she loses her virginity and gets impregnated. Nobody cared about her exact age because it didn't matter up until today. I will give you some examples. In Spain 20 years ago, the age of consent was 12. It was changed to 16 some years ago. In
gross.
Italy and Germany, it was also 12. In Italy, it's 14 now, which, side note, anybody who knows
Your
the
kidneys getting
actual
pain
age of
sometimes.
consent
Oof.
in all these countries, I am so terrified of you.
Yeah.
Why do you know this?
Yeah,
That is
that's
crazy, yeah.
creepy.
I don't even know the age of consent in like the country I live in.
Yeah, or even talking about it like it's
Yeah.
some sort of a proof of something. Like,
Yeah, it's just legally a differentiating, but usually it's you're of age or not.
Yeah, why does that even matter to you
Yeah.
as an adult to bring up this fact?
It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. And he says not much has changed there. In Canada, up until 2008, it was 14. You know, artificial marriages with contracts usually happen between the ages of 9 and 12.
Oh yeah, yeah.
A bit over 100 years ago, the age of consent in the U.S. was 7 to 12, depending on the state. In 1920, after World War I, it was changed to 16 and 18. Nowadays, we have mind control programs such as To Catch a Predator with Chris Hansen. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. Men get caught, quote unquote caught, for wanting to sleep with 15-year-old girls. Yet in Europe, the age of consent is 14 to 15
So's
in most
mine.
countries.
So
And
I
that's
can
simply
relate.
because even the government here understands that no matter how old you are as a guy, you
Same.
would have to be severely mentally ill to not find
Well,
a
I can see
15-year-old
up
girl
close, but I
attractive.
can't see far away.
That is crazy.
This is what the New World Order is about. I assume the age of consent is going to move to 18, 20 in the New World Order, if there even will be. Essentially, there won't be such a thing as a family anymore. This is all part of the depopulation agenda. If you believe that you are being oppressed as a woman, when in reality, liberation is the oppression. In another video, because for some reason a camera and a microphone and internet service is way too accessible for everyone, probably including myself. He says, I got an email from a girl in her 20s who was offended by my video that was called equals marriage. She tried to justify herself to me. She had this failed relationship and she tried to explain to me that she is now more experienced in intimate relations, as in something good came out of this relationship, even though they're no longer together. This made me actually think, there are women out there who believe that they can get better at intimate relations. Listen carefully. All women must understand this. What do you think is the most unattractive, off-putting thing you can say to a guy? Any idea? That you are good at intimate relations. To us, this only means one thing. You are us and you are worthless. That's actually two things, you idiot. But could you theoretically learn how to please a guy better by giving
She said that's
and having more
actually two
experience?
things, you idiot.
Possibly a tiny bit. But intimate relations is not complicated. It comes naturally. Even if you could, every man on earth would choose someone who is inexperienced, ideally a virgin, over you. Once you lose your virginity, your value goes down to here. Even if you learn everything there is to learn about intimate relations, your value would only go up a tiny little bit. Whereas someone who is innocent and pure will always be at the top, because that is what is actually attractive to a male human being. It doesn't matter what the learn, because you will always
I don't
be
think
at the
that's
bottom
true.
and not desirable. This is what I said. As a girl, you have to be very careful who you choose as your partner.
That's a
Because it
good
has to be
thing.
somebody in your life.
That's a good
Once a
thing,
girl
Paul.
is damaged, she starts dressing like a... Sure, you may attract some loser who watches a lot of videos online, but a healthy man is not going to come and choose you. This is one of the ways they destroy families nowadays. They brainwash young men and women.
I mean, who
to
really
gather
cares
a lot of
how a woman
intimate
dresses? Let
experience, and
her
later, when they decide to have a
dress
family,
as
they're so
provocatively
damaged,
as she
it's
wants to.
impossible
Who
for
really
them to
gives a
even be
fuck?
loyal to
Like,
each other.
I mean, as long as there's no, you know,
It
I
has been
don't know.
estimated that about 92% of people
If she's
abandon their
naked,
New
as long
Year's
as
goals
kids aren't
before
looking
the
at her,
year
I
is
don't
through.
give a fuck.
But with Acorns,
Live
that
your
doesn't have to be
life.
the case with your financial resolutions.
As long as I don't have to
In
look at
just
it.
5 minutes, you can open an Acorns account and set yourself up for years of smart saving habits. Acorns makes it easy to start saving and investing automatically, so your money has a chance to grow for
Then again,
you,
all I gotta
your
do is
kids,
look
and
away.
retirement. You
So
don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich.
Really dumb, bizarre ideas
sorry, I was
or
over
theories
that.
or whatever it is.
The little ad
It's
break.
almost like everything he has to take like the opposite take.
Extreme too.
Yeah, extreme opposite take that triggers the most amount of people. You know what I mean? Whatever triggers the most amount of people, he's gonna say it.
He's just different.
Yeah.
He's not like the other boys.
So that makes me think that he's just want to get these reaction out of people. Like eating a raw animal on the street. Like what do you get out of it? Reaction. He wants to see people getting all like get all riled up. So ideas, his actions, everything he does is rooted from that almost. Like I kind of find it almost hard to believe that he can believe in every single thing that he says so far. Like he's obsessed with every single one of these conspiracies or ideas or like crazy bizarre theories. Like where do you even come up with all of these?
But that's an interesting question. Please leave it in the comments. What kind of personality does that? Because I don't like attention outside, especially when it's negative.
Right.
If people are staring at me like I have a booger on my nose, I'm getting very self-conscious. But there are, like you said, people that are, they love it. They love eliciting that type of...
Or just to them, like, attention is attention. Like, they want some kind of attention. I don't know.
So bizarre.
So bizarre.
He says, Andrew Tate, there is no higher form of a loser. That's a loser. He tells people to escape the Matrix, but he doesn't realize that he's completely stuck in the Matrix himself.
I mean, that's one thing I can agree with him on. Fuck Andrew Tate.
Looks, which is why, of course, he wants to compensate and get a lot of money and cars and a big house and so on. All I have to say is, the girls are fighting, okay? He also has it out for Charlie. Side note, one of the biggest creators on YouTube, also known as Penguin Zero. Yeah, he says Charlie is the most depressed and disgusting YouTuber. Charlie was commenting on another raw meat carnivore creator, talking about high meat and stating it's just rotted, poisonous meat, which it appears to be on all accounts.
How is this high meat thing a thing when, you know, this sounds like you can really go to ICUs immediately for
Like, you
So-
could die.
Yeah, so how is that? They keep doing that.
They just keep doing it. They don't care. I even thought about it. I had this whole minute where I was sitting there like, what if they were faking it? What if they were putting cardboard into water? Because it doesn't make sense how they're alive.
Right. It sounds extremely crazy.
Yeah. Gaddis reacts to Charlie saying, what is poisonous about it? Poison would imply toxins. How is it toxic? Do you have any proof, any arguments, just anything at all, or do you just call it something because you're ignorant? He states Charlie has a video gamer brain, or lack thereof, aka Charlie has no brain. And this guy, Gaddis, is just marinating in these wild thoughts. Now, keep in mind, same guy that says Charlie has no brain. In a separate video, he states, pedophilia.
Is great.
Basically, supposedly coming from ancient Greek and meaning love for children, which I feel is already not the best way to define that word.
At this point, I feel like I can guess everything that he is going to say. Just say the opposite of what Mass is thinking.
Yes, and then also just go on like 2 Reddit threads of some vile people. It's nothing too creative. He's just so passionate.
It becomes attractive when you enter puberty by nature because of the looks and
Did you just said it's sexually attractive when you enter puberty? I've never thought that in my life. Like, ever. How can you even... Okay, I'm not gonna ask you guys. Some of you are probably like that too. I can't even. It's just fucking weird.
because of this early puberty. Even somebody who is 80 may find somebody at this age attractive.
This is called a police level of alarming, but it
Yeah,
gets worse.
slightly.
He says that something being negative or doing something negative is a societal construct. That something can't actually truly be negative. He says, who deems what is negative? Humans. Okay? He goes in to further dig himself into this brainless swamp by stating that if someone were to essay his girlfriend, he would not deem that as a negative because that's a societal construct. This is the same guy that thinks women with too many intimate partners is negative, which is a societal construct. He also just has some very random takes, such as, it is not uncommon for women to grow beards. They just have been conditioned by those in power to shave them. Which, you know what, could be valid. Which, fine, but random. And it leads people to the question,
Could be valid.
who on earth can find this man attractive? To his defense, this is not me making a defense. This is his own defense. He says the reason his YouTube channels are not as popular as everybody else's on the platforms, the reason he's not winning any awards for his content is simply because 98% of people are R-words. What does that mean? When you create, what you create appeals to 98% of people, it means you are an R-word. One of his ex-girlfriends said, I will say I was blinded at the time. I liked the aesthetic of his videos. There were a lot of other videos where he just talks about meat and diet and health and how the government is not really on our side. Those messages were somewhat positive. He was telling us to take control of our lives. You know, he had a lot of charisma. He appealed to people who were longing for a life without worrying about working all the time. For example, he traveled around the world and he talked about how happy he was. It's like I was hypnotized. We, his fans, just ignored all these alarming messages and focused on the good parts of his channel. Diane, his girlfriend, was one of those people. She saw the good in Gaddis. One of the most sinister
How do you see the
videos
good in
Gaddis
Gaddis?
upload. At the time, it's not sinister. Just
When was this?
This was in like 2014. Oh, 2018. Sorry.
2018.
Gaddis is sitting next to his girlfriend Diane. They're both sitting on the floor. Gaddis looks like he always does, you know, good or bad, take it as you will. And Diane looks like she's just been through it. This is not how she normally appears on the channel. Diana is she's from the Netherlands. She's this sweet, put together girl that she's a little bit softer. People always wondered, what does she see in Gaddis? But now, she's sitting there. She looks like she's been through it. Her hair is messy. It almost looks chopped in some places. It looks like someone just took a snippet of her hair and started cutting it in random places. She's got a black eye. Her face is incredibly bruised and swollen. And when she opens her mouth, all of her teeth are chipped. Her eyes are zoned out, almost like she's in some sort of daze. Gaddis does most of the talking throughout the video. where he alleges that he and Diane were walking through the forest in Germany, and Diane was targeted. She was briefly alone, and she was targeted.
My girlfriend Luna, she was mugged yesterday. I wouldn't even make a video about it, but her teeth are all chipped in at the top and the bottom because of the kick in the face. We tried all kinds of raw food for healing, even raw eggs. They're pretty much liquid, but she can't eat them because it hurts so much. So now we gotta get a fucking straw and somehow try to feed her some nutrition so she heals in some way. It's just all up. Everything here is swollen. The nose is swollen. She already had problems with the nose. She had surgeries. So we don't know what's going to happen with that now. What did the doctor say at the hospital?
He turns to Diane, and her voice is weak.
That might have to stay 48 hours, because there could be an internal bleeding.
Because you could die.
Diane nods, and Gaddis starts ranting. You couldn't even remember your phone number and age. It's just also you definitely gotta go to a dentist now because she can't eat anything. And you know how expensive dentists are in Europe? And with the nose also. I appreciate all the support I get on Patreon. With that money
Wow,
pays
making
for my
her
food
feel
that's
like
we both don't have a decent income to pay for any
like
of
it's
this.
her
So if
fault
anybody could
for
support
getting
us in any way,
attacked.
even $5 to
Which was
$10,
probably
for
him.
example,
She was
that would really help
alone
us.
for a brief
He
second.
says that Diane was
Bullshit.
attacked by quote-unquote immigrants. He gets about $5,000 in donations, and the two fly out to Ukraine for the surgeries, which costs exponentially less than $5,000. Diane said when she first saw Gaddis's videos online, she was really impressed by him because he seemed like he cared. She had a lot of health problems that the doctors couldn't pinpoint. Nobody could figure it out. She had to quit school because of it. And he just seemed like a very patient, kind, confident person. But now, she's in the Airbnb in Ukraine. She's got surgery tomorrow to fix the damage to her nose. And
That's
here's
what's up.
Gaddis
Thank you.
live streaming.
What is it? Yeah, no, I said a few minutes. Why do you speak in between? I said I'm doing less than 2 hours, which it is.
She's clearly agitated because, come on, time and place, and she keeps telling him to get off the live stream. I mean, as a boyfriend, you would expect he would want to comfort her. In the live stream, he angrily tells her, shut the f*** up. I'm doing under 2 hours. What the f*** not understand? No, it hasn't been 2 hours. It's 1 hour and 59 minutes. Shut the f*** up. I said I'm doing under 2 hours.
Shut the f*** up. I said I'm doing under 2 hours. What do you not understand?
What? So she's just asking him, hey, can you get off now?
Yes.
And he's just screaming at her.
Yes, and he's laughing and screaming, and even in that live stream, someone asks him, do you have any respect for your girlfriend? He responds, I don't have respect for anyone. It's not natural.
Whoa.
After he prolongs the live stream even more, he starts pointing the camera to her to record her. She retreats into the hallway of the Airbnb to get away from him.
Gotcha.
He gets up, picks up his computer, and tries to follow her to show her on the live stream. She grabs a knife and lunges at him in the hallway to show him how serious she is, but he just tells the chat how insane she is. And maybe she is. Yeah, Gaddis is in the wrong. I don't think he's a good person, but is it really worth lunging at him with a knife? Or is there another reason that she would lunge at him with a knife? Years later, Diane would come out with the truth. She was never attacked by some shadowy immigrants in the forest. She says she went into the forest to help him record a video.
Yup, told you.
And all she remembers in the midst of filming, she was tying her shoelaces, and then nothing, she blacked out. She wakes up, she's in the middle of the forest, confused, what the hell is going on? She says, I woke up incredibly confused. I couldn't even remember my own phone number, and that's really unlike me. It was really weird to me. I didn't know what happened. All I knew was, I gotta get out of there. I gotta go to where Gaddis is because something happened to me. He's gone, by the way. She calls the ambulance. This is in Germany. She hardly knows any German. She says they're trying to tell her to explain what happened. She's confused. She's severely concussed. She can't speak the language. And she just didn't understand until it clicked a little bit later. She had said something in the forest. He misheard her and believed that she was making fun of his small private part, which she did not. And even if she did, but he just walks up to her while she's tying her shoes and kicks her so hard in the face.
And so that was basically the first attempted murder.
But some of Gaddis's fans, to this day, don't believe Diane. They think Diane is making all of this up. I highly doubt it. Because Gaddis himself has said in a video, the only way to be happy is to make others unhappy. Realize you've been living your whole life religiously, following morals, ethics, which were created by religion.
Also not true. I knew it too. As soon as they started talking about
the way you want to be treated.
that. I was
nature.
like,
They were created
yeah,
by religions.
he
This means that
fucking
your
did
life is
it.
based on man-made beliefs. Life is all about
It's
consuming
pretty
others'
obvious.
energy for your own good, because that is literally the only way to be happy. Even saying violence is not the answer is such a deception. It is typical, unnatural behavior, because in nature, if you want something solved, you go and you do it. You remove the problem. That is our instinct. On top of that, just the way he starts dating Diane, I feel like should tell us enough about him. When Gaddis and Diane start dating, initially he posts this video where he doesn't even introduce Diane. He just says, "What's up, everybody? I'm gonna make a completely raw video, no editing, and just tell you what is going on."
A lot of you asked me over the last years, months, where I get money and how I afford the raw meat and everything. And the thing is that I had a girlfriend who I split up with now, whose parents are millionaires, and they gave me 500 euros at least every month. Pretty much can't afford this diet anymore because I don't get the money anymore, because I met somebody else and I chose her over everything else.
But he's saying his ex-girlfriend's parents used to send him money for, I guess, dating their daughter. But now that he left her for Diane, he needs money for this expensive raw meat diet, because he can't just eat Ralph's ground beef. He's got to eat regenerative, grass-fed ground beef because he's eating it raw. One person who claimed they met with his ex-girlfriend at a meetup once said, "I'm telling you, this guy is a walking red flag." It's not even just with Diane. Just his relationship with his last girlfriend, where he was getting money from her parents, was weird. The netizen says, "Back a few years ago, Gaddis stayed with my ex and I while he was traveling through the United States. At the time, he was with his previous girlfriend, so the one before Diane, who was at least in her 40s, late 40s, possibly even 50s, and mentally ill to some degree. She called me a for no reason and even kicked me at one point. The entire encounter was just uncomfortable. She spoke poor English and spoke a lot of German, and at one point she was telling my dad about when they knocked down the Berlin Wall. The entire dynamic between the two was so weird. She would call him Mr. Gaddis, even though they're in a relationship. She would ask his permission for things. He was always distant and cold to her, and at one point, my ex and his friend, as well as Gaddis, went into the Whole Foods, and I was staying in the car with the girlfriend. She proceeded to explain to me that she had a black eye because Mr. Gaddis got angry, hit her, and made her buy expensive makeup to cover it up. She also explained how her family had given them $6,000 to fund their travel to the United States, and both of them explained here and there during their trip that her parents were very wealthy, and that he had agreed to marry her because her parents were going to buy them a house in the Canary Islands in exchange for him taking care of their daughter. She also spoke about how Gaddis would regularly video chat with other women while they were together.
That's crazy.
And, I don't know, just all of it was just awful.
What's up? What's up?
Met them,
I bet that's what he said after she woke up. Like, let's be real.
Practically anything. She would just wander off into her own world. It was an ideal choice for Gaddis to abuse.
So back to the original thing, the acid attack.
I was alone in Gaddis's apartment
Holy
with his
shit.
girlfriend briefly. That's when I was horrified. She tried to tell me in her best English mixed with some German that she knew that Gaddis was having intimate relations with other girls, and that he had threatened her and hit her and threatened her that he would leave her and hurt her if she told anybody. She said he told her that he owns her and that she must call him Mr. Gaddis. She showed me bruises all over her chest and on her shoulders, but she didn't want to tell her parents because she didn't want to lose Mr.
I
Gaddis.
forgot about it too.
He was her doctor, and
I thought this was just the attempted murder.
Put her on the raw meat and ketogenic diet by force to make her lose weight and stay healthy. It is likely Diane didn't see
Give the
that
bitch
side of
keto.
Gaddis until the forest kicking incident. And like most toxic relationships, I wouldn't be surprised if he convinced her that it was just a one-time thing. Because soon afterwards, she gets pregnant with their son. And they're making their rounds. She's pregnant, and he decides, I gotta get more clicks. I gotta get more views on YouTube. So what am I gonna do? I am going to travel through Europe, go through all the vegan festivals, go to all the vegan food markets, on a tour, if you will, eating raw pig heads and squirrels in front of all the vegans. It's actually when he's in London eating that squirrel in front of the Soho vegan market, he gets arrested, taken into this psychiatric facility because the police thought, there's no way that you can be right in the head and normal in the head upstairs if you're doing this. And once he gets released, this makes a ton of international news. Have you heard of the guy that was eating the raw
I think
squirrel?
I've heard about
He was
this.
taken in?
Yeah, he was arrested and taken into a psychiatric facility for a few days.
Wow.
Because the police were like, this is not normal behavior. You don't do this if everything's working up here. He gets released. It's all over the news internationally. And he grew up in Latvia. That's where Gaddis is from. And everyone in Latvia is like, you know that guy that was in London eating that squirrel? Isn't he the same
I guess
guy
you're right.
that stabbed his classmates? About 15 years ago, when Gaddis was 16 years old, he's a high school student in Latvia.
He stabbed a
Allegedly, the
classmate
story is he brought a knife
even.
to school and stabbed 4 of his classmates.
4 of his classmates.
Attacked classmates with a knife. A 10th grade student at Ventspils First High School mentally lost his control and slashed out with a knife at 4 of his classmates. The headmistress states he was late for school and he just came in with 2 knives and stabbed and injured 2 boys and a girl inside the classroom, and then a 3rd boy was attacked as he ran for safety. All 4 victims were taken to the hospital. They were discharged the same day with light injuries. It was just a very weird incident. Gaddis allegedly goes home after this stabbing, and he is arrested inside of his house, in front of his computer, just browsing on the
Give that
internet,
guy a gun.
with 2 large knives
Jesus.
sitting next to him on the desk. The criminal police chief said that the attack was probably induced because of past humiliation and bullying that Gaddis likely received. Other sources
always
state
bullying.
that the attacker was obsessed with a movie. Now, when people are asked which movie, some netizens state it was one about Columbine, the shooting in the United States. Now, this is all technically alleged, just like everything else in this video. Nobody has confirmed it. Nobody
Not
has been charged with anything,
surprised.
unless someone has the same exact name as Gaddis, grew up in the same town, in the same country, and was the same age at the exact same time and went to the same high school, which, sure, could be a possibility, or this could be Gaddis. This is when people start digging up even more controversial videos about Gaddis, if you can believe it. So prior to this, nobody knew about the high school stabbing. And they're like, wait, there's gotta be more stuff. Yes, we know that he's like an Andrew Tate hater, but also thinks exactly like Andrew Tate. He also believes
Exactly.
that incest is okay,
He's
but
an
there's
Andrew
gotta be
Tate
more.
hater,
And there is
but
more.
thinks exactly
Basically,
like
in
Andrew
the words,
Tate.
and he's explaining the definition of is
What?
any contact without consent. But the question is there such a thing as consent in nature? When it comes to mammals, if a male is horny, then he will simply hump the female, so to speak. It's very clear that a male human being is much stronger than a female human being, even more so in nature, because your testosterone and bone density is even higher, which means that the difference between a male and a female is even bigger in nature. You're a strong male animal, which is, naturally what you are. And now you're becoming horny.
Basically.
Biochemistry, right? The hormones kick in, the blood goes to your private parts, it becomes solid. Think of that kind of male.
It becomes
Would he not
solid.
then, when he is horny, go and pick some flowers for a female to try and... No. He would he ask her out on a date? Impossible. Would he ask for any consent? It is impossible. I can't think of any scenario where consent can be in any way involved when it comes to a male being horny. It just doesn't work. It's impossible. They never ask for it because in nature, as we have today, we simply act by our instincts.
Wait, I thought that there's a lot of animal does this little dance, little feather puffing, like.
Yeah.
So what is he talking about?
I don't know.
I thought there's a lot of these, like even nature.
And
Yeah,
the
even
pebbles,
nature.
the penguins, yeah.
Yeah.
It
The
doesn't even
pebble,
make
the
any sense.
penguin will bring a
It's just
pebble
very
to their
ironic that he
person, and
continues
then
to
they'll
preach
go
about how things
mate.
are in
And
nature,
like,
and then
that's like a
just go be
common
forest dweller.
thing.
Let's start posting these videos on social media. It's not natural.
Feathers,
You can't
like,
pick and choose which parts of
birds
nature
will
you
like
and
fluff their
subscribe to.
feathers
It's very
and like
weird.
or sing
He also continues,
songs.
a male instinct
So
is not
the
to do
fuck is
foreplay
he talking
to get
about?
the female in the mood.
Regardless.
A male doesn't give a the mood. A male is simply attracted by the looks. He just wants to. That's what I'm saying. We don't need consent naturally. Naturally, we are only attracted by the looks if we find them attractive.
Oh my
Whether they
god.
consent or not is
This
not going to make a
guy.
difference.
When I was 16, I tried to touch a girl's genitals, her breasts, her
Oh
face,
my
her
god.
whole body when she was asleep, and
Here we
And he
go.
just,
That's
just like
crazy.
that, admits to molesting a 16-year-old girl in her sleep. And all these things that he's saying, by the way, are over the course of several years. There's a
Huh.
video of him saying the world's most controversial,
This
disconnected
guy,
from reality, lacking
he's
activity in his prefrontal
some
cortex to formulate a sensible thought. It's not that. It's over the span
true
of
crime
years that
is
he has been developing,
frustrating.
building upon the most generic, unspecial, go on one Reddit forum of people who
These
hate
people
women,
are fucking
and you'll find these
weird,
comments.
okay?
In another live stream, the chat asks him to tell them something funny, and he's smiling to himself, chewing on what I can only assume to be a very tough piece of raw meat. He says,
Yeah.
this happened 2 days ago. No joke. I was walking in the park in the forest, and someone was walking, and I see something like dripping. And I get closer, and I see this girl, and she has no underwear on, and her private parts are... He's very graphic with the way he describes it. It's very crass. I don't really... Just dripping on the ground. So I say, like, hey, miss, do you need help with this? And she says, well, it's kind of dripping, so, like, you know, kind of saying, blah, blah, blah. He's so graphic, so I'm not going to repeat it.
Yeah.
But he continues. So I kill her and bury her in the forest. They ask for something funny. He thinks this is so funny. Now, some people say that if you correlate that with the news, they're not saying that he's the one that did this, but there was a girl that did get R-worded in the forest in that country and was left in the forest a few days prior. So it doesn't seem like that's him. I don't think that's him admitting to it, but it just imagine how much more sick that joke is. To make it even more unsettling,
Yeah.
I couldn't find this exact
And
clip,
what if
but
it was
a lot of his
him?
former viewers said that there's a clip of him where he talks about
Allegedly.
traveling to different countries and riding bikes. Sometimes a bike
Yeah,
would
I
roll.
didn't expect
He-
mine
he'll
to be
say
going
sometimes
like
he
this
rides a 12-hour
either,
bike.
honestly.
Sometimes
I
you
hear
can
I
go to
was
different
having a
country
fucking
and you
terrible
can rent a bike
night,
that's
and
2
now
years
I'm
old,
listening to
and
this
it's a much
fucking
newer
weirdo.
bike. And he says that
And
he likes his
Miss
bikes
R,
brand new, and that in certain
that's
countries,
saying
new
a
bikes
girl.
are generally very cheap to purchase and ride. He's not talking about bikes.
And throws acid on women.
But he's saying bikes.
Does
Yeah.
a lot of fuck shit.
A little while after his arrest
I
at the
don't have
vegan
jelly
festival
on my
for eating
legs
that
still.
squirrel,
It's been
Diane
fucking
gives birth to their
hours.
son, and a new YouTube channel pops up. The channel name is Flat Chest Luna, which is Diane's internet persona name. So it's like Flat Chest Diane. The channel consists of these 10 to 40 second clips of Diane, and they look like private videos that you would find on someone's phone, but there's no like storyline. It's not, oh, this is Diane's birthday, I'm taking a video of her. It's not Diane blowing out her birthday candles. It's just random. But the videos are
Flat
titled
chest.
something along the lines
Yeah,
of,
it's somebody
showing off
trying
my
to.
preteen body, my alcoholic mother, insert full name of Diane's mother. Another one reads, adjusting my thin hair because I'm insecure. Another, my bad skin and dark eye circles are driving me nuts.
It's him.
Another, stop
Then
calling
he
me
made
a
an
psycho.
account of his ex.
People start commenting to let Gaddis know about the channel, like someone is doing this to your girlfriend, the mother of your child. But he explains, no. Let the channel be, because Diane is his ex-girlfriend now, and she's a demon psycho. That's what he calls her. He even posts an hour-long live stream titled, Diane is the worst person I've ever met.
Oh my
In
God.
the video, he accuses Diane of leaving him, abandoning him, the relationship, and of essaying their infant son, to which he provides no proof. Just take his word for it. He states that she has taken their son and left him after abusing them, both of them, for years. Which, side note, netizens already didn't like what he said about the son being essayed, because if that were the case, why didn't Gaddis do something about it before? He also says straight up in the live stream, Diane has been using the baby for, well, since birth, basically. I didn't talk about this because there was just no reason for me to stop it.
What?
Wow.
Exactly. He also states that she's incredibly horrendous and that he has never met someone as psychotic and abusive in his entire life. His main proof of her unhinged personality is that her diet is chips and chocolate. He says the title of this video is that she is the worst human I've ever met in my life, because it's really true. I don't know, yes.
So what are those videos? You're saying like these 10, 15 second long video. Is
So,
that from
this guy.
Diane? Or?
It's of him taking videos of Diane when they were together. There is one where they're in the forest and he's like, okay, show me, and asks her to lift up her skirt, which she does, but she's wearing underpants. And then in another video, she's just kind of messing with her hair, and I guess he crops it to just show her messing with her hair, and then it's titled, I'm balding and insecure and stuff like that.
So, is he pretending to be Diane when uploading these videos?
Kind
Those
of.
titles?
But everyone knows it's not Diane's channel.
Yeah, because the way these are titles are so.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like a specific channel dedicated to hating Diane.
Yeah.
and everybody can tell it's from him.
Yeah, because no one else would have those videos.
Right.
So it's just.
But he's not admitting it in public.
No.
He's just like, oh, let her be, let her do this. But we all know, come on, dude, you're doing this.
It's
Yes,
him. Yeah.
Precisely.
Wow.
He says that Diane is so incredibly abusive and psychotic, and he says,
Right.
just so you understand,
it's,
if you guys
it's
in
her.
any way support her, I mean, if she ends up making a
Right.
video against me, or like if you guys keep supporting her, I'll probably delete both of my channels anyway, because I cannot be bothered to continue with YouTube if you guys support her. The whole war between me and Diane is not going to end well for her. If you support her, just know that you are going completely against my channel and my diet and everything.
In my diet.
He starts encouraging all of his viewers to call CPS to report Diane, even
He
giving them
drinks
her full legal
human
name.
blood.
All because
Yeah.
Diane managed to deflate.
Exactly.
She shares her side of the story that no, Gaddis has been abusive. I mean, she was scared for her life, the life of their son. She says he was even jealous of his own son while we were together. He would say things like, well, you would never treat him like that. You would never do that to him. You would never be like that with him. He would hardly give their own son attention because of that. And this just is not the life that she wants. She explains to her Patreon followers.
Damn.
Yeah, I've done a lot
I
wrong
can
too,
almost
for sure,
relate
but
to
only
that.
because things were really
Holy
not going
shit.
well between us. I did also really try.
That's
I
how
can
my
genuinely
son's
say
son
that I did
was.
my best
Fuck.
just over and over again. It'll
What's
never
up,
be good enough, and I
Ouija?
can't be blackmailed anymore. If I do delete this Patreon, you guys know why. I don't know if I should or should not. I don't know if it's worth it, being threatened and living in fear because of this, but just so you guys know what's going on. Diane's somewhat more civilized response is sending Gaddis into like a tailspin. He starts ranting in his videos. People like write to me still, you know, oh, why don't you give her money? Why don't you give her money to support the child? Like, you don't understand the context whatsoever. And how like unnatural, how brainwashed by feminism and the government are you? In nature, a woman disrespects a guy, break up, done, bye-bye, gets another woman, moves on. That's normal. Brainwashed nowadays. They tell you that you should like, oh man, you owe somebody to a woman. We don't owe women. Anyway, what if it was the other way around? If I did something to her and I was taking care of the child, would you guys, pussies, go to her and tell her to give me money? In another video, he says, the woman I had a child with, she had 2 small breasts, so I had to leave her. It was always terrible. It was like having intimate relations with a 10-year-old.
Oh
Yeah.
What?
my god.
Which, I mean, how would you even know that? A lot of Gaddis's anger is towards the fact that Diane started a Patreon after leaving him. I mean, more than leaving him, taking their son, he hates the fact that she has a Patreon. He feels like he created her entire online Patreon. I don't know. It gets to the point where Diane tries to rename her Patreon so Gaddis won't know that she still has one, and he screams in a video, I found out that Diane didn't actually delete her Patreon, but only renamed it. So then I was thinking, she's not going to let it go. Because I thought that, I really got to go to the Netherlands then. He's saying he's going to go from wherever he is in Europe at the time to the Netherlands to, we don't know, right? But he says he won't have to because eventually the Patreon was deleted. He then goes on to tell his viewers that this video, he's talking about all of this, is a warning to the viewers. That from now on, if you mention Demon Psycho, which is what he calls Diane, or his son in any of his live streams, quote, you're getting blocked right away. So this is a warning video. Which... Even
his
own
kid.
subscribers are starting to get confused because, wait, why are you still talking about Diane? Again, this is not just one video. It's multiple video after video. Why are you so upset? You're in the United States now and you're engaged to a woman named Jasmine.
Huh.
So he's already moved on with an American woman.
He's in the US now?
Yes, he's in the US. So why are you still so obsessed? And it just seems like everyone, including the subscribers, are getting sick of Gaddis. There's so many people sick of Gaddis. People are coming out of the woodworks after
Any
Diane
other
leaves
person
Gaddis
would be
to
grateful that
because
their
they're
parent
so
has
confused.
that
The
the
subscriber
that
that
the
sent
other
him the
parent
blood that he
loves
drank,
their
he said,
child.
I even
Like,
sent him my blood, and he's so heartless. He
and
doesn't
I
care
mean,
about anyone.
which you should,
They had a falling
but
out because the subscriber doesn't hate saunas.
Doesn't hate sauna. What
Yeah.
does that mean?
Like, he doesn't hate saunas, but Gaddis hates saunas. And he sends him a really aggressive voice note that's like, this is how he says it.
Is it the autism or just stupid? This is...
The subscriber said that.
No, Gaddis says that to the subscriber because the subscriber is like, if people like saunas, I don't know why you're being so mean about saunas. It's just a sauna.
Yeah.
And Gaddis is like, I don't know if you're just stupid or if it's...
Wow.
other people who have hung out with
Yeah.
him for extended periods of time come out of the woodworks and they say, that guy,
This dude
the
is
raw meat
backwards.
carnivore guy, we call him Mr. Burger King. Because all he did was eat Burger King. He doesn't even follow his diet behind the scenes. They say he eats chips, he eats Burger King. One subscriber who hosted him in San Francisco said,
he's a mooch, and he will use you for literally everything that you can provide him. Like, all he cares about getting is free food and a free place to stay. He won't really give you anything in return. Like, he won't give you friendship. He won't give you anything.
he also eats potato chips all the time.
Facts.
He just seems like a really fake person. He doesn't even practice what he preaches. She's a subscriber that hosted him. He will travel the world and stay with subscribers. When he was trying to do a meetup in Phoenix, Arizona, nobody wanted to host him. And he made a whole rant video saying every single person in Phoenix, Arizona is an idiot. They're brainwashed slaves, and he said, I will never do a meetup in Phoenix, Arizona. You guys are ungrateful, and I hate all of you.
What a clown this
Yeah.
guy. Like, what? He's like sounding dumber and dumber.
Yeah. And one could easily put two and two together because, I mean, a lot of
Yeah.
other subscribers that met up with him said it was weird because he wouldn't eat the whole day. He wouldn't eat anything at subscriber meetups. He would maybe have like one singular piece of raw meat, but that was it.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
not eating the raw meat.
He's not eating, and he's not a believer of fasting. He thinks fasting is unnatural.
Yeah.
Firmly against intermittent fasting, but he wouldn't eat the whole day. So, I don't know. Put two and two together. Another guy that met up with him was like, you know, that guy's super anti-water. Like, he's anti-water. He thinks you get water from the blood. But we were playing Frisbee, and this guy was out here just chugging an entire carton of water, so I don't really know. He also really loves to e-beg for donations online, and there's like always a reason he needs help. His raw meat diet is expensive, his camera broke, he needs to sue somebody for this and that, and 400,000 other things. And in one video, he's actually quite audacious whilst asking for these donations. He says, the one way you could really help me is by helping me through donations. And I'm not really looking for gathering small donations. If you don't have money or whatever, it's okay. It's all cool. Don't worry about it. I'm more so looking for somebody who has some kind of money, maybe someone wealthier, who can donate something a bit more in like the 100, even hundreds. I'm not really looking to like collect small donations.
This would only work if there's somebody wealthy, rich, watching my videos who really wants to support me and wants me to try to get my channel back, or for whatever reason you want to help me.
Even an Airbnb host wrote a review on Gaddis, said, Gaddis is the worst guest I have ever had. He destroyed my entire apartment and threw eggs on my walls and windows. Eggs. I had to repaint all the walls. Another Airbnb host says, I found maggots in the trash can. I was horrified.
What? Oh,
Probably
probably
raw
found the
meat.
raw meat, okay.
Then one day, a woman with a shaved head walks into the Canadian embassy in the Netherlands,
Canadian embassy.
asking for help. She explains that her life is in danger. She has been tortured, beaten, and harmed by her husband. He has control over her passport. She can't flee back to Canada. She's scared. Her finances are under control of her husband, everything. She needs to get back to Canada where she can be safe. She said, my husband almost choked me out, inserted glue into my private part to make sure that I'm, quote, infertile. And they ask, who is your husband? This woman is Gaddis's wife, Catherine Richards. She is not Diane. She is not Jasmine, the woman from America. She is Catherine Richards, Gaddis's Canadian wife.
What part of timeline are we at now?
Before Diana's even attacked.
So
Diane
he's just
leaves,
marrying
he
women
goes
in
to
different
America,
areas.
Is briefly engaged to a woman named Jasmine, and then all of a sudden he ends up in Europe, and his wife walks into the embassy and is like, I'm his wife, and I need to flee.
This all happens in like a few years?
A year. Like a year and a half.
Okay.
She writes a letter to the Dutch police. She says, to Middelburg Courthouse, my name is Catherine Richards, and this letter is to basically explain my involvement in the conspiracy to murder Diane, the ex-girlfriend of Gaddis. Yeah. So she's explaining, we're in the Netherlands because we're trying to kill his ex-girlfriend. But I need to leave. I need to go back home to Canada because I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay.
So now the police are trying to subscribers, police alike are very confused. It has been alleged after Diane leaves, He goes to the United States and gets engaged to Jasmine. Most netizens believe he was engaged to Jasmine in the attempt to get a green card. Now, he's engaged, and he cheats on her and marries Catherine, a subscriber of his who is Canadian. So with Jasmine, he never introduced Jasmine
He's
to the
just
channel. In fact, he uploaded
fucking
a
all
video
of
where
his
Jasmine is in the corner
subscribers.
briefly. He takes down the video and uploads it to take Jasmine out. But with Catherine, he does introduce her to the viewers as his new Canadian wife. And people are so confused. Like, Diane left you not too long ago. You were just engaged to an American woman, and now you have a Canadian wife. So much is happening. And then he posts a video saying that he moved to Canada with her. In the video, he says, you know, I'm in Canada now. Everything in Europe reminds me of my so-called past with Diane. Everything is just the same in Europe, which is why we decided to move to Canada after all, which is where we arrived yesterday. What do
What's
you think
up?
about
Nobody
it?
really.
He turns to Catherine. Well, I'm super happy to be in Canada because it's my home. Now, here's the crazy thing. Netizens were able to analyze that video. They are not in Canada. The title is like, we moved to Canada. And they're talking about, we got to Canada yesterday. How do you feel
Yeah,
about being in
American.
Canada, babe? How about you? They are in an Airbnb in the Netherlands, very close to Diane's home.
Like an alibi he's trying to
Yes.
create.
Mm-hmm.
But he left like a digital video
Yeah.
that's clearly a lie.
Yeah. People were able to track down the exact Airbnb that he was staying at.
Just based on like the decors and stuff.
Yes. Also, you know, European decor and Canadian decor is
Looks
vastly different.
Uh-huh.
Conveniently, they are in the Netherlands around the time that Diane gets attacked with acid. So she gets attacked with acid middle of 2022.
How long after Diane left?
A year and a half.
Okay.
So all of this takes place in like a year and a half. She gets attacked with acid. She's hospitalized. So she gets beaten with that metal pipe, hospitalized. She has a
Yeah.
severe spinal injury.
Back
fractures
to her
skull.
now.
She has a concussion. Thankfully, she was able to rinse as much acid off from her eyes, nose, and mouth. That's the reason she can still see. Her arm was almost amputated. Her nipple was almost falling off. She still might need a cartilage transplant to be able to breathe out of her nose again. And
Not
the
her
strangest part
nipple.
is Diane knows Gaddis has something to do with her attack. She firmly believes that. Right, because who else would be involved?
Yeah.
But the attacker, there were two people that were attacking. One was a man that she did not recognize, and the other was like this younger woman, 15 or 16 years old. It seems like a father and daughter duo. So who the hell are they? How are they connected to Gaddis? The only person that might be able to help Diane is Catherine, the new wife. Because she went to the police, she went to the embassy and said, listen, my husband was beating me and he's trying to kill his ex-girlfriend, and that's why we're in the Netherlands. So if Diane tries to prove that it's Gaddis involved in this acid attack, maybe Catherine is the only way to do that.
But does she know that Catherine has gone to the police or no?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Catherine alleges in a letter to the police, I married Gaddis in 2021, so a year before the attack. Maybe like 6 months before the attack. That's the same year that he starts conspiring to kill his ex-girlfriend, Diane. This letter is also to explain the physical violence I experienced and to also shed light on what kind of situation his current partner is sadly experiencing in the moment. She details in the letter the nitty-gritty of how, they conspired to kill someone. She writes and alleges that she, Gaddis, and another influencer, a friend of theirs, Florian Strack, who goes by German Carnivore online, how the three of them
German
were in
Carnivore.
Holland together. They're driving around in Florian's white van, and Gaddis was just a dog fixated on this one tree, which is to hire a PI to find Diane's home address. Catherine says all he could talk about was kidnapping Diane, tricking her, doing this, kidnapping, killing, doing this, that, and the third. Florian was going to dress up as a delivery man, get Diane to open the door, kidnap her, bada bing, bada boom, so easy. They get the PI to track down Diane's mother's number. They get her phone number. But now they need to know Diane's home. That's when they approach a man on the beach, just a stranger. It's like, hey, in Dutch, can you explain to this woman that we're delivery drivers and we need to find her daughter's address because her daughter ordered food and we don't know how to deliver the food right now? Boom, they get her home address. Simple as that.
When we were in the white van with German Carnivore and Gaddis, it was all the time 24/7 talking about what they would do to put her in the van, bring her here, kidnap her, kill her, blah, 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 everything. It was nonstop, and the reason why is because he can't get over her. Like, he's just probably really in love with her, so, like, that's why he can't move on.
the pounds and pounds of raw meat that they must have consumed have fundamentally changed their brain chemistry because they have no prefrontal cortex. They now believe the next best thing to do is to upload a video pretending to be in Canada when they're still in the Netherlands. And they're like, okay, now is the time to attack because now we have an alibi. But Diane's noticing all these weird things. She has CCTV cameras in her backyard. She sees people randomly peeking through her backyard, like hooded figures peeking over her fence. And she's calling the police and she's like, I think this is my ex-boyfriend because he's very violent, he's abusive, and he's been threatening to do stuff like this. And like all countries, the sentiment was the same. Well, we can't really actually do anything until they, actually hurt you. And then we probably still can't do anything unless you're like the CEO of United Healthcare or something. They just start rapidly, rapid fire, trying everything. That's what Catherine is alleging. Trying everything. They put a tracker into a teddy bear, tried to give it to Diane. I knocked
CEO
on
of
Diane's door.
United
There was no
Healthcare.
answer. She wouldn't take the teddy bear. Nothing was happening. Nothing was working.
Free
And
Luigi.
before the acid attack, Catherine alleges
Crazy.
that she was able to flee and leave.
People
She
really
says,
wanna
I hope
free
my
Luigi.
testimony can bring a bit
I
of
don't
clarity
know
in the
about all that.
situation. Gaddis wants to kill others. He wants to torture
At
and
least
kill
he's
people
helping
and
other
babies
people.
and whatever he can get his hands on. If the police don't stop him now, he
In
will
there,
go on for
in the
probably a mass murder
jail.
incident. Or something like that. It would be very foolish not to arrest this man. It's written all over the walls that he is about to do something. Gaddis has had something against Diane for a very long time and did fantasize and talk about putting fires in her home, throwing acid on her when we were together, which have both happened after I left him. Gaddis likes to scare others to do his dirty work for him. My main concern at the moment is the safety of his current partner and their new child.
So there's another one.
Yeah.
How many?
Exactly. This alleged letter to the Dutch police was released, but Catherine does make a video as well, which goes
Bro,
over
he's
a
got
lot of the same
another
stuff.
girl
And she
and
just
another
talks about how
kid.
Gaddis was fixated on wanting to throw acid in Diane's face and wanting to light her house on fire. To give you the timeline, Catherine and Gaddis get together in 2021. The acid attack happens mid-2022. Then January 2023, about half a year after the acid attack, a Molotov cocktail is thrown into Diane's son's bedroom, Gaddis' son's bedroom. It thankfully does not ignite, but this is clearly not an accident. Like, nobody is walking by, oh, sorry, police officer, I was just walking down the street when my everyday Molotov cocktail that I keep with me at all times slipped out of my hand and into their property. Clearly, this is a premeditated, targeted attack.
Wait, so after the acid attack,
Yeah,
6 months later.
seriously.
nobody did anything to catch?
Nobody was arrested.
Wow.
Even though Diane has CCTV footage of not the attack, but you can hear her screaming when she's attacked.
You can hear it hitting
Her arm
her
was
too.
almost amputated.
Yes.
Like all of that,
Nothing
nothing
is
was
done.
done.
Nothing is done.
And then the two people, no, they didn't get caught. We don't know who they are yet.
But we will soon.
Okay.
So it's a very premeditated, targeted attack, and yet nobody was hurt, thankfully. But that's because of incompetence and not lack of malice, right? The police
said
did
we
nothing
will
about it.
soon.
Hours later, around 1 a.m., another Molotov cocktail is thrown into the window, and this time the glass from the window
Oh my
goes
God.
shattering, and the Molotov cocktail explodes. The entire living room is set on fire. There's debris, glass
shit.
shards flying everywhere. Neighbors are running out of their house terrified. What the hell is going on? There's a young mom and a son that live in there. They call the police, the fire department. They all show up. Diane and her son are nowhere to be seen or found. Thankfully, they were so freaked out that they did not stick around to see if whoever did this would come back.
Thank
They
God.
weren't home, but had they been home, they could have died. This is 2 years after her breakup with Gaddis. Diane, Catherine, and most netizens who have been following this whole saga believe the attackers to be linked to Gaddis. But he firmly denies this. He says, I have moved on. I am dating another carnivore influencer now named Primal Bell. We have a daughter together, a newborn baby. I mean, it's not me. It's not us. We're not connected in any way. Around that time, 2 arrests were made in 2024. 1 man and 1 girl. Not Gaddis, not Primal Bell, his new girlfriend. It's weirder. The 2 people arrested in connection are suspected to be Primal Bell's ex-husband and Primal Bell's 15-year-old daughter.
That is crazy.
It said the 15-year-old daughter even handed her own father the acid to throw onto Diane.
What? Wait. So Primal Bell is Gaddis' new girlfriend.
Yes.
So this new girlfriend asked of her ex-boyfriend and
Husband.
ex-husband and
What
the
the
daughter
fuck?
to do this for
Yes.
the new boyfriend?
Allegedly.
I mean, yeah.
It
That is
seems
so
like there was
bizarre.
a payment made, allegedly.
Huh. Okay.
In Bitcoin. Allegedly.
Really?
The daughter is later acquitted, with the defense being that she's clearly severely neglected by her parents, and that, what kind of mom runs off with a raw liver, raw organ eating carnivore on the internet, abandoning their daughter, and then allegedly enlisting the help of the daughter to hurt her new boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. That's kind of the argument the experts give. They say, I don't even think two 15-year-olds would plot something like this, let alone a mother, allegedly.
Yeah.
So with that argument, she is acquitted. Then you have the alleged ex-husband of Primal Bell. He has been in prison in the Netherlands since the Molotov cocktail incident, January 2023. According to some sources, he has stated to the court that he was forced and threatened to do this, and he blames it on a Latvian YouTuber. He doesn't
Another
name
one?
which one, but he just names Latvian YouTuber, which Gaddis is Latvian, stating that the YouTuber was also threatening him, but he's also quite vague on what kind of threats and how he is being threatened. But he does allegedly state that his connection to this random Latvian YouTuber is that his ex-wife is now dating him. Which, sure, it could be other people. But it does kind of feel and sound like Gaddis and Primal Bell, does it not? He has pled guilty and received 12 years in prison. Because of this connection, a lot of people are speculating that Primal Bell was the getaway driver for the alleged husband and the daughter during the attacks, and that Gaddis was probably hiding somewhere because he likes people to do his dirty work. Catherine, the ex-wife, so she's after Diane before Primal Bell. She's the one that left right before the acid attacks. She explains that she believes Belle, the new girlfriend, is being controlled by Gaddis. She says, well, not controlled, but he is most probably threatening her if she leaves, like he did with me. Side note, Gaddis on a Telegram channel doxed Catherine. Her nude photos, her parents' home address, encouraged his followers to have a bloody good time paying them a lovely visit, which you can read in between the lines, right? And she says, well, that she can't leave him. I did talk on the phone with Belle one time. She did tell me that she wanted to leave on the phone, but then afterwards, we didn't really talk about it that much. I tried to tell her everything about him. I tried to talk to her on Instagram with her, but her answers are super weird. She shows a screenshot. Catherine had texted Belle, if you escape from Gaddis, it'll crush him. Make a plan and leave him. I'll make an interview with the Jake as soon as you want me to. We all want you to leave this abuser. He doesn't respect you. Threatening you that he will eliminate your family is crazy behavior. To which Belle allegedly responds, you know, Catherine, I love him, and I would never leave him because he is treating me super well. It just sounds like Gaddis is the one responding. That's what Catherine says. But again, Gaddis and Primal Bell are allegedly wanted. Some translated sources say that they are connected and as suspects, but they're on the run.
Are they still posting videos?
They're posting videos. They're being very discreet about where they are.
They're still actively right now.
Yes.
There's a YouTube channel.
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's
deny
crazy.
any involvement in any incidents. They won't even state what incidents they're referring to, but I just highly doubt it. Even in a video, Gaddis gives his viewpoints on forgiveness, and he says, forgiveness is just bullshit. In reality, nobody has ever forgiven anybody, and that's because it's not even humanly possible to forgive. I get that many of you are all in denial and believe that you did forgive people in your life, but that's because you're weak and it's easier to lie to yourself. Does this mean that you will always be miserable, dreaming about revenge if you didn't get it? Yeah, for most people it is, okay? The saying an eye for an eye has been around for ages because it is in our nature. Forget all the learned from your parents, school, and media. You want to hurt somebody the same way they hurt you because it gives you pleasure.
The truth is that the only way to get over what somebody did to you is to get revenge. That's it. There is literally no other way.
It's unclear who else would have it out for Diane and her son to do something like this.
Yikes.
Diane is still healing from her injuries from the acid attack. She may need a few more surgeries. She, like I said, almost lost her eyesight, her arm, and other parts. It was severe. The local hospital in her small town did not know how to handle acid attack burns, so it just made this already very difficult healing process more painful. Add to that, she said she was petrified because her face was hit with acid, and not that she's vain, but the whole time in the hospital she's thinking, my son is so young, he's gonna be freaked out when he sees me because mommy doesn't look like mommy anymore.
Mommy looks scary for kids, right? And she said the only thing that kept her going was when she did finally see her son, instead of being terrified or scared or confused, he just ran to her and gave her a hug. But she is still terrified for her life. Jasmine, the American girlfriend of Gaddis, one of Gaddis's exes, says if he's back in Europe, at some point Diane will die. It's just a matter of when. That's how much he allegedly hates Diane. Some netizens have no clue that there's all this dark, grim history around Gaddis. They just
That's
think he's
probably
a
where
weird
he
health
is.
freak online.
That's probably
Other
where he's gonna
netizens,
go
they know
back
everything that's been
then
going on, and they just
to
comment,
finish
it's
the
funny how much of a
job.
hypocrite this guy is.
Hearing how
Says
he
you can be
hurt, like, felt
ultra-naturalistic,
about
but is an internet beggar leeching on government
fucking
support and blames his fans for not sending him enough Bitcoin, eats raw meat.
yeah, I love the way she tells stories though. She's so
And you
good.
can
She's
see
you're like on the
discuss
edge of your
vegan
seat the whole
produce,
time.
calling it crazy, and
It
then
doesn't
he
matter
proceeds
what
to
she's
lift
talking
up
about.
a severed head of a goat by the horns and chew on its flesh. Other netizens talk
Crazy.
about his followers. This guy's followers are like a cult. They really think he's a genius with all the answers. I literally saw a dude get genuinely ill from eating raw meat, and he asked about it in Gaddis's comment section. Gaddis said something along the lines of, oh, it's just part of the process, and the dude was so brainwashed, he was like, thank you for the wisdom, Gaddis. So that is the situation with the YouTuber Gaddis Severage. I didn't even know this was all happening. And it's crazy because it's not that, I mean, it's a very niche community that talks about it, but a lot of people know him by his health videos and don't know all this behind the scenes that has happened.
Right.
What are your thoughts? Do you think he is
That's
associated
crazy.
with the attacks? What do you think of his raw meat eating and his controversial takes?
She is
Let me know in
good.
the comments. Stay safe.
Hey Hal, good to see you. Goodbye, gotta go to bed. Have a good night. Okay. Yeah, I wanna play another one. You guys wanna do another one? Yeah. If it was the trial, it would have went on for 8 hours, so let's do it. Let's do another. Why not? Do it. Let's do it. Let's see. Okay, I don't want to do any where, like, little kids are actually attacked. Because, like, I was hoping the kid wasn't attacked in that one, and we got lucky. Let's see. Okay, let's find some. So maybe not do essay ones either. Oh, holy shit, there's a mom that microwaved her 2-month-old baby while she was having a seizure. What the fuck? Yeah, Rotten Mango. That's what it's her channel. She's really good. Oh yeah, the Bjork stalker. Wait, I think I've seen this guy's videos.
Bada bing, bada boom.
One law enforcement officer
Hold on, this one's stalker fan since acid bomb to famous singer, because if she's ugly, then no one will want her.
wrote on this forum about
I remember something about
his
this.
current life situation of having to watch all of these evidence videos that are being taken in. They wrote, no, you never get desensitized to it. You get burned out by it. I mean, some of the stuff I've seen, I can't get it out of my head. Stupid things like pet names that your partner might call you, like, oh baby, sweetie, or even big boy, will bring back thoughts of you had to witness in these videos, and it's not a great experience. I have seen things in my life that I should never have seen. I mean, things that'll make your skin crawl. Which is very scary to think about it. For those law enforcement officers, every piece of evidence that they receive, they can't just shove it away in a box or put it in a hard drive and go, okay, yeah, we've got the evidence. We're good now. They have to log every piece of that footage. They have to, in most cases, categorize the footage based on the seriousness, the violence, and even the age of the victims in the videos. There are some computer software programs to help with the logging of images, but with videos, most of the time, a reviewing officer will need to sit there and provide a written account in graphic detail of what the video contains during the timestamps during each video. A lot of law enforcement officials state bluntly, they would rather deal with dead, decomposing bodies that smell incredibly horrendous than sit in front of a computer and watch these types of videos. There are dedicated task forces for these jobs. They have to receive regular counseling, heavy psychiatric evaluations. Even before they're tasked with logging such evidence, they typically go through these extensive training periods to develop the coping mechanisms, literally just to get their mind ready to watch these videos, to deal with the potential psychological trauma of what happens when they see something like this. The turnaround rate for someone in the task force like this usually is maxed out 1 or 2 years, maybe 3. Some don't even make it past a month. Sometimes they'll leave and they'll be asked to come back because they were really good at identifying markers.
Identifying markers?
So in the video, you're not just looking at the crime. That's one element. You have to log exactly what happens in detailed format so it can be presented in court. But you're also looking for sweaters, music in the background, some sort of symbol that could indicate what state it was filmed in, what country it was filmed in, what time period it was filmed in. Was it summer? Was it winter? Was it this year? Was it last year? Some people are a little bit more skilled than others, and they'll be asked to come back. Some people don't even make it a month. It's that bad. The Hollywood, Florida police are in a very tricky situation. They're dealing with both a dead, decomposing body, and they have about 20 hours of footage that they need to go through. They need to watch 20 hours of footage to understand the full picture of what has even taken place here. It was such a bizarre call. They rushed out to this small apartment complex. They found a man dead in his apartment, completely nude. His face was painted this very grotesque green-red color, almost striped. Striped green and red fully. He looked like he was wearing a mask. He didn't even look human. The entire apartment is a mess, like a hoarding situation. The only thing that stood out immediately to them, well, it's pretty unavoidable. Someone wanted them to find it. On the wall, above the dead body, written in giant painted letters, it's taken up the whole wall, the entirety of the wall. It reads, "The 8mm tapes are a documentation of a crime, a terrorist matter. They are for the FBI." And it had an arrow pointing to a stack of tapes.
Is that the 20 hours?
Yes. So if anything is going to help them figure out exactly what happened to this dead person, it's going to be the tapes. It's not something that they can let linger or wait for a designated task force. One of the tapes is even titled "The Last Day." They insert the tape and press play. The man's death is entirely caught on camera from start to finish, from him heavy breathing before his violent end, and even afterwards he lets out this kind of gasp of air, but it sounds like someone gurgling mouthwash, and they just watch him die right there on the screen. Okay, we'll start rewinding the tape. They start rewinding the tape to right before he dies. And right before he dies, he had ripped the pages out of a book to make this little empty space, like a hidden compartment inside of a book. and inside of it, he had placed a bomb. He video logs that he plans on sending this book bomb, to one of the most well-known female celebrities in the entire world, straight to her home address. The officers stare at each other. Stop the tape right now. They pause it. Did we not just see a book that looks just like that still inside of his apartment? Get everybody out now. Get them out now and call the bomb squad.
Oh, shit. Ooh. Hold on, my light went off. What'd you say?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten
Okay,
Mango to
I'll
support
get
the
you a
National
shirt.
Network to
Hang on,
End Domestic
guys.
Violence.
I'm gonna pause this for just a Oh, I just poked myself in the eye. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my kid a shirt and then... Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, I'm back. Also getting a snack. Because who doesn't like true crime and snacks? Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to do a couple things for the kiddo.
To creating a social, political, and economic environment in which partner-related workplace and stalking violence no longer exist. They provide legal resources and support for things like restraining orders and much more. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Now, before we get started, a few quick disclaimers. There are a lot of heavy topics in today's episode, references to hate speech, racism, violent stalking, and self-exit. Additionally, the perpetrator in this case states that he has a genetic disorder as well as struggles with his mental health. Obviously, it shouldn't need to be said, but just in case, these are unrelated diagnoses, and anyone with similar disorders or mental health struggles is not inherently violent, nor does this particular case represent communities as a whole. So
Okay, I got you as soon as this video is over.
First of the 20 tapes, which we will refer to as the video diaries. 20 separate tapes, 20 hours long video diaries. It starts on Ricardo Lopez's 21st birthday. His present to himself is this: the camera to document his life, his art, and most importantly, his big plans. He looks at the camera. Do you want to see something funny? I'm going to show you who I am. And he pinches his cheeks, so his thumbs are at the edges of his mouth, and he pinches his upper cheeks to make like a very scary smiley face. And he gets closer to the camera and closer. I am a monster. Can you see me smiling at you? Comfort is what I seek in speaking to you. Something with, I don't know, something that makes me feel better. For a long time, I've been speaking into a mirror and being my own psychologist or whatever.
Yeah, I remember this guy. This guy was really weird.
He said that he plans on documenting his plans to send his favorite celebrity an HIV bomb, because she deserves to die. So he's gonna find a sex worker that has AIDS, pay for her blood. Obviously, he's not gonna sleep with her. He states that. Then inject the blood into hypodermic needles, send her a package looking like it's from a PR firm from New York City that's inviting her to an AIDS gala. That's perfect. In research for funding for AIDS, she's gonna open up the invitation and boom, straight into her thumbs, 2 needles will inject her with
cool.
HIV AIDS blood.
Pearl.
He states, I really like this AIDS thing. It's sort of poetic. Technically, if you really want to get into it, it's much easier than having to go fly over there and stalk her, or shoot her, or stab her. He said he would make the package seem like a formal invitation. He pretends to have his thumbs poked at one point, and he starts screaming bloody murder, because that's his master plan. This way, I mean, she can't not think about him. He will be the biggest part of her life. He will be the one person in her life that she'll never stop thinking about. She'll never forget him.
Those 2 hypodermic needles are going to poke her thumbs, thus introducing into her bloodstream HIV-contaminated blood.
So for the next 20 hours...
What a fucking crazy motherfucker.
So he's not vlogging like 20 hours straight. He will start documenting his own mental collapse until he finally, successfully nails a bomb to London. 9 months later, Ricardo Lopez would be dead. 20 hours of footage would be taped that shows his mind completely breaking apart, and he just gets further and further from reality. And a bomb will be sitting in a South London post office, getting ready to be delivered to a famous celebrity's residence. Just sitting there, rattling, bubbling, waiting to be opened. If you were to open the cardboard box, you would see a book in there. A book. And once you open that, everything would go to John, the maintenance man at the apartment building in Florida. He has had multiple calls about the same thing, which feels abnormal. It's September 16th, but it's still a little hot in Florida. But there's no reason for anything to be stinking up the entire place. Sometimes during the summer, you get trash left out. You mix it with the heat, the humidity of Florida. Yeah, it starts having a pungent smell that feels like it's piercing through your brain. But right now, it's fall, it's September. He makes his way over to the apartment building. And yeah, okay, it does kind of smell rancid. He had a few tasks that he wanted to do prior to all of this, but the smell is so intoxicatingly horrendous, he feels like he's gonna pass out. He starts investigating, which is basically just him walking around, pausing, aggressively sniffing, and then walking around, pausing, and aggressively sniffing. And he's trying to figure out if the smell gets stronger or weaker in certain areas. Right here is the most pungent scent. He looks up and he sees the door leading directly into apartment A. He scrambles to get the keys out. He knocks on the door. Maintenance! So the maintenance staff, they're allowed to come in without prior approval in this building to fix emergency issues, which in this case, it seems like it's an emergency issue. Everybody's been complaining about
Jesus,
this.
Dylan.
He opens the door and nobody's home, or at least nobody's responding. The smell just keeps getting stronger as he walks in. The entire apartment is trashed. It's disgusting. It's filthy, but not gross enough to cause a scent like this. He steps over random pizza boxes on the ground. He sees this random... Okay, this is a tiny, tiny, cramped little apartment, and what takes up most of the space is this sculpture of a woman's face made out of clay. It's probably the size of my upper torso.
Yeah.
It's like a paper mache type of face, or
clay, I would say.
Clay.
Yes, and it looks professionally done. Like, whoever is doing this, it doesn't look like something I would do. It looks well. It looks good. It resembles a person.
You can tell this is someone.
Yes. And if you're familiar with specific people, you might even be able to tell who this is. It's that specific in detail. It's just very strange. The maintenance man looks down, and there in the middle of the apartment, laying on the ground,
I'm doing good.
Dead, is a man's fully nude body. He looks not human. He looks like a monster. His body had already started decomposing in the Florida heat, so his body is different blotches of different colors. His face is painted red and green. His head is completely shaved. His eyebrows are shaved. It looks like he put on a Halloween mask, but only on the front of his face, but it's clearly not a mask. And he's dead. Did he paint his own face before passing, or did somebody else paint his face? But why? There's a giant pool of blood underneath him. John turns on his heels. He walks right out of that apartment. He immediately calls the police. Authorities rush in. They survey the scene, and it's confusing because was this man kidnapped? Is this a terrorist organization? Because remember on the wall it said it's a terrorist crime, a terrorist matter. This is for the FBI. On the fridge, the words N-word lover are painted, and there's one last weird note left behind. On a canvas, like an art canvas that you would get at the store, situated directly behind the dead body, are the words, the best of me. The best of me. The authorities are so confused until one of them points out, the man died from a gunshot wound to the head. It appears that the way he slumped over, he would have been sitting right in front with his head in front, directly in front of that canvas. Meaning, it seems like the intention being, given the placement, that his brain matter was supposed to splatter onto the canvas, and that would be the best of him.
Yeah.
At the same time, other officers continue watching the tapes. I mean, they're already putting the tapes in and watching them because time is of the essence. They see the dead man, Ricardo, before his passing, taking the bomb and going to the post office and shipping it successfully. He ships it all the way to England, London, where the singer has a home. They rushed to call Scotland Yard, which is the FBI of England. The package had already arrived in a small post office in South London, and it was about to be dispatched and delivered to the singer's address. But they caught it. Do you know the best way to defuse a bomb, if you can?
Throw it into the water.
It's to make it explode. It's a controlled explosion. Either the bomb squad will evacuate the area and
He
detonate the
said
bomb,
throw it into
or
water.
if possible, the best case scenario would be to get the bomb, place it in a vessel or a robot that can handle the size of explosion that they're expecting from this size bomb, have it safely transported to a remote location, have it detonated.
But it's an
in a
AIDS
controlled
bomb.
environment. Usually the bomb is placed under a reinforced chamber or it's buried deep into the ground. Sometimes the bomb squad will add additional explosives inside to make sure that the device is completely destroyed and no longer active after detonating. That is what the Scotland Yard do to this bomb, the one that was addressed to the globally known famous singer. But now that the bomb is detonated, the singer is safe and secure, she never got the bomb. There's a few lingering questions. Why did this man from Florida send an Icelandic musician living in London a bomb? Like, it's so random. There's no connection. They don't know each other other than maybe he listens to her music. And why is he dead now? I mean, what was his plan? But it's crazy that it went through customs. That is kind of crazy.
But is it because it's a very different bomb? Like he's made it like needles and all that?
Yeah, it's not necessarily an explosive type of bomb. Yeah. Now, the dead man's name is Ricardo Lopez, but a lot of people that know him, they just call him the Bug Man. He's an exterminator. That is his occupation. And he works for his older brother, George, who owns this pest control company in Florida, which, you know, Ricardo is not very happy about. If you told Ricardo, when you drop out of high school at 16 years old to pursue art, you're going to end up being the Bug Man, he probably would not have believed you. Because that's crazy.
What type of art?
He did a lot of drawings, pastels, watercolors. I mean, he does seem to be skilled at art. He seems to have a talent, yeah.
Oh, the statue was made by him?
The sculpture is made by him. Now he's 21 and just exterminating cockroaches and flies on a daily basis. He would have these little outbursts on the job, and this is why his brother would constantly keep an eye on him. It's always been a thing in the family that Ricardo isn't the most mentally stable. You know, he's a little unhinged, but they try to be understanding. He would have these outbursts. I'm an exterminator, a bug man, as many people would choose to refer to me, you know, cockroach man. But most people in this world, I'd say, the majority are cockroaches, me being one of them. If you look around you. I'm a piece of shit, eh? That's why I'm not interested in finding a girlfriend. I'm a dirty, sloppy, fat, disgusting piece of shit, okay? But he still took pride in his work. He would say, I really enjoy destroying these cockroaches. It's a pleasure for me. That and the fact that he had access to a lot of harsh chemicals because of his job. He would say things like, I have access to many potentially catastrophic chemicals, and that's my advantage, because anybody can have guns. Chemicals? People need access and knowledge, and I do. Which, to be fair, maybe he's just dealing with the trauma of having his dreams go down the drain, and this is his way of boosting his ego. I mean, I think it's terrifying, but I think a lot of his friends tried to be understanding about it. That's what his brother George and his friend Ralph thought. Other than these little outbursts at work, though, about how everybody's just cockroaches, other than that, Ricardo was typically okay most of the time. When he wasn't ranting about people calling him the Roach Man, he would have small, odd moments, but they were really small. So one time he was sitting with his friend, Ralph, at dinner, and the two of them are so close that silences throughout the dinner, no big deal. They're sitting in silence, enjoying each other's company, until Ricardo suddenly breaks the silence. What if you saw your ex-girlfriend working at a strip club? What? Just imagine her stripping down in front of everyone. The two start debating what they would do in that situation, and I guess the primary reaction would be shock, right? There's another moment of silence before Ricardo comments. Just because you kill somebody doesn't mean that you don't love them anymore.
This is what the friend shared?
He shared it in his video diaries.
Oh.
I told him, you know, just because you kill somebody doesn't mean you don't love them. And he goes, yeah, you're right, yeah. Just because you kill somebody doesn't mean you don't love them. So I didn't expect that, but that's interesting.
So, yeah, I mean, Ricardo has these little quirks here and there. I mean, like a few years ago, there was another incident. Ricardo's family had walked into his room, and it was pretty terrifying. I mean, but also potentially amusing if they thought this was some sort of, like, YouTube prank. Starting from the top where the ceiling begins, all the way down to the floor, every single inch of every single wall is covered in the same face. A picture of the same face. Ricardo had taken a picture of one person and taped it all over his walls.
Like those YouTube pranks.
Exactly. But it wasn't a prank. I mean, what the hell? Like, what's going on? Is this the celebrity that he won't stop talking about nonstop? The one that he purchased all those magazines about? Is that the one? The CDs? Like, why is he obsessed with her?
Right.
Ricardo would come home and try to convince them it's for an art project. It's supposed to be like creative expression. But the family would never forget because it was just so strange. Ricardo would later say this was his attempt to get rid of his obsession. I mean, think about it. If you're obsessed with somebody, if you're obsessed over a famous celebrity, how are you going to move on? How are you going to continue in reality? If you think that you have a chance at dating them and your whole life is being held back, how do you move on? He has to break the fantasy. He said, I was going to desensitize myself. I had hundreds of photographs of her face all over my walls and everything. That way I would get sick and tired of looking at her face, and it would lose that magicalness. That's a big step for me. But clearly, it didn't work. That's not what happened. Because the police are now sorting through 20 hours of footage left behind. They're learning about his plan to send his obsession an HIV-infused bomb, and they just need answers because this case is going to blow up internationally. They need to figure out what to tell the public. Did he send other bombs? Is this a case of a deranged stalker? Did he stalk any other celebrities too? Are there other crimes that he might have committed? And why Björk? Why this celebrity? The tapes are only from Ricardo's perspective of things, and how much can they trust? From records, they can see that Ricardo Lopez was born in Uruguay before immigrating to the US as a kid. He first moved to Georgia, that's where he was raised, then to Hollywood, Florida.
Georgia?
Yeah.
It was here.
Yeah. But that doesn't tell them too much. I mean, the authorities, they reach out to people who would have known Ricardo when he was a kid, and they want to know because sometimes those with obsessive personalities, to the point that they become violent towards their obsessions, there might be signs when they're young. There might be little clues. Everyone who knew Ricardo was very confused on how to answer the question. I mean, he was close with his family. There was nothing to indicate that something was wrong. I mean, unless you consider being very shy a crime. He's just one of those kids that didn't make a lot of friends. He liked to keep his circle small. He was an introvert. Very big introvert, actually. I mean, even now, he probably only had like one guy friend? Two guy friends?
When was this happening?
96.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ralph being one of his best friends. But you know what? Now that they're all thinking about it, he did have this thing where he was terrified of talking to girls. Like, terrified. But everybody just thought, I mean, he's super shy. He was extremely intelligent, though, so he just maybe not interested in dating? He did have this fantasy, though, that he would become this world-renowned artist, and that would occupy his mind since childhood. But he didn't become one, right? Well, he never applied to any schools. He was too terrified of rejection, so he just wouldn't apply. He did have this small thing, though, where he would sometimes get fixated on certain movies or certain actresses. Like, one time he was watching Thelma and Louise, and he knew every line to
What the
that
fuck
movie.
song is that?
His favorite was this actress named Gina Davis. It's almost like he watched anything that she was in. I mean, anything for her, he would watch it, he would buy it. He knew everything about her. He could recite any line that she had in any show or movie, even if she was just, like, making a cameo and had one line in a show. He would know that line, and he would know the timestamp of when she comes on. Which sounds a little bit alarming, but one day he went to go buy a magazine with her on the cover, and he realized that Gina Davis is now in a public relationship with fellow actor Jeff Goldblum. He was devastated. You would almost think that Gina Davis was cheating on him, that they were in a relationship or something, which is alarming, but he got over it, which is probably why his friends and family didn't think anything crazy about it. It's not that alarming. I mean, eventually he gets over it, so what's the matter, right? So why didn't he get over Björk? Why go so extreme? If you guys don't know, Björk is an Icelandic musician, and she is honestly...
Team America, is that the one where...
I went to Reddit, people describe her music style as...
It has the song America Fuck Yeah in it, because I think I have seen it. It's like,
one of a kind, full of emotion. I mean,
it's like a, kind of like a cartoon.
One person writes, it's a very emotional experience from a sonic form. Initially, causes much confusion.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
At first, and then it just creeps up on you until you are utterly and hopelessly in love with her music. I've never listened to her music prior to the research of this case. I might start after. I mean, not that she, like, needs my streams or anything. She's massive. She is one of the biggest names in music, to the point where a lot of other experimental artists, they all get compared to her. So, for example, Grimes. She doesn't like being compared to Björk. She loves Björk, but she just gets annoyed that all experimental musicians get compared to Björk, especially if they're a girl, or if they identify as like a woman, right? But that's how big she is. If you're in the experimental music world, everybody's getting compared to Björk. And that's like the highest compliment you could probably get. She was one of the biggest names in the industry. She's actually a very fascinating character. Her first album, which was an album full of covers of other artists' music, was released when she was 11. She just did it for fun. It wasn't a serious debut, but she still ended up selling 7,000 copies, which is kind of wild. And she has this very fascinating background, which probably contributes to the way that she makes her music. Her dad is this super conservative leader of the union type of figure, like the labor union. Her mom is an activist that everybody said kind of lived more of a commune lifestyle. They called her a hippie. Her parents are divorced, by the way, so she grows up between going to her dad's house, which is super rigid, very rule-oriented home, to her mom's free-spirited, everybody gets to do what they want. There's 8 adults living in that one house. Even the kids, the type of environment, just back and forth, back and forth. It's a very complicated background. Björk said that she loved and hated the experience of being so free on her mom's side. She said, can you imagine being brought up by 7 grown-ups who all hate work and all they want to do is play games all day and tell you 4-hour-long stories and make kites?
She said she loved and hated.
Yes, like she loved it and grew to resentment because when you're a child, you want order and authority at points. She said the house was painted purple, so... yeah, later in Björk's musical career, she becomes very experimental. Apparently one time, she wanted the acoustics of a song to sound a very specific way. So she went ahead and starts recording in a bat-infested cave in the Bahamas. She like went to a cave and starts recording in there. She wants to be in very particular environments that embodies the type of music that she's trying to make. She once said in an interview, a lot of what I was doing before was to please other people. It had been my biggest fear since I was 11 to be in the spotlight. In the band that I was in Iceland, I even tried to look as ugly as possible so that people would listen to the music, but not look at me. Being a woman gets in the way. If people see me as a object, it is their problem. And yet, there was this very, very big problem. A fan from Florida had become so obsessed with Björk, with her music, that he planned on grooming her. This is so complicated, let me explain. Ricardo Lopez is 21 years old when he starts taping his video diaries. Björk is 31 years old, so how would he groom her? I mean, that term specifically refers to the manipulation of someone far younger than you, typically underage. But Ricardo has a plan. His plan is to time travel. The ultimate fantasy. In his video diaries, he describes his plans way better than I can because they're so unhinged. But he states he wants to go back in time and meet Björk when she's a little child. Why?
To be the single most important influence on her life.
What does that mean? Help her develop that attachment for me. I go back and I become the single most important person in Iceland for the fact that, imagine a traveler from the future that comes with news from the future, and I came to Iceland exclusively to see her, you know? Besides, going to the past is simple compared to going to the future. The future is, well, cryonics, the art of freezing people, right? That sounds crazy, but there's a corporation in California that freezes the rich and famous. They'll freeze your whole body, pump out all the water in your body, and then they inject like a gelatin into you, put a different cocktail of drugs into you to help your cells avoid freezing. And it goes into detail, and I can talk about it later if I want. But the thing is, they freeze your body for the future. They just don't have the technology today to resuscitate you. But they will soon. So this is the plan. You get frozen, and then 150 years later, 250 years in the future, you wake up and they have a time machine type thing that's already built. Well, that's the fantasy, right? The plan was to freeze himself, wake up in a time machine, right? Then go back to the past to be the single most biggest influence on Björk's life. He says, me being there in her reproductive years or young, flowering years, looking up to me, you can change people at an early age, but not when they're much older. The earlier, the younger you are, the more vulnerable.
What
okay?
the fuck
Especially
is wrong with this
Their minds
guy?
are very vulnerable. Ready for information? That's how minds work.
That's how minds work, and the younger you are, the more susceptible it is to a person with a plan, sort of like to, not to abuse it, but to mold it,
I want to get her to be interested in me. Man, who the hell is this guy? If I go back in time, change her
Not
life
to abuse
completely,
it, but
and she
to
decides
mold
to stay
it,
in Iceland,
right?
and she pursues, her career, of course, but in a different, completely different fashion, this and that, and maybe she's not famous, okay? Either way, the plan is Go back in time with the knowledge that I have now and just bring her the utmost pleasure, you know? She's never had any experience if I meet her when she's that young. And imagine what that
Probably
means, your
not
first
for a little
experience, you know,
bit.
for hours. He talks about performing oral. Yeah.
First of all, is he being serious or is he like just like talking out of thin air right now?
It seems like this was his ultimate fantasy, but he realizes it's not gonna work. He doesn't have the money to get frozen. He doesn't know if this is a surefire plan, so he's just gonna kill her instead. But this is his ultimate fantasy, if he could make anything work.
Wow. Okay, so his ultimate plan is go to this company, get frozen,
Yeah.
wake up like 50 years, 100 years later.
Next to Walt Disney.
Next to Walt Disney?
Who is allegedly frozen, yes.
Oh, okay. And there will be a time machine built from the future, and then you jump in there and travel all the way back.
Yes.
To groom her.
Yes.
Wow.
And I don't know where in the
What a
timeline this is, but he
weirdo.
talks about being her very first. And how he will go down. And he would say things like,
You know, make yourself comfortable, get a pillow, and say, baby, you know, I'm going to be here a while. So don't have any anxieties about me quitting up, you know, right when you're getting started or before you finish. Because I'm going to be here a while.
boom. I would probably have her sit on the washing machine or something like that because, you know, the vibrations during the spin cycle, anything that would help. And then I would just calm down that beast, you know, her sexual desires. And then she would be happy and I would make her laugh and feel great. She would be happy with me. You know,
Now
for
I
some
see
reason-
why he
oh,
wanted
man,
to
I saw
meet
how amazing it was,
her
too.
when she was
You know,
11.
when men go down there on women. Again, I don't know where in the timeline this is. I mean, either way, it's very alarming, disturbing, and jail. But he continues. I even blush from the results from guys doing that to girls. Like, it's overwhelming. Like, man, you can make a girl feel like that? Wow, that's truly bewildering. Keep that as my weapon in my mind, you know? I learned a lot about it, especially from lesbians, who, you know, are undoubtedly the best. So, 2 things I have as a weapon if I go back into the past are making a girl arrive at the destination. I'm saying it like that, he's saying it much more crass, through going down there. And 2, making her laugh. 2 of the reasons why any girl would stay with me. He says that he needs Björk to see him, like really see him for who he is. He states, Björk has been an incredible part of my mind. It started with a crush and ended up with an obsession, which I'm not embarrassed to admit now. It's an obsession. It sort of calmed down.
Yeah.
I mean, times I've been okay with it. It flared up. The flaring up usually comes about by, you know, reading an article. See, I had nothing in my life at that point, really. I was just working. And my life was pretty empty, especially about real feelings, being in love, having an infatuation. It was this euphoric feeling. I had something to look forward to every day. Her music, herself, her being alive was making me happy. I wanted to make her as happy as she made me. What's so startling about this footage, and I watched all 20 hours of it, like at points he says he knows it's crazy, but the way he talks is so casual and is so blunt, it's almost like, I mean, this is what it is. He's not like fanatic, like, oh my god. He's just very like, this is what it is. I mean, I want her to be as happy as she makes me. Like he's talking about someone he personally knows. The first time Ricardo heard Björk's song was at his brother's house. Her music video was playing on the TV, and he glanced over. It was weird. He was like, she is weird. The song was honestly, in his humble opinion, not that great. She has insane vocals, don't get me wrong. He has to give her that. But it's not his style, which is fine. It's just like, the style is kind of what the fork. But as an artist, he could resonate with her style. Just her uniqueness. The fact that she's so creative and is not boxing herself into a genre, that is the message he can get behind. Anyways, he goes home after his brother's house and he remembers, oh yeah, that music video. He gives it another listen, mainly to get inspiration for his own art because he's trying to be an artist. But he can't stop looking at Björk's face. Just the way she did everything. He said it's just this mixture of beauty and strangeness. He said he had never seen a girl quite like her. At first, she kind of looked Chinese? No, more mixed. Just, quote, beautifully strange, exotic, you know? And anyway, I loved her voice. And that was the moment she, quote, entered my mind. And it's almost like she was looking for him too, or she wants him to find out. He states that he would randomly be watching other TV shows that have nothing to do with Björk, and then suddenly she would just appear. By chance. And he would be watching this long interview and all of a sudden Björk would be a guest and he thought, oh, okay, that's cool, I guess. I get to listen to her talk again. The way he says it gives me the inkling that that is not true.
Yeah.
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 I get to listen to her speak again, and he just keeps noticing all the special things about her face. But this time it's like her little quirks and mannerisms and her accent. She's got an Icelandic accent, and it's very pronounced. He said, I'm completely intrigued. And I myself have many of those similar quirks, like scratching and the crinkling of her nose, picking her pantyhose. I myself as a child had many of those quirks of like fidgeting. And I found that kind of cute, and then I learned she had a son. I didn't know how old she was. She looked so young. I guessed her to be in her early 20s. Very young. She looks almost like a little girl. No wrinkles. Very, very young.
I was quite surprised later when I learned that she was, 28 at that time. I was like, wow, man, no way. It was a little bit of a letdown in a way.
But he couldn't stay away. Everything about her, just the way she talks. In one interview, she said, I insist to be happy, mad, sad, stupid, brilliant, genius, horrible. I mean, happy. I'm gonna be it all. I make an effort not to forget all these different colors, to get hilariously drunk and forget to pay my electricity bills and to forget what time it is and miss airplanes and run a band without a fault. He resonates with that. He would read what every single person was saying about her. One comment reads, she uses her voice much more than a vehicle for lyrics and poetry. She communicates textures when she's singing. I saw her live a few years ago, and her vocals are no joke. I have been obsessed with watching C-dramas recently, and there is no better way to unwind after a long day than to play a show and really immerse myself in a whole new world while being off. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. That she's always been cute and smiling, and the way can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime or one thing or the other.
Okay, sorry.
The sun.
We hit
We
the
have that
ad.
need in us to look up and to worship. Now, for some people, it's it's different things, but everybody worships something. For a lot of people, it's money. Oh, that's their god. Other people, it's pleasure. That's their god. People always submit themselves and look up to something. Apparently, in my case, it's her. A human, just like me, an imperfect, fleshly creature, which I put her in this angelic status. I see her like a daughter. A lot of it has to do with her childlike looks and her childlike voice.
Like a daughter, but he wants to have sex with her.
I never really saw her as far as her beauty. I never really saw her as elegant and this and that. She's always been cute and smiling in the way she was like a daughter type of figure. The most I've ever wanted to do with her, I've never had thoughts about her, is just to hold her. I've had many fantasies of just holding her, just her holding me, so it'll be all right. Feeling her lungs, taking the breath of life and expelling it. It's quite a feeling, isn't it? What I just felt right now, I just felt a rush. It's kind of silly, but it makes sense. Technically, God had to fill the earth, bring males and females together. This is different. When you look at the person and you just want to hold them in your arms forever, I love you, just be there together, just me and her, and feel that bond. The reason why there's magnetism like that, now for anyone to tell me that that's not love, they're the ones who are out of their minds, because that's plain and simple. Because this is a very instinctual type of thing, because we're animals and stuff like that. The male, the instinct has always been that protective provider type of role. The woman instinctively has more of that caregiver, the preparer of foods, this and that.
When a man sees a woman as a little bit of a childlike, helpless, somewhat, he sees her like, submissive, and that's very attractive.
When a woman blushes, it starts in the cheeks. And I always found that subconsciously attractive. Never really thought about it. She's blushing. She looks cute. I never thought of it. But it's flattering, Very childlike. Very innocent. And then the flushing moves down the neck. And then after a while onto the chest. And that's a very response, okay? Because again, men like a submissive, helpless little girl looking up to you. Even back during the Victorian ages, women would sometimes have he goes on monologues.
Where?
Yes.
Like, what video is this? Like, number 1?
Oh.
The introduction?
Let me tell you, it's all merging together. I think this is like 5 or 6.
Okay, so he goes on, he's just talking about his thoughts.
Yes, nothing is very coherent. So as he's like making bombs, yeah, he will go on his thoughts. Sometimes he will literally just vlog. He'll come home after work and then just turn the camera on and share his thoughts before going to bed.
And sometimes you're saying he's working on a bomb?
Yeah.
Is he vlogging the bomb too?
Yes.
And he's talking while he's working on the bomb? Like random thoughts?
Random thoughts.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah. Even back during the Victorian ages, women would sometimes have heels, like 6-inch heels or something like that, and they'd be walking on their toes. They always had to have an escort that they, when they
Sorry,
walked,
back
because
to
they would
her
follow them.
thoughts.
And that helped, because hopelessness is very attractive to males. Instinctual. He continues, I think that's my underlying reason for my attractiveness to her physically. That and her voice, too. She has such a childlike voice. When she spoke, very sweet, very subtle. And then when she sang, unbelievable. The degrees of emotion that she sparked in me. And her face, larger eyes, they look more childlike. Higher cheekbones.
It's basically just, it's not really like a looking young thing, though. It's just being submissive to them type ordeal.
Also, she's...
But it starts getting weird once, like, it's when they look young, because then it's, like, borderline...
More than most people do. Every line, everything...
Which, I mean, I can't say... I can say this, because I look young. I can say it. Because people be like, you look so young. I'm 29, dog.
Very, very crazy aspects of a child. And now
But then, yeah, people seem to like that. It's kind of weird.
It's getting bad. Ricardo actually knows it's getting bad.
Sorry, I had to get a
retreat
drink.
into his little fantasy world where he's having full-blown conversations with her in his mind. I mean, just constant back and forth.
That's creepy.
And at first he said it was
if you're having full-blown conversations with
such an entity in my life.
some girl and that you does not know you.
Thing that Björk put out, he had to buy it. He had to own it, possess it. Even if a magazine just had a small little "Who Wore It Best" segment on Björk with one picture, he would buy the whole thing. It's like the more he owned of these products, the closer he was to her. He starts keeping up with where she's promoting what song, doing what tour. I mean, he was almost keeping tabs on all of her whereabouts. He starts writing a 803-page journal documenting his love for Björk. 803 pages. Everything he learns about her, how it makes him feel, he doesn't want to forget a single thing. Interestingly, his journals would bounce back and forth between his love for Björk. He wrote her name in that journal over 400 times. He mentions a few other celebrities here and there, and it's all interwoven with these monologues of how much he hates himself and he's a big loser. He made at least 150 references to himself being a failure and over 50 references of violence, ranging from violence against himself and straight up murder.
Murdering the Björk?
Yeah. And it's starting to piss him off a little bit that she never writes back to him. Because he's writing her letters. He's part of her fan club. He says, if she had just written back just once, I would have been happy. But she didn't.
So this is basically the song, Stan, from Eminem.
That's what a lot of people say, about this case. Instead, the worst day of Ricardo's life happens.
Yeah.
Ricardo and his buddy Ralph were out to the movies one night, and they bought tickets, but they still had some time to kill before the movie. The magazine aisle. He sees 2 magazines with Björk on the cover. Jackpot. He buys both. If Björk is on the cover, he doesn't even check the price. He grabs it.
Same magazine? Price?
No, 2 different.
Oh, 2 magazines.
He buys both of them, throws it into his little basket. He's so excited, but he has to play it off cool in front of Ralph, make it seem somewhat normal. He just casually flips through it here and there. And then when he gets home, he starts really analyzing it. The first magazine was good. I mean, she just has the most enchanting look. He says, when I first looked at her, wow, she blew my mind completely. I've never seen her look like that before. Those olive green eyes. But by the second one, things are starting to get weird. In an interview, all Ricardo members or wants to remember from this is that she talked about having a rough relationship with alcohol. He scrambles in his diary. She's an alcoholic. Big time. Which is not very childlike of her.
He did not like that.
Yes. And
so he's
yes, but nothing compared to this. And she has a lover. So at this point, she already has a son.
Yeah.
But there in the print, in the words, states that she's in a relationship with a music producer named Goldie. He flies into a rage. He starts spiraling in the video diaries, thinking about what the 2 of them have done together intimately. He says, she broke the worst law you can break, in my book. She went out with a black man and f***ed him.
Wow.
Probably went down on him too. Who knows? She probably even got him in the back. Like, he goes on a rant of how all the black men are taking the white woman. Side note, he's from Uruguay, so he's South American.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess it's like, Okay, so it's very interesting. A lot of people have analyzed this, and I don't know if I should be in the one speaking of this, but in the beginning of the video diaries, he's very much white passing. His cadence, I guess, is what you would consider more American. You don't hear much of his accent. And he has this like fluffy, floofy hair that looks very quintessential, I guess, like white. But then throughout this diaries, he starts shaving his head and he starts letting his accent come out more freely. So it's very I don't know.
Why did he shave his head?
Oh, he has like a mental break again throughout the video diaries, and he declines physically and mentally. So he just shaves his head twice.
Just a little mental break.
Yeah. We'll get into it.
Oh, okay.
So he starts ranting. There's less than 3% of white women in this world, okay? But to let you know some of the facts, to remind myself, 3% of white women in this world that are of childbearing age. 3%, that's it. And now they're dating black men? Well, he doesn't even say black men. He uses, like, a lot of slurs. He also goes on to state that the best type of place for him to attack, another fantasy of his, is to go, quote, shoot up a place, and the best target, quote, would be a fucking rap concert.
The best target would be a fucking rap concert. Oh my god. Those are the type of people that I would love to exterminate. You know, I'm gonna die fine. But you are big, all you motherfuckers with.
Whoa.
He continues, I mean, like, this is a satanic thing.
No, I got a different one. I finally finished the one earlier. Whoa.
It's to be with a fucking, like, it's set up for me to do something. I mean, I know she's been with other guys before. You think I like that? No. But what I do many times, I try to think, it's not that big of a deal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's not a big deal to me, though, because I'm a virgin. I've never had, I've got tons of footage of it, all different kinds, but I'm a virgin. I've never known a woman. And she's been with a French guy, and they say the French are the best lovers. I mean, I wouldn't know if that's true or not, but I guess she knows. And now she's gonna marry this black guy, and I've already told you, that's unacceptable, you know? It's completely unacceptable. He claims that he's not just upset that she's dating someone, but it's the fact that she's dating a black man. He says, you know, for her, a dick is a dick, you know? But I'm a piece of shit. You know, the reason why whites are so afraid of, you know, black people taking their women is because, you know, like the saying goes, once you try black, you ain't going back. And me having seen many graphic movies, yeah, most black men have very big private parts. That's true. It's very true. Do I find that threatening? I mean, yeah, my dick is about this big, you know? He holds up his finger to show about 2 inches of length. Maybe 1. And I did see, because he is naked. It does clear. He continues.
It does clear, she said.
The only thing I've ever fantasized about is maybe just bringing her pleasure to satisfy her needs, you know? Just going down on her or something like that. Just giving her pleasure, fulfilling her earthly needs, not her, because I know I'm insufficient for that, okay? I have prostate problems, and I got a little, and I'm fat, and I have no stamina. Anyway, just like controlling her needs. That way she doesn't have to go out and get it. I've never really fantasized too much about being in a relationship because I can't be in a relationship with anybody because of my emotional conditions. He says in the tapes, growing up, you know, I had hopes and stuff with women, even though I was fat and this and that. Superiority complex.
Yeah, I do.
I see a little beautiful white chick and, you know, my type. The dark hair, green eyes, that's my thing. I like beautiful, beautiful woman, beautiful face. And then they see a black man. And if one day I meet up with a chick like that and she's been with a black man and I got a little dick, it's just gonna give me problems. It's very, like, okay, he's so clearly racist, but also I did see some netizens being like, I feel like he has a crush, not on Björk, but on the producer at this point. Like, it's really bizarre. She's gonna get used to big private parts down there. When I was younger, I wanted a chick. I wanted her to be my first, and then I would be her first, and you know, we could be together and go against the world, that type of thing. But I later changed the fact. Forget it. I don't want to get married. I don't want a girlfriend.
I always appreciate virgins, you know, because you know, I am myself a virgin.
And my time, you know, when I was young, I would think, I'm going to marry a virgin. Because if you got a chick with a lot of experience and you don't have no experience, then you're kissing her and you got to think, man, she's been with so many guys. How many guys has she been with? How many? And that fact alone would just kill me inside. He states that he just wanted to love Björk and she's ruined it all by dating that music producer, which is why she needs to be harmed. Ricardo tells his little video diaries that there has been a change in his plans. He says, I'm going to do it somewhat different now. The AIDS thing, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do that. Why? Because I don't have AIDS, you know, that I know of. And to obtain it from a sex worker is going to be very, very, very difficult, very complicated. So, you know, it'd be very tricky. Ricardo switches his plan to using hydrochloric acid instead.
Still in the needle, or?
No, a spray. He wants to acid attack her in a bomb.
Oh my gosh.
So what am I left with? Right now, I have two options. I'm 85% using hydrochloric acid.
If he cannot inject AIDS into her, he will spray acid all over her, permanently scarring her. The prototype is simple, a book bomb. The rest of the video diaries is of him trying to execute his new plan. He was able to get his hands on 36%, even though he wanted 100% hydrochloric acid. But he starts experimenting with the acid to see if it'll even work in the first place. He gets all suited up in what looks like a face shield, rubber apron, rubber gloves, a rain jacket. It looks like one of those disposable rain ponchos, but I'm sure it's from his former position as an exterminator, right? Oh yeah, he quits his job. We'll get into it. It looks a little more protective than a raincoat. But his biggest concern isn't even the contact with the skin. He's like, it's the fumes. The inhalation of the fumes. Now, the camera ends up malfunctioning, so we can't see what the results of the experiment are, but he does test the hydrochloric acid on pizza, bread, vegetables, and then ultimately a little bit of on himself. All with very, very disappointing results. He says, I'm not too happy with it. I don't think it was enough. I touched it with my hands. I touched the surface of it, and nothing happened. Nothing happened on the pizza either. It's just soggy. Which is how he moves to sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is the most commonly used acid for acid attacks. It is highly corrosive, and you can find it in household products like drain cleaners. It just melts things away. On humans, it'll cause at least severe burns, and then it can get even into the territory of deep tissue damage, leading to permanent disfigurement, blindness, long-term psychological trauma, and this is doing it for him. He compares the two acids on pieces of salami. The hydrochloric acid, it turns a tiny piece of the salami into a deeper red color, almost as if someone got a sunburn. But the sulfuric acid basically kills the salami with dark splotches of burnt meat all over. It's going to be the sulfuric acid. He starts manufacturing his own spray mechanism. Basically, this is his getup. He's going to have hollow out a book. He's going to send letters to Björk's management and say, hey, I want Björk to read this script of this movie that my massive Hollywood company is producing. Maybe she wants to be a part of it. He's going to ship over this book, and inside of it is going to be a hole. When you look at it from the outside, it looks like a book. But when she opens the cover to read it, there's going to be a mechanism that gets triggered, and it's going to splash sulfuric acid all over her face, chest, hair, everywhere. The biggest problem, though, with the acid is that once you wipe it off, like if you were to wipe off sulfuric acid instantly, the damage lessens by tenfold. It's still probably going to leave scars, but it's not going to be as bad. If you're able to wash it off almost immediately, it's not going to be permanent. He says it takes time for this, at least a minute to do some serious damage, I would estimate. I don't know, perhaps at least a minute, 60 seconds. Now that's the problem. Let's say I got the book. I opened it and that all over my face. The first thing I would do is run to the bathroom. If you splash a lot of water on you and then you just wash it off, it's going to do minimal damage in comparison to what it would be if it were to stay on your face for at least a few minutes, couple minutes. Oh, that'll be beautiful, man. So this is what I was thinking. As soon as you open the book and wait for like 2 seconds, let the acid go, let her scream, and then say there's going to be a voice trigger, like a little stereo system, a cassette that starts playing. This is a bomb, and it'll blow up and destroy the house. The first thing she's gonna do is grab her son and get the out of the house. Get her child or whoever's in that house, get the hell out. She's gonna worry about her face afterwards. I'm counting on that. Of course, I'm not gonna have an explosive in there.
But just the fact of, a countdown, 20 seconds, just will blow up, let her run out the house, all burning up and stuff, and then wait till, the bomb, or, the house blows up, which is not, and then all that is going to be eating up her face, little by little. That's a hell of a plan. Hell of a plan. Very insightful, very sadistic.
Very insightful, very sadistic.
And then you just wash it off. It's going to do minimal damage.
So 2 minutes then, yeah, 1 minute, 60 seconds. That's literally exactly what he said.
3 minutes. That will be beautiful. It burns right through clothing like that. Makes holes in clothing. So that's going to be fucking beautiful. Fucking beautiful.
Like I said, I'm not going to let
be
pride
fucking
stand in my work
beautiful, he
whatsoever. I don't care
says.
how much work I do on this little thing. My goal, as far as this concerns me, is to screw her up psychologically. the trust factor, just completely rape her mind, you know? Like, completely destroy that, screw her up completely, and then, of course, her up physically, okay? Ricardo starts sketching out Björk's face on a giant slab of cardboard. He does not use his so-called artistic skills on the drawing. He's mainly focused on getting her to be a somewhat believable size on the cardboard. Once he's done, he hangs up the cardboard sheet with Björk's drawing onto his shower wall. He uses his little canister that he's been preparing to put the acid into. He mixes water with black paint, puts it inside, shakes it up, lets it spray all over her. And this is supposed to be a simulation of what will happen to Björk when she opens that book. It looks like someone threw 50 water balloons at a target. It's a lot of liquid.
It does.
Dense liquid. It's not like a mist.
So it looks like it would work, and it would be bad.
It appears fatal. I mean, it gets all over the cardboard, Björk's face, neck, chest. Ricardo steps back to admire his work, and he grabs the camera, and he shoves his face in the camera.
Direct fucking hit. This is what I did. Now that there's fucking art.
I'm doing it, and I mean, all over her face, all over her chest, especially here. Man, when she takes that shirt off, it's just gonna rip it off. Her flesh. Fucking beautiful. That's gonna be in sulfuric acid, dude. I had no idea it was gonna explode all over the place so much. Wow, that's good. Because any people around are also gonna get fucked up too. That's beautiful. I'm in love with what I'm making. Hopefully I'll be satisfied with the whole mechanism as much as I am with this. This is just way beyond my expectations. Way beyond.
Much more. That's gonna be f***ing sulfuric acid, dude. Sulfuric fucking acid. Okay.
He gets excited. He says the only better thing from this plan is if he can get her and her son at once. Her son's like 5.
What?
Can you imagine if I get both her and her son, 2 birds, 1 brick? That's how he says it. You better believe, because this shoots up everywhere, man. Goes up in the air, it'll get in the eye. Can at least make her blind, give her a few scars, melt her face off, because that way nobody wants her. But if anything, she'll be so psychologically screwed up, she won't be able to be in relationships anyway. She'll be so withdrawn. I mean, she might stick to music if she has her throat intact. Yeah, and if she can't talk, she'll probably still compose music.
Yeah, same.
Ricardo's phone starts.
I was just thinking a minute ago, I like that she's embellishing in his accent a little bit.
Something like this. And she's calling him right now. Does he pick up? What is she going to tell him? Not to do anything crazy? That she loves him? That everything's going to be okay? That they're going to see each other soon and she's going to hold him in her arms? He picks up the phone. It's his mom. And afterwards, he starts vlogging. This whole week, I couldn't sleep because I started taking sleeping pills and stuff. Not to think, about my family, because I just feel guilty as hell. Just guilty. So his mom lives in Uruguay, and his brother, George, aka his boss, has been sending sly little reports to the rest of the family about how Ricardo is doing. And clearly he sees a decline. He doesn't know how bad it is. Ricardo's really good at hiding it, but he sees something is happening. And he thought he could trust his brother George, but he's just been reporting everything to the parents. Like the fact that he recently purchased a gun. His mom is crying over the phone, begging Ricardo to promise them that he will never buy a gun again, that if he loves them, he will never touch the gun. This is when we see a big shift in the vlogs. In the video diaries, it does seem that Ricardo takes a step back from his plans. His mom does seem to have an effect on him where she can kind of somewhat bring him back to reality. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still fully infatuated with Björk, but it's almost very briefly
The way
seems
she
like
said Björk.
even he himself realizes how bizarre his plans are. He's trying to at least see things in a reasonable, rational manner. He vlogs, I put it into balance. Who should I dedicate my attention to? My mother or a complete stranger? Of course, my mother. I put it into more perspective now as far as my plans that I had with her. Notice how I use the word had? It has been temporarily postponed. Why? Well, partially because I'm worrying about my mom right now, but my first attention is my mother. As a matter of fact, in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be visiting her in Uruguay. On top of that, after talking to his mom, he rented... Yeah, the timing is very strange. He rents a DVD of 14 guys having intimate relations with one woman all at once. He said that video put the world into perspective for him. It's calming him down. Watching that video over and over and over again is making him realize that he doesn't have to be angry about Björk being with a black man. I mean, at the end of the day, sex is sex, no? And this woman in the video was with a black man, with an Asian man, with all sorts of men. And he's just losing all the initial anger that he felt because he says, I was very pissed off at the beginning, but she's a grown woman and this is not anything, in this world everybody has sex. If it wasn't sex, I wouldn't be born. And besides, you know, being with a black guy, I mean, after seeing that video with all the different colors and all that, it's all the same thing. So it doesn't really bother me anymore. And I'm glad. I'm glad. I didn't think I could change, but I did. So now what to do with all the recordings I made about, you know, my plans? I can't destroy them. But it is a liability to have those, because one day, if for whatever reason somebody sees those, I'm fucked. He starts thinking about getting rid of his tapes, which is a good sign. This whole plan is about to get scrapped. He's almost in a cheery mood, saying things in the video diaries like, I want to make all the women in the world happy. I want to make my mom happy. I want to make her happy, feel happy. My mom is very worried about me. You know, she hasn't eaten in days. They haven't drink hardly anything. Dad was even crying a little, asking me if I wanted to move over there with him, and all I needed to do was find a job to pay for food. Don't worry about shelter, I can live with him. You know, they're under the impression that I'm having a hard time over here, financially. But I'm not.
Especially that day that she saw me in the airport. She came back after not seeing me for like a year. I mean, that really caught me off guard. I mean, yeah, I knew she was going to be happy to see me. And that was, I was like, oh, wow, you know, or not, you know, like that. She said hi to George, and then she saw me, and she just started crying. It's, you know, she was, I didn't go.
I wonder if the parents thought that he's about to do something to himself?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So they didn't think that he's about to hurt someone else?
No. And a series of incidents start taking place that turns this whole thing around and almost speeds it up. Ricardo gets into multiple fights with his brother. He gets very lazy at his job, and he quits his job in anger. So now George, his older brother, is no longer going to be the one keeping tabs on him. And Ricardo feels like his life is over. He's got no financial means. He has no contact with the outside world. He is going to be able to live on $2 a day on food. He has no cable, no TV, no phone service, because all of those are getting cut off. He's about to get evicted. He has nothing and nobody and no backup plan except his plan. So he just casually vlogs again with his hair shaved. I'm gonna do it. He starts ranting. She was the chain that was holding me to this world besides my mother. I mean, that sounds horrible, but the chain with my mother is because I feel dead to her. You know, I owe her. But with Björk, it's not like that. I have this link that's love. Anyway, this link that was holding me to Earth each day is gone. Is what I'm doing an act of vengeance? I'm not exactly sure, but I'm gonna destroy her. God damn it, you know? Hey, I wasn't asked to be a part of this. That's the problem with having kids. This is the problem. The people have kids for selfish reasons. People avoid childbirth control for selfish reasons, okay? And you have to ultimately pay for every mistake that you make. That is the problem with having kids.
Wait, what about kids?
He's basically saying this is his parents' fault. You can raise them the best you can and this and that, and they can end up all screwed up like me, okay?
I could be a lot worse, but nonetheless, I'm going to bring my parents and my family a lot of pain, a lot of shame. But I was not asked to. None of us are asked to be brought into this world. It is a crime. It is a fucking crime to bring children into this world, and you shall pay for it. We live in a world of monsters. Do you understand that? A world of monsters. I'm going to die.
A world of
monsters. So I will
monsters.
die as a monster. I'm not going to die an innocent man. And I held up as long as I could. My original plans were for my parents to die and then for me to do this shit, but hey, things change.
I mean, this is gonna destroy my family. This is gonna be a skeleton in their closet, but I can't live for them. If I'm gonna live, I have to live for myself. I can't do this. I can't be alive to please others. It's not gonna work. I'm too selfish for that. So, I mean, I'm sorry. But hey, I gotta do what I gotta do. So he finishes creating his acid bomb and takes it to the post office to ship it. He brings a gun with him just in case, because he states he cannot get caught. He would rather die than go to prison.
I will walk over there. I have my handgun loaded in my sack here. So, if I don't return, I just want to say goodbye to everybody. Better hurry up and go now. I'm going to go now.
He says he is successful in shipping the package. So other terrifying moments from the footage include him making comments about his body. He talks about how he has an extra X chromosome, and 1 in every 1,200 people have it. And most of the time people don't even know they have it, but some people have symptoms, and his symptoms included enlarged breasts. So he's stating even when he is thinner, he has large breasts. He just has a lot more breast tissue that becomes fattier. Yeah. So at one point, he is ranting about that. He also holds up a giant power tool, and he states that he can't use it, though, because his neighbors are going to hear the power tool. And he comments, "This is like me having a big dick. It would just be pointless. I still can't use it." In another segment of the video diaries, he's rubbing his eyes, stating that he has all these allergic reactions to the chemicals that he deals with on a daily basis as an exterminator. And he comments, scratching, "Oh, the pain hurts. My body is sending endorphins," like the expression, "oh, it hurts so good." A lot of that can be applied to sex too, especially for women. They're getting around, and it hurts for some, but it feels so good because of the endorphins. There's another point in the video diaries, he starts talking about how he was on the road and he saw a car that flipped over 3 times and crashed. He and his friend pulled over and they see a bunch of girls get out of the car, maybe in their 20s. One of them had a busted lip, the other one had a broken ankle, had blood from her head, so they stopped to help and wait for the police.
Sorry, I'm
One of
packing
the
a
girls was
bowl.
clearly in shock, major shock. She looked good,
Yeah,
but
I
she was in
have.
shock. Not good, but she looked...
What's up, Pete?
Okay.
Good to see you.
She's sitting down and he could see the outline of her private parts through her tights. And he said, "I'll be frank with you. I was not really turned off at all by the blood." That's all he gives us. He also mentions that he ran out of toilet paper, so he has to go back to using his hand. He also mentions how he is his worst enemy, and he just needs the bomb to be mailed to London, and he is able to successfully do that, if you will. But none of it matters, because it will be traced back to him, and he knows it. He knows he cannot outsmart the FBI, nor does he want to. He just knows he needs to get it to Björk, ruin her, and then he's gonna die. He says, "If they come bust down the door and arrest me, I go to prison, I become a in prison, okay? I can't let that happen. I'm not gonna survive at all in prison." He starts preparing for his death. He says one final message to Björk. He says, "Dear Björk, everyone's safety depends principally on the fact that nobody wishes to kill them. We've come to depend on what we have called the goodwill of civilization. But Agatha Christie says murder is easy. It's unfortunate that we live in a world of monsters that wish nothing more in their hearts than to strip you of every possible joy in your life. So thus I introduce myself, to strip you of every possible joy in your life. I intend no lesson to be taught. I have little insight, no ideas, no solutions that can make any difference. I just want to make you cry. I really doubt any success in this attempt. This was...
I just really want to make you cry.
just my low-risk mission. I am, though, ready to embark on my last attempt. Your death was not my intention. What you will give me is your pain, in exchange for my family's despair of my death. My death is really less related to my obsession with you. It's my unwillingness to partake in this world for various reasons. My mission, though, is related to you, because it is my last joy. Honestly, your only mistake was having caught my eye. I really should not blame you for not being what I wanted you to be. You being a mother, there is nothing more than I could take from you than your son's innocence. I would jump at the chance of disemboweling your son, slowly hammering his kneecaps into a bloody pulp in your presence, tear into his flesh, to consume his flesh, to become one with his flesh, to enter new worlds with your pain becomes my sacred key. Well,
I'm watching a Rotten Mango true crime video.
It's easier. I'm not crazy, I just pretend.
Stalker fan. It's this guy who killed himself and sent a bomb to York.
It's over then. No more pain.
Anime? Is that what this sounds like?
Alive, maimed, all destroyed emotionally, okay? It's so much
No,
more,
it's
much
a real
sweeter
thing.
revenge, you know? The French say that revenge is the dish best served cold. You know what? Oh man. It's a dopamine rush every time I think about it. Every time.
This is like a real thing. This guy made these videotapes. Like, it was like a video log before he sent like an acid bomb to Bjork's house.
God told me to, or my dog told me to, or demons have spoken to me. I want to. I am in complete control of the situation.
And videotaped his own death.
My mind,
so
me,
It's on the internet if you want
I don't know what he said.
to
Me
see.
either.
A weird
But
guy.
remember how he shaved his head through the
You
video
know.
diaries? Well, now he wants to fully get rid of all the body hair on his face and head. He uses
That
a pair of
crazy
scissors to
guy.
cut
Yeah,
hair
that
off of his
crazy
head,
guy.
which takes just as long as you would imagine, a very long time.
Yeah, the girl's telling the story. She's just,
Honestly, he
she's
looks
not
very
showing all the
terrifying, and I'm
clips.
sure it has a lot more to do with the fact that he keeps like demonically making faces at the camera after this. He doesn't talk much in the very last tape. He just slowly starts using face paint to draw red zigzags over his face. Like an artist doing a new project, he takes his time and he uses a small paintbrush. And then he uses the green to fill in the other marks like a stripe. Oh, also he paints his nipples red.
Is there a reason, meaning?
Yes, so he says that it's gonna help his family. He says, like, this way, if George finds me, you know, it won't be that much of a shock. It'll be a depersonalized type of thing because I look weird as f***, and I hope that'll be a coping mechanism for him. So I'll look just so unrealistic and unlike myself, so that should help. I mean, I do feel really sorry for their pain sometimes. But I don't think so. I think this is, like, his way of trying to be artistic and weird. He sits down and he plays his favorite Björk song called I Remember You and starts preparing himself. He starts breathing very, very heavy. A lot of netizens have stated that at this moment it almost seems like he's having a battle in his mind where it almost appears that reality is fighting to take over. And there are moments where it seems like he's about to pull himself out of his bizarre plans and his fantasy and perhaps come back to reality. But alas, he does not. He starts breathing very heavy, almost like he's hyperventilating, and then he self-exits. At the end, you hear his body make one last breath. It's like a gurgling noise. Ricardo's family were notified of his death, and they knew he had been struggling with his mental health, but it had been that way for most of his life. But because he had recently been seeing a therapist, he had sought out a therapist. He made the initiative to get help. They thought things were looking up. So side note, during all of this, Ricardo was seeing a therapist. And to be fair, the therapist did not notice anything alarming about Ricardo's behavior. And I don't think this was a case of a therapist or a family being totally negligent. But Ricardo sought out professional help just so he could get prescribed anti-anxiety medications because he didn't want to feel anxious about his plans. He didn't want to feel anxious when he went to the post office to mail the bomb. None of them knew how bad all of this had gotten. I mean, he was pretty secretive about it. They were constantly checking up on him, his family, and
crazy.
He vlogged about it. Like, they would come check up on him, and he would have to hide all of
Thanks
his
for the reactions.
It does seem like they
doing
did
that.
make as much effort as they could with their current situation and their own personal lives going
Hang on a sec, guys.
So one group of people think that Ricardo is a very sick man that tried to talk through his very confused feelings and thoughts into a video camera. That ultimately he was sick and troubled and he needed help. Some people stated that they can't help but feel bad for him. Another we feel
he's
to
a sick
degree,
man.
But why do sick men keep victimizing other people? Like, why do people always have to become victims when a man is sick in the head? I mean, you could argue there's lots of sick men, there's lots of sick women, there's lots of sick people everywhere. They don't send acid bombs to their favorite celebrities because they're sick. I mean, what are your thoughts? Which group are you in?
That's true.
Because even though the acid bomb was intercepted, it did not physically hurt anyone. I'm sure the harm was done to Björk and her team. She made a public statement afterwards where she stated, I was very upset that somebody had died. I couldn't sleep for a week, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't scare the f*** out of me. That I could get hurt, and most of all, that my son could get hurt. But she still sent flowers to Ricardo's family. Because they too lost someone special.
Well, you know, it's just kind of a sad thing, you know, if somebody shoots their face off, you know.
Somebody shoots their face off.
So it does seem like everyone is agreeing that Ricardo's family did try. It doesn't seem at all like they're just like this negligent family. She said, I just find it very sad that people get into that kind of state, you know? Well, I'm very upset, obviously. Soon afterwards, she had a new song come out called So Broken. She stated she created it while she was dealing with the trauma in her kitchen. She was just in her kitchen all day, dealing with the PTSD, and the lyrics go, so broken in pieces, my heart is so broken. Here I would go, trying to run ahead of that heartbreak train, thinking it will never catch up with me. I'm so broken. I'm trying to land this airplane of ours gracefully, but it seems like I'm just destined to crash. I'm not sure if this fact changes anything or would have changed the sequences of events, but a day or two before Ricardo dies, Björk and Goldie, her boyfriend, had broken up. Obviously, it has nothing to do with Ricardo. Neither of them knew of him at this point, but it just hadn't hit the press yet. Again, I don't think it would have changed much. I truly don't think that Ricardo was doing all of this because Bjork was dating a black man. I feel like it might have only stalled things. His obsession might have even grown bigger until she inevitably does another thing that he does not, quote, approve of. Now, side note, the package was in South London en route to Bjork's address, but it would have never gone to Bjork. She has a whole management team that fields her packages first. So unfortunately, it could have severely injured or killed someone on her team that was just doing their job. And thankfully, it was caught before it got to that point. On top of that, Bjork wasn't even in London at that point. She was actually in Florida, in the same state as him. And that is the story of Bjork's stalker. What are your thoughts?
You know, it's terrifying. I wonder, like, he can't be the only one, right? And I also wonder, you know, this happened in 96. What would he be like today? Because things are so much more connected. You can find, like, a million times more information about someone on the internet. Like, does that make things so much worse? Or is there more help to be found through online communities? Or is it just going to be so much worse?
I think so much worse. Because the way that he was obsessively somewhat tracking her, I think that he didn't know that she was in Florida because there was a delay in the news cycle. But I wonder if this was happening in today's age. If he knew, would things be different?
Right.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah. So please be safe out there, and I will see you guys in the next one.
Damn. Okay, you guys want to watch another one? Because I'm bored, and I won't be sleeping anyways, so... yeah. Yeah, I will as soon as I'm done with the true crime stuff. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's see. This is man from viral TikTok. Looks exactly like missing husband. Did he fake his death? Did he? There was one I wanted to watch. Yo, Paul, you down for another? You're like the only one here other than that is actually staying like the whole time for the videos. There was one I wanted to see, but I can't find it now. Fuck. Go for it. Why not? I don't know which one. Maybe it was on the homepage. Hold on. Let's see videos. There was one that I did want to see. It was like, I read it earlier. Okay, whatever. We're gonna listen to the guy who's missing, but he
Do you
looks like a
trust
missing
a random
husband.
stranger to give you life-altering advice? Imagine walking up to a stranger, you give them this coin. Hey, toss the coin. Toss the coin, and based off of what it lands on, by you tossing it, I'm gonna decide whether or not I break up with my girlfriend and move to the other side of the country to join a band. And my fate is in this random person's hand. Someone I don't even know. I don't even know what
Wait,
this
hold
person
on.
is. There's a very interesting house in Australia. You've got 4 roommates from Asia living in this house in Australia, and it's a guy from Hong Kong. He works in IT. He spends most of his time gaming inside of his room. Then you have a former tutor from Taiwan that is now in Australia because she said her sister really liked Australia, and now she wants to test out Australia. Then you got a couple from China who are there together making friends. So you got these 4 people living in this tiny little house. And within 3 months of living together, it is absolute chaos that just erupts. One of the rooms.
I don't know which one to listen to. Hold on, let's go to this channel because this isn't her Rotten Mango channel. It's her Stephanie So channel, or Stephanie Sue channel, should we say? And this wasn't the one I was on earlier. Hang on. Okay, I don't want to watch this channel. Dang, so it still did it.
Bada bing, bada boop.
Hang on. Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to find the right one.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Okay, we're gonna listen to the
giant,
high school boy
human-sized
inherits
Stanley
500
cup.
million,
You would need a ladder to get to
then
the very top
marry
of
a
the cup.
stranger.
You fill this room-sized cup with liquid
Sorry,
nitrogen.
2 hours
and you
later
lower
falls
the
10
temperature to
10 floors
negative
to death.
320 degrees Fahrenheit. And then you jump inside. You would not be able to survive more than a few seconds in this type of environment, but that is the secret to immortality. That is how you live forever. Dippin'
Immortality.
Dots, they actually make their ice cream that way. You know those little yummy ice balls that taste like rainbow sherbet? They're flash frozen in this cryogenic process that uses liquid nitrogen. I mean, you could be a living, walking Dippin' Dots ice cream ball for the incredibly reasonable price of $200,000. But if you don't have $200,000 and you have perhaps closer to $100,000, you could just flash freeze your head, keep it in the cooler. They'll find you a new body.
The cryogenics shit.
Good
Ew,
morning.
I just
Find
spilled
you a
my
new
drink.
body and attach you. The whole point of cryogenics is that perhaps one day bring people back, revive patients, and eventually even cure them and treat them of the diseases that killed them in the first place. To resuscitate, then save them. That's a game plan. But you can't bring back a clump of ashes or a body that's turned into fertilizer inside of a coffin. You can only bring back bodies that have been preserved, kept in the freezer for a rainy day. It's like emergency prepping, but by freeze drying your whole body.
Is that like something that's being done right now? Like,
Is that
true?
Yes, there's a few companies around the world that'll do it. One of the biggest ones is in the United States.
Wow. So like billionaires.
Yes.
They're frozen.
Yes, they're frozen. You could even set your life insurance beneficiary to be that company so that you can get frozen if you don't have billions of dollars at your disposal.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the whole argument that some people believe in this concept is there are millions of people who are alive today who they were once frozen. They were frozen sperms or eggs, frozen embryos. And we found the science, right? So why can't we find the science later? They write, in a sense, those people were cryogenically frozen and yet they are alive today. Listen, I'm not saying I support this argument. That's just the argument that they have. But a lot of people think the whole situation is kind of eerie. First of all, at that price point, only the wealthy have a shot at being immortal. Second of all, it just feels wrong. Like it's going against human principles. Why do people have to try and be immortal? Third, it's just kind of plain stupid is what people say. One cryobiologist says, there's absolutely no current way, no proven scientific way to actually freeze a whole human down to that temperature without completely destroying, and I mean obliterating the tissues. So there's actually no proof that you're even preserving anything. But wealthy people everywhere are lining up to freeze their bodies anyway. Side note, they're also freezing their pets to take with them into the afterlife. They think if it works, it works. If it doesn't, they died anyway. What's the problem? But in Taiwan, a wealthy boy is frozen for a completely different reason. For the past year, in this small morgue in Taiwan, he's not cryogenically frozen, but it almost feels like it because he's kept in limbo. An 18-year-old's body has been kept in the morgue freezer, just floating around. May 2023. 18-year-old Lai suspiciously fell from the 10th floor balcony. The reason that his death has been driving Taiwan and netizens all over the world absolutely insane is the fact that every single thing up to his death is suspicious. A week prior to Lai's death, he mysteriously inherits $15.5 million, or 500 million Taiwanese dollars. 2 hours before his death, 18-year-old Lai marries a 26-year-old man that he's only met twice. Then he dies. Not only is his death this confusing question of what actually happened, but also now, who gets his $15.5 million fortune?
Damn. They fucked that poor boy up.
As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Just a few disclaimers for today's case. This episode includes mentions of mental health struggles, discussions of alleged self-exit. If these topics are uncomfortable or triggering, please take care of yourself. Reach out to a friend. We will see you in the next one. So with that being said, let's get started. There's a lot of weird things that happen when you work in a morgue. People might not know this, but bodies move when they're dead. When gases are being released by a corpse, think of it like a balloon. They're gonna make noises, they're gonna move their body just because the gas is being slowly released. It can make corpses moan, shift positions. Sometimes they'll even try to sit up suddenly. And then the smell. I mean, yeah, obviously, the smell of death, which is not pleasant, and people talk about it all the time. But also, one morgue worker states, you have smelt nothing until you have smelt the farts of the dead. Safe to say, being a morgue
I
worker
never
is
thought
not an
about
easy job,
that.
but even for morgue workers, this incident in Taiwan is weird.
Not.
This past week, in this small, tiny morgue in Taiwan, it's been pretty busy.
He married a
The first major blow
man
was
2
a
hours
week
later.
ago, a
And then 2
neighborhood
hours later fell.
Grandpa Lai had passed. Everyone in this town knew Grandpa Lai. He lived in this small 2-story resident building in this neighborhood. I mean, the house is nothing grand. It's like 60 years old, the house itself. But not in the original Spanish-style home, selling above market price. Literally in the very humble way. It's 60 years old, and it looks 60 years old. Grandpa and Grandma Lai, they raised their kids in that house. And now they have this grandchild, Lai. Now, Grandma Lai, you would see her every weekend just working at the market, selling produce in one of her stalls. Unless you knew the family well, you would never even suspect that they were one of the wealthiest families in the entire neighborhood. Grandpa Lai, you would see him walking in and out of this house wearing the same t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. He only rode around in his bicycle, not even a motorbike. A bicycle. He just had 4 sets of clothes that he would change in and out of. Every 4 days, you would see him in the same exact outfit. And then when he would shower after a long day, he absolutely refuses to use the shower head. He thinks it wastes more water. So he would instead grab one of those large buckets, collect the water in there, get a pail to collect the water, and then he would use the pail to scoop the water over himself. That way you don't have the water running the whole time. Well, not for longer. Last week, he had fallen in the shower and passed away. His body was cremated by this very morgue. That was not an easy case. It was very sad.
What happened? You just fell and died?
Yeah, he was very old. He had a lot of health conditions, and then he fell, and I think it made things worse. So that's why they say when you get older, a slip and fall is sometimes a death sentence for people.
So it wasn't anything strange?
No, he didn't die mysteriously, but it was overall a very sad case. But in morgues, you become very familiar with death. All you can hope is, well, he was old. Hopefully he lived a very full life. The morgue director, he runs over to Gao. This is a week after Grandpa Lai has been cremated. Gao is this famous forensic expert. Mr. Gao, you have been doing this for 40 years. I have been in this field for 30 years, yes? I've seen many cases. But this is not a normal case. This body is very strange. Gao is like...
Who is this? Morgue's manager?
Yes, he works at the morgue, and he's like, something weird is going on. I've been running this morgue for the past 30 years, and I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like this. And Gao is like, okay, well, what's going on? The injuries just don't make sense. I don't understand how this could have happened. Gao is confused. What do you mean by that? This 18-year-old boy fell from 10 stories tall, from the 10th floor balcony. In terms of broken bones, he just has a broken arm. That's it, a minor broken arm, not even a severely mangled arm. I just don't believe that he has fallen from the 10th floor. It doesn't make any sense to me. But the police are saying he fell from 10 stories tall and passed away. But more than that, this child's grandfather, Grandpa Lai, had passed away a week ago, and he just inherited $15.5 million. He suspiciously dies a week after becoming one of the wealthiest residents in this town? Tell me how that makes sense. They decide to alert the next of kin. And when you think of the next of kin for an 18-year-old who passed away, you're thinking father, mother, some sort of parental figure, right? But in this case, it's tricky because this 18-year-old also has a husband. He just got married 2 hours before he died, so who is next of kin right now? May 4th, 2023. So over a year ago from today, around 11 a.m., the local police department get a call. Hi, there's a man. What is the man doing? Like, what's going on? He's fainted on the street near the apartment building. I don't really know what's going on. Just please hurry. It's a very vague phone call. Authorities rush to the apartment complex, and clearly there's a medical emergency. Somebody needs their attention. They run down the sidewalk, and there is a man. I mean, you could hardly say a man. He looks like a boy, a very young boy. And the way that he's collapsed fainted onto the ground is a bit strange. He's laying mostly on this little grass patch next to the apartment building. His head is a little bit on the sidewalk. He's wearing black shorts, a black shirt. The way he's laying, though, is kind of like one of those crime scene body tape cutouts. He's sprawled onto the ground. Some witnesses state he looked like he was just taking a nap. He laid down on the grass in the sun, fell asleep. That's his posture. But once you look closely, you see he's not waking up. One of his sandals is in the bushes behind him. Another one is near his body. The glasses are not on his face. They're laying next to him in the grass. The police look at the guy next to the boy on the ground. He's 30. He's wearing this like red, white, and black shirt. What's going on? Are you the one that called? I live in this apartment building. I was just walking by and I saw him laying here like this and he's unresponsive, so... They call in medical professionals. They rush the boy on the ground to the hospital. Doctors try resuscitating him multiple times, but after all the unsuccessful attempts,
Yikes.
he is pronounced dead. The police don't even know this guy's name yet. They don't find a wallet or ID in his pocket. He's effectively a John Doe, ready to be taken to the morgue. The official report on the police reads, Lu Dao, which basically just means body collapsed suddenly on the ground. I mean, this is a very vague way of describing an incident. It literally means body on the ground, injured. Maybe deceased, could be from heat exhaustion, could be from a car accident, could be from murder. It's very vague. It doesn't tell you the method or anything specific. It's just a body on the ground. Yet the police conclude that John Doe likely passed away from an accident, slipped from a balcony or the roof, or passed by self-exit. There's clearly no signs of foul play. That's what they think. There's no signs of physical assault or defensive wounds. Nothing. They do a brief, slightly non-existent sweep of the area, get all the witness statements that they can from all the residents that could have potentially heard or seen something, and they call it a day. They're rather nonchalant about this whole thing, but some of the neighbors are not. They're taking this very seriously. One of the neighbors was certain that something very strange was going to happen that day. They could feel it. And how exactly did you know that something was going to happen like this? Well, you know what it means when a snake shows up in your dream? It's just not good luck. It's a bad omen. It's just, we've been having a lot of dreams about snakes. There was one snake who kept following us around, and then there was another snake who was following us around, and then it split up into 3 snakes. One snake split into thirds, and then 3 snakes evolved, and they started chasing us. I mean, it's got to be a bad omen, right? Then the same day we woke up, around 11 a.m., you know, the couple, the neighbors, they coincidentally...
I'm from Ohio. Where are you from?
...on the 9th floor, and heard this loud bang from outside. And they quickly peer over the balcony. They don't see any sort of body. So they are looking over. They don't see anything, and they thought, okay. They move on, and now the police are here, and someone has died. They've also heard after the fact, the boy that died, he has a motorbike, right? The bike license plate reads 9513. Could you say that, please? 9513.
9513.
Some said it's for his mom's birthday, right? But you know what it also sounds like? Save me, doctor. Say 9513 and then say save me, doctor.
93救我一生. That's crazy.
The police said, okay, that makes sense. You guys are crazy. There are no clear signs of foul play. The person likely jumped, self-exited. The neighbors heard a loud bang around the same time. Case closed. Nothing more to see here. Just an unfortunate situation that needs no more investigating. John Doe's body is already at the morgue, ready to be cremated, when the police start getting some frantic calls. A woman named Chen starts freaking out, calling the police nonstop to file a missing persons report. My 18-year-old son, Lai, has been missing since this morning. I can't get in touch. I've tried calling. Nothing. He's not responding. It's been half a day, ma'am, that he's been gone. Okay, he's 18. He could be out with some friends. This does not really seem to warrant our involvement right now. You don't get it. Today was the day that he was going to carry his grandfather to his final resting spot. His grandfather died a week ago. We held a funeral, and now he's going to take his ashes to be placed into his final memorial. Mother Chen tries to explain that her son's grandfather, her father-in-law, had passed a week ago, and this is a very, very big deal, and absolutely nothing would stand in front of Lai's commitment of being the armbearer and bringing his grandpa to his resting place. This is a huge deal. He did not take this responsibility lightly, so for him to just disappear and skip an event like this does not make sense. Every single call she's made to him has gone straight to voicemail. This is very out of character. The police ask what he was wearing. She responds, black shorts and a black shirt. And it's finally clicking in the police's mind. Okay, wait. The person that we picked up earlier today, the one that passed away in front of the apartment building, maybe it's him. So they ask Chen to come to the morgue, and that's when she sees her child. It's her little boy, Lai, her 18-year-old son. The police try to tell her, we think he may have taken his own life. What are you saying? That can't be me. She's explaining to them, and she says this over and over again. Trust me, he would never do something like that. What are you saying to me right now? And she wants to know, what was he even doing in that apartment complex to begin with? This doesn't make any sense. You need to investigate.
What do you mean by that? He doesn't live there?
No, this is not where they live. They live in a 2-story house that's 60 years old.
Oh.
The police find out that's where his husband lives. And now Mother Chen is even more confused. You're talking about my 18-year-old son? Husband? Like, what do you mean husband? First of all, he's not gay. Second of all, he's not married. What husband are you talking about?
What the fuck?
The police pull up the records. Just 2 hours before he died, he went and got married to a man that lived in that very apartment building. I mean, there's just no way, right? 2 hours before he suspiciously dies. So Chen is demanding that the authorities look into it. None of this makes sense. First of all, who even is the husband? Second of all, whoever it is needs to be investigated. Because just a week ago, Lai inherited $15.5 million. So this so-called husband now stands to inherit all of it.
Wow.
If the police go off the timeline that the mother gave them, that means 18-year-old Lai left the house around 7 a.m. to speak with one of the family's property managers about his new asset transfers. The property manager, his name is Junior, and his dad, Shah Sr., so Shah Sr., Shah Jr. is how they're referred to, right? Junior has been working with the family for 20 years. He's 26, but his dad has been involved with the Lai family for the past 2 decades. So this is nothing out of the ordinary. Likely there's going to be a lot more meetings now because 18-year-old Lai has to learn how to handle this massive real estate portfolio. Chen tells her son, be home by 9 a.m. Be back in 2 hours so that we can put your grandfather in his final resting place. But instead, at 9 a.m., Lai is at the courthouse getting married to this 26-year-old property manager. Lai is 18. Yes. The property manager, Junior, is 26 years old.
Wait. So, Lai is going to finish the asset transfer?
It's pretty much done. But now the property manager is like, I'm going to show you how to manage this whole massive portfolio you just inherited. But instead, they go to the marriage license office, get married.
What?
It's so weird. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of questions the police want to ask this new husband of Lai's. The first being, why didn't you acknowledge that your husband was the man on the ground when you called 911? This was the man standing next to his body calling 911. He was one of the witnesses in the red, white, black shirt. Why did he not mention that? Oh. My husband that I just married 2 hours ago.
That is so crazy.
In fact, the authorities remember asking him, do you know this man? And he said no, he did not. He shook his head and just stood there watching as medical professionals strapped him onto a stretcher and drove him away. He never asked to, what, can I be in the ambulance? Which hospital is he going to? Is he going to be okay? Why would he? He's a complete stranger. But he's not. He's his husband. Why would you not acknowledge your own husband to the authorities? What are you hiding? In fact, now that the police think about it, there's so many questions to be asked. Like, why would an 18-year-old marry a 26-year-old? How long have they been dating before getting married? Why did the 18-year-old even inherit so much money? Why would an 18-year-old need to own 15 separate properties amounting to a $15.5 million real estate portfolio? Who is Lai, and how on earth is he so rich? The Lai family has a lot of secrets. But the one thing that's not kept well hidden is Grandpa Lai has a favorite grandchild. He loves his grandbaby Lai. He's even nicknamed him Little Lai. It's argued Grandpa Lai loves Little Lai more than his own children, his other grandchildren. I mean, Lai is the clear favorite. It's not even a competition. But even then, it doesn't make sense that Lai would be the sole heir to the entire family fortune unless Grandpa Lai and his direct children did something very horrendous. So Grandpa Lai has 5 adult children. 2 sons, 3 daughters. None of them got any of his money. It all went to his grandchild, Lai.
Does he have other grandchild?
Yes. So none of this makes sense. Why did it all go to just one person? And typically, even if you wanted to go to one grandchild, you might give it to your child first, and then when they pass it on to their child. This is not very customary. And especially in very traditional Asian families like the Lies, someone might split up the inheritance to be quite equal for all their children. Some might choose to give more to their sons than their daughters, right? But it's just, this is out of the norm. Now, Grandpa Lai literally made his fortune in the most normal but also unhinged way possible. Just like a little side note, he used to work in the rice milling business with his wife, Grandma Lai. They would sit there all day long removing husks from the rice grain, because every single rice grain has an outer shell layer that we don't eat. You gotta remove it, right, for that one singular grain of rice. That was Grandpa Lai and Grandma Lai's job. That's all they did, every single day. And when they finally had enough money saved up, Grandpa Lai starts buying up property in the area. And this was at the time when this area was not popping off. So he's buying cheap property that he did not think would ever go up to this value. The area gets gentrified, and now he's worth over $15.5 million USD, which is 500 million Taiwanese dollars.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, but, you know, Grandpa Lai's first two kids, they're sons, which means everybody expected to get the most inheritance for those two boys. They got nothing. Neither did his daughters. Instead, every single penny in property is transferred directly to his grandson, Lai, which feels a bit reckless to outsiders. I mean, I'm sure Grandpa Lai's sons and daughters are of age, they're quite mature at this point, likely have their own families, but instead he gives everything to an 18-year-old grandson, and it's not even in a trust. Because sometimes you put the money in a trust and you're like, every month you only get $1,000. No, it's just like, here you go, you have all the deeds to the properties. You could do whatever you want with them at this point, but you're 18.
Is he in school, the 18-year-old?
He just graduated high school. He's about to go to college, which is very, I would say it's kind of a dangerous thing to do and not put it into a trust. It's just not the best age, I think, to inherit that much money. In terms of estate planning, this is not the norm. So why didn't everything get passed down to Lai's father instead of Lai? Well, because at that point, Lai's dad is dead. Yeah. You could kind of tell that something odd was going on with the Lai family. One day there's so many residents in the Lai house, then the next, only 3 people are left in that house. Maybe everyone moved to a bigger city, or maybe something strange happened. In the Lai family, like I said, you have Grandma and Grandpa Lai. They're 5 adult children, 2 sons, 3 daughters. And it seems like since they were young, Grandpa Lai was the most worried for his second son. Let's call him Sam. His second son was later diagnosed with an intellectual disability, which made it a bit trickier for him to have quote-unquote normal social interactions, if you will, which I think is fine. There's so many ways he can find joy through social interactions that aren't the quote normal way, but Grandpa Lai is so insistent. He's like, my son needs to have a normal traditional lifestyle. He needs to marry a woman and have children with this woman. That is it. I'm not taking anything else. It seems like his son is not even interested. I also don't know if the intellectual disability would impact his ability to consent. Let's hope not. I don't know how severe it is. But regardless, Grandpa Lai is on this mission to marry his second son off. All of his other adult children are getting married. His second son needs a wife. He flies to Indonesia, finds a random woman that he thinks his son may or may not like, brings her back to Taiwan, has her marry his second son. The two get married. She does end up having a child with the second son, Sam, a daughter, and the whole marriage starts falling apart. I mean, it's doomed from the start. The two have no romantic or emotional interest in each other. They're just strangers who got married. The woman from Indonesia was at least promised a life with a bit more financial security, which is great, right? But like, at what cost? She would later say living in Taiwan as an Indonesian woman was very isolating. It's hard for her to make friends. She doesn't have people she can relate to, and honestly, she hates her father-in-law. Grandpa Lai sucks. At first, she thought he was the world's biggest micromanager, which is already bad. Anytime she would be alone in the kitchen or in the restroom, she would notice out of the corner of her eye, he's snooping on her. He's literally peeping on her. And she thought, okay, he's making sure I'm doing everything to standard the way he likes it. But eventually it evolves away from micromanaging, and it feels much more like harassment. Even when he's caught, they would make eye contact, and this man would not stop. It drove her insane. She would eventually divorce Samuel, her husband, and she feels no affection towards him or anybody else. She leaves her daughter with the Lais and flees back to Indonesia. 3 years later, Grandpa Lai brings a new woman into the house to marry his son, Chen from China. She also knows very little about her new future husband, but she marries him anyway for her own reasons. Initially, everyone in the family thought, this is good. Finally, the family is coming back together. Everything feels a lot more settled in our hearts now. She's a good addition to the family. She gives birth to a son, Lai. Grandpa Lai and little Lai are 2 peas in a pod. Everybody's happy. Everybody is content, except for Grandma Lai. She's looking at Lai. She's looking at Chen. She's looking at her second son. She's looking at her husband. This is not right. About a year before Chen gave birth, Grandma Lai started feeling this sneaking suspicion that there was someone evil inside of her home. You ever just feel uneasy around someone? You can't really figure out why, but it feels like the way they carry themselves. They act like they know something that you don't know, is the feeling. But maybe Grandma Lai is thinking way too deep into it, and she's just so traumatized by what happened with her previous daughter-in-law that she's overanalyzing every single person inside this house. Well, one day, Grandma Lai comes back from grocery shopping, and she goes to the back door. She yanks the handle. Nothing. The handle doesn't get, the door's locked. This is very, very strange. Grandma Lai always, for the past decades that she's been living here, leaves this door unlocked when she goes grocery shopping so that when she comes back, it's easy for her to open. She doesn't have to pull out her keys with all these groceries around her arm. Never in all the years that she's been living here has the door been locked when she goes grocery shopping. She's about to knock or shout for someone to open the door for her, but she decides against it. Instead, she gently places all the bags onto the ground, goes to check the side window of the house. She stacks 2 chairs on top just so she can try and see. She doesn't end up seeing anything much, but she could hear everything. You can clearly hear the sound of the bed moving in a rhythmic pace and soft moaning. The only people home right now are Chen, her son's new wife, and Grandpa Lai, her husband. But because she didn't record it, she didn't even see it with her own eyes, nobody really believed her. Or perhaps she was gaslit into thinking that she imagined it all.
Probably.
And now she's looking at Lai,
Yeah,
she's
probably.
looking at Chen, she's looking at her son, she's looking at her husband. And it is so very clear that Grandpa Lai does not just favor Lai because he's the newest grandchild. He favors Lai because he is his child. That's his son, not his grandson.
Ooh, snap.
So the grandpa is actually the dad.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I see.
And that's why the fortune was left to him.
And the grandma knows about this.
Yes. Well, she knew that a year before Chen gave birth, that she heard very suspicious things. She thought she was going crazy, somehow convinces herself to get rid of this thought. And then a year later, Chen gives birth to a baby boy, and she's analyzing the whole situation, and she's like, this is weird.
So this is shared by Grandma?
Yeah, this was actually shared by Grandma during a court process that we're about to get into, but it's now becoming redug up now that 18-year-old Lai has been found suspiciously dead.
Okay, so this is not like public information. This is information that Grandma finally shared today.
Oh yeah, this is not public information. I mean, they try. It's a little bit public in the fact that I'm sure if you go to, I don't know Taiwan's FOIA process, if they have some sort of process where you can get access to court documents. I don't know if this would be sealed court documents. I don't know the laws over there, but
Sup again, nobody really.
There was a whole court proceeding at the time, 18 years ago, but not many people knew about it. It was not common knowledge.
So, like, the way Grandma is sharing this story, it made it sound like she didn't confront anyone, say, hey, this is your son, right?
She's about to.
Right.
Yes.
I'm saying when they were all alive, it wasn't like in the whole family, it wasn't like everyone treated him like he's the son. He was still treated as a grandson.
Well, once everybody finds out the truth, everything falls apart.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so once she sees this, she grabs Lai, and she's like, I'm gonna be back. I'm bringing my grandson to a dentist appointment. On the way there, she's swabbing his saliva, sends that in along with DNA from Grandpa Lai. She is right. Lai is Grandpa Lai's biological child, not biological grandchild.
This is when, like 18 years ago?
Yes.
When Lai was a baby?
Yes.
She does a DNA test?
Yes.
Okay.
Grandma Lai wastes no time. She immediately brings her husband to court with this new DNA test in hand. She's not filing for divorce, but rather, she's trying to get her husband convicted for adultery. Wow. She's like, you're going to jail. This is where the theories slightly diverge. Some say that Chen, the mom, has always been involved with Grandpa Lai, that he had gone to China, met Chen, started an affair with her, and as a way to get her to come live in Taiwan, and not just in the same neighborhood as him, he's just like, let me take it one step further. How can she live with me in the same house with my wife? Marry my son so that you can get Taiwanese citizenship and we can do nasty things together on the side in the same house and no one will ever know. Other sources state that just like his son and his wife, Grandpa Lai started making advances towards Chen after she married the second son. But most netizens seem to lean towards the first version. One comment reads, so this whole thing might not be an affair between the father-in-law and daughter-in-law. It's more like a man and his mistress coming up with a scheme to pose as his daughter-in-law by marrying his disabled son so that they can continue the affair? Damn. That's a netizen comment. Either way, ultimately, Grandpa Lai and Chen were fined and sentenced to 3 months in prison for adultery. They do their best to hide this from everyone else to make sure nobody finds out that something so bizarrely incestuous has happened in their home. But you can't really hide it from the rest of the Lai kids. The family is not having a good time digesting this shocking piece of information. I don't even think that this is something you can go online and try to get some mental help with. You would need specialized therapy to deal with a specific level of trauma like this.
Yeah.
Lai's half siblings that he's been calling aunt and uncle for most of his childhood, they felt really betrayed by Grandpa Lai. They say, we don't even know how we should refer to this boy anymore. Is he our nephew? Is he our little brother? They did notice that Grandpa Lai was always doting on Lai, being overprotective, but they thought maybe he's just the star grandchild, the one that always hangs out with Grandpa Lai so he gets favored. They didn't realize it's because Grandpa knew it's not his grandchild, but his son. Until, this trial, of course. They'd always been this very tight family that loves spending time together, but one of the adult
I gotta
children
plug
of
my
Grandpa
phone
Lai
in.
said after this announcement, their whole family turned into a battlefield.
Good thing
All
I
the
just
adult children
noticed
had
it's
come
at
back to the house to confront their
1%.
dad about the news. One of the daughters said, my father refused to come downstairs and wanted us to leave. I told my father that since the child now calls him Grandpa, if he and his daughter-in-law have another child in the future, what would they call him? Before I could finish, my father got so angry he threw a flower pot at me and tried to attack me. My brother and mother intervened, which resulted in my father chasing us all out of the house. Eventually, the family reaches an agreement of sorts, if you can call it that.
Close one.
Grandpa Lai
Yeah.
would stop his adulterous relationship with Chen, and he will transfer property to Grandma Lai. Grandma Lai does try and get Chen to leave her family, but allegedly, she states, Chen asked for nearly $1 million in order to leave. Grandma Lai decides, if that's how it's gonna be, I'm just gonna leave. Grandma Lai leaves the house, but she never divorces her husband, and this is important later. And from there, the family just starts drifting apart. Grandma Lai never speaks to her husband again unless it's through a representative. Grandpa Lai's relationship with his kids are never the same, and he just chooses to live in that family home with Chen and his new son Lai for the next 18 years.
So it's Grandpa, Chen, and the grandson.
So technically, Grandpa, daughter-in-law, and son.
Or mom and dad and son. But does the grandson calls him Grandpa or Dad?
He keeps calling him Grandpa because that's what he's used to. But it does seem like he knows that's his dad eventually. I don't think he found out when he was a kid. I don't know how long they shielded him from it, but it's a little unclear. But he does eventually find out, but by that point, it had been long enough of calling him Grandpa that he doesn't stop. Now, side note, during this point, Chen's husband, so Grandpa Lai's second son, ends up passing away. He wasn't in great health. He had liver cancer before this whole family found out what was going on, so it seems like he passed away before realizing what his father had done. From the outside, because he passed away, everyone just assumed it's Grandpa Lai living with his deceased son's wife, the widow, and his grandchild Lai, helping raise him since his son is no longer.
Right.
But in
That's
reality,
what
like
it
I
is.
said, he's living with technically his mistress and their son. He'd also quietly adopted as his own son. This is where the case gets even more strange. There's a Chinese saying which translates to dirty family secrets stay home. Essentially, don't air your dirty laundry outside. The Lai family sticks by this rule. Nobody talks about it outside. The only people outside of the attorneys, the court, the judges that know this dark family secret, I mean, they know that Grandpa and Grandma are no longer together, but that's about it. The only people that know the truth, that this is Grandpa Lai's actual biological kid, are Junior and his dad, the property managers. Because they're the notaries for Grandpa Lai for the past 20 years. They're also his estate planners. If anyone is going to be trusted by Grandpa Lai, it's going to be them. So not only do they know that Lai is Grandpa Lai's biological son, but they also know that Lai is going to be inheriting everything after Grandpa Lai's death. They know that the other grandchildren, his other kids, his wife, they're getting nothing. They are aware of the fact that Lai is going to be worth over $15.5 million the moment that Grandpa Lai dies. And interestingly enough, a week after he dies, Junior and Lai get married. So people have this question of, well, maybe it's love. Maybe throughout all of this, they end up falling in love. Like, why wouldn't that be a case? Why is it so suspicious? Is that even up for debate? You know? But then why would Lai be dead? Was it some sort of freak accident? Was it self-exit? Is it murder disguised as a self-exit? What's going on? From Junior's perspective of this relationship, he states that the day of their marriage, the day that Lai dies, they went and got Starbucks for breakfast. They drove to the courthouse, and it's more like a household registration office. It's nothing fancy or romantic. It looks like a DMV. You register your marriage, just the papers. They did that at 9 in the morning, got legally married, went back to Junior's 10th floor condo, and started watching Demon Slayer, the anime. Then they drank a little bit of beer, and that was it. Part of this can actually be verified through CCTV footage from inside the elevator in the building. You can see that the day that Junior and Lai enter the elevator, the first time is around 8:45 a.m., likely after breakfast.
He
Then they
does
go
look
out
like a
through the
kid.
stairs to get married. Then when they come back, it's around 10 a.m., and they're in the elevator going back up to the unit.
But Lai didn't tell anyone that he's getting married that day?
No.
Nobody.
Nobody. But through the CCTV footage, it doesn't look like he's being held hostage. He's not being kidnapped. He's not being dragged and tied up. It's just the oddest thing. And then they get up at 10 a.m. An hour later, Lai is dead outside the apartment building. If this is all true, then he fell from the balcony? I mean, how does he just fall from the balcony? Was he very drunk? Because his toxicology reports do not indicate that he was heavily intoxicated. So Junior is just explaining the day to the authorities and now to the public, but people are still confused. Sure, you're telling us exactly the steps, but nothing makes sense. And Junior's like, hold on, listen, I'm not done. So around 11 a.m., I decide I'm gonna get into the shower. Junior's like, I'm sweaty, it's been a long morning, it's just been a rough day. So he leaves Lai alone in the living room with Demon Slayer playing on the TV, goes to the restroom, showers. When he gets out, the living room is empty. Lai is not there. He's just gone, vanished. There's nothing amiss, there's no signs of a struggle, nothing. He just, poof, husband is gone. It's like he never existed. But then he looks on the counter and his phone and his wallet are on the table. So he's like, okay, I'm not hallucinating. Junior explains he starts searching the entire building for his newlywed husband. He checks the whole building. He uses the stairs because the elevator wouldn't be convenient. Then he goes outside around 11:09 a.m. That's when he sees his newlywed husband dead on the ground. The way he describes it makes it seem like Lai was just very sad about his life and probably decided to self-exit. But Lai's mom is saying none of that makes sense. First of all, she had no clue that he was getting married that day. On top of that, the morning that they were getting married and Lai had died, she was so frantic looking for her son. She was calling every single person in her contact list, asking if they had seen Lai, including Junior. She called Junior, and he acted like he had no clue what she was talking about, stating that he had no idea where Lai could possibly be. In fact, according to Lai's mom, Junior told her, well, there's no point in reporting him missing to the police because he hasn't been missing for 24 hours, but instead, I can help you look for him. She thought it was strange then at the moment, too, because it's like, what's it to you if I report it? But now, even more so, knowing that he was very busy getting married, calling the police, reporting the death of a stranger who happens to be his husband, aka her son. She also states passionately there was no reason for Lai to want to self-exit. He was getting ready to head into university where he was going to be studying philosophy.
This guy is
fucking... He knows he's inherited millions of dollars. Why else would he be reaching out and hanging out with his property manager? Most people feel like if they were Lai, you feel like your life is just getting started at 18. One psychiatrist, who I don't think is personally related to this case at all, but I guess an expert, was interviewed for a news network. Because all of Taiwan is just trying to understand what the hell is going on right now. Everything is so vague. The psychiatrist states, This could be categorized as a flash marriage, which is after meeting someone a few times, you just get married out of nowhere without letting any friends and family know, especially if it's the same-sex marriage. People might feel like, oh, I can't tell anyone because I don't want the judgment. So let's just do it and deal with the consequences later, because maybe you have friends who are homophobic, maybe your family won't accept. There's all these reasons. But flash marriages are quite passionate, impulsive, emotional. I mean, think about you're getting married in Vegas. Let's go to Vegas.
Yeah.
But these two, they don't have that level of enthusiasm at all. So why would they be getting married? Even if it is passionate, misguided love, why would they do it so recklessly? And why would Junior not identify himself as the new spouse at the scene of the incident? The psychiatrist goes on to kind of armchair diagnose the situation. She states she believes that Lai was going through a lot. She points out that between the ages of 12 and 18, because of the fact that he was Grandpa's biological son, he's not having a normal, stable family life. On top of that, from a psychological standpoint, this is the puberty stage. Individuals tend to be a bit more rebellious, and his family life is very complicated. She suspects that Lai might be going through complex emotions and could have experienced a lack of affection from his family. Not only that, his entire family's assets were now going towards him, so how would the other members of the family look at him? It has been reported that a few days before Lai's death, at Grandpa Lai's funeral, Grandma Lai and the other half-siblings / aunts and uncles were pissed. Because by this point, they know what the inheritance is looking like. Yeah. So it's possible that he wanted to escape this. Then you have Junior of the Shah family, who has been handling their family inheritance for decades, which could give him a very reliable impression. Maybe Junior is on his side. Maybe Junior knows more than he does about the inheritance and how to handle it, manage it, navigate all of this. She states, so the very few times they meet, perhaps Lai develops a firm reliance or a sense of security towards Junior. The psychiatrist is then asked, I mean, I'm sure maybe that could explain his emotional feelings, but not really. Like, if he felt that way,
Sorry, I'm trying to
he would
pack
have
up
found a
a
way to live with Junior or stay with Junior. Why get married out of nowhere? It's just so random. It's not like he was spending every day with Junior and then he decides, let's just get married. The psychiatrist responds, well, that has to do with the family unit. We have a dependency on families. Once he leaves his family home, he will have no family. But if he marries Junior, he will have a new family and a strong sense of belonging. I think that's a very strange explanation, because to me that doesn't make sense. If I go back to when I was 18 and I needed a greater sense of security, I would find it with my friends. I'm not going to find it in this strange 26-year-old that I can't relate to, that I have no real connections with. It feels more plausible that with all this money, he would just go recklessly marry his high school sweetheart.
Right.
Than this. This is very strange. Additionally, people start coming out of the woodworks to explain, well, first of all, Lai's not gay. Which normally I would not take these types of testimonials to heart, because there could be a lot of reasons why someone might feel the need to hide their sexuality from others. But just listen, there's a destination they're getting to. First, Lai's mom states, I mean, he's just not gay. Like, I just don't know what else to say to you. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of parents who can't make sense of a completely normal relationship, but truly, he's not gay. Lai's teachers have come out to say that, well, recently, I don't know if we can say that he's not gay, but recently, we do know that he had a crush on a female classmate of his. The two had what appeared to be mutual feelings for each other, or at least that's what Lai thought. They would work together, they would do homework together, they'd talk together, they would write these little love letters together, but recently, she left. She was like, I'm actually not trying to date you. Lai was so heartbroken.
Oh, what's
he had to get
good,
counseling at the school
Terrifier?
to get
I'm
over this
good.
rejection.
Yeah.
So they're saying, again, we're not saying he's not gay, but like, it's just, if there was no indication that he's gay, in fact, there were so many indications that he was very hung up on this female classmate of his. Again, that's not to say that he can't be bisexual or anything. It's just on top of everything going on, all of this seems really strange and really random. The teacher also alleged that, well, Lai is not actually one to enjoy physical contact with other guys. Again, that doesn't determine one's sexuality. I'm just letting you know what people have been saying that are involved in the case. The teacher argues everyone has different boundaries when it comes to physical touch, but Lai was not particularly fond of physical touch from guys. Even when they were just being playful and roughhousing, he didn't enjoy it, not even in the slightest. He just seemed kind of uncomfortable by it all. Again, that has nothing to do with sexuality, but the teacher is arguing, truly, nothing indicates that he would randomly get married to a man. It's just, there was nothing. There was no hint, there was no writing, there was nothing. Again, I don't know how much water that holds, but one thing
Interesting.
investigators did note is the day of Lai's death, he did Google for the very first time about the effectiveness of same-sex marriage. It's not even a Reddit post of like, I'm gay, I want to get married, my parents don't approve, Reddit. It's literally the effectiveness of same-sex marriage.
Effectiveness? What exactly does that mean? Like,
so same-sex marriage was legalized in 2019 in Taiwan. So I wonder if it was new information. I know it's been like 4 years in 2023, which is when he passes, but it sounds like he's trying to Google, is it the same legally as a heterosexual marriage? Because the word effectiveness is so important.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, at what time?
Earlier that morning. Before they got married.
See, that's not something you Google, like, right before you get married.
Yeah.
That's something that you thought about. You get married because you want to get married? Like, you think about that for a while, right? That is so weird.
And when you're 18, and I think even when you're not 18, even when you're older, if you are nervous about marrying someone of the same gender as you because maybe your parents or your mom or someone won't accept it, I think that's a very bizarre way of Googling it. Like, you would Google how to tell your parents, or what happens if I get married and my parents don't approve. Or can my parents try to annul my gay marriage? Like, these are more specific questions that indicate, oh, somebody feels this way about another partner and wants to get married, but they have these types of obstacles. The effectiveness of same-sex marriage is a very...
It's giving more about the legality of...
Yes, than emotional.
Yeah.
Facts, yeah. I guess so.
When I was younger, I genuinely believed you need a lot of money to be able to save. I didn't think it was possible to invest with just a few extra dollars. On top of that, I didn't know where to start with investing. It felt like a club you expressions, so they have like same smile lines. They have more similar faces constantly, so those muscle memory sets in. So for most people, they just look similar. While siblings, they tend to have more similar facial features, but not facial expressions. So they have similar eye colors, hair textures. Couples actually have more similar facial expressions, so they have like same smile lines. They have more similar ways that their face sits, but it's not the features themselves. It's just from mimicking each other for prolonged periods of time.
That makes so much sense. Like, that's why I tell you, like, every time I text an emoji, like, I will unconsciously make that face when I'm typing.
Yes, he'll like smirk. If he's doing a smirking emoji, he'll smile. If he's typing a smiling emoji. So it's very interesting. That's how couples behave. Now, obviously, these are not foolproof methods, but you can kind of tell. You can make a good, educated guess most of the time on whether or not someone appears to be a couple on the street. Junior and Lai do not look like a couple in the elevator footage. Now, keep in mind, this is right before and right after they get married. You're expecting nervous laughter, giddiness, like they can't keep away from each other, or maybe if they haven't told anyone, they're just nervous and they're comforting each other. It's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay, we're gonna get through it together. There is none of that. First of all, they barely talk in the elevator. There is zero physical contact, and nothing about their body language shows any semblance of familiarity, not even affection.
Did you see the footage?
Yeah, there's like screenshots of it, and there's little footage, and there's nothing.
Like, what were they doing?
So they're just kind of facing each other. Junior's on his phone for most of the elevator footage, and Lai's kind of scratching the back of his head. He looks a little uncomfortable. This is how I look when I'm hanging out with my uncle that I'm not close with. So I have some uncles that I'm very familiar with, and then the ones that I'm kind of like, I just know that we're related. It's like that. It reminds me of when you get stuck in the elevator with a coworker that works in a completely different department than you. You know them, but you don't really know them well enough to talk to them. Like, the most interaction you've had is like you just nod at them, or you give them like a thin lip smile when they pass by your desk, and that's it. And now you guys are stuck in the elevator, just you two, so you know each other more than strangers. So it feels weird being like, nice weather. That's weird. You guys are closer than that, but you don't know each other well enough to be like, how's it going? So it's like this, like you just make these noises, and it's just awkward, it's empty, it's polite. And I know that this doesn't sound like the best evidence, but there are a lot of people who have figured out that their partners are cheating on them with another friend because of such subtle body language cues. So this is another thing that netizens have been pointing out, such as when one person leans over to press the button on the elevator. Most people, if you're not familiar with them, you lean back so that you give them space. But if someone doesn't lean back, it's almost, there's a subconscious familiarity with their body.
Yes.
There is no familiarity in this elevator.
You're saying one of them, like...
Yeah, like they're just very polite, like moving out of the way for each other. Just, it's very bizarre.
Wow.
Obviously, not a surefire rule, but I'm just saying, nobody can see them in the elevator and think, wow, lovebirds. It just doesn't make sense. But if you're still not convinced, there's more. There's CCTV footage of the two of them on a motorbike, like a mini motorcycle, and they're trying to cross the street, so they're mid-driving. This is on their way to the marriage license place. Junior is driving, Lai is in the back. He's not even holding on to Junior. In fact, the positioning seems dangerous. He's holding onto the seat for support, instead of leaning or grabbing onto his future husband that he's about to marry in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, according to CCTV footage from the marriage license registration office, you can also tell that this is not a symbolic emotional moment for the two of them. They look like strangers waiting at the DMV together. The entire process takes about an hour. Lai is seen occasionally scratching his head. There's some light conversations, but no giggling, no smiling, no friendliness that would indicate even friendship. At one point, Junior gives Lai a light pat on the shoulder, but that is it. It's said that even that pat feels very cold, like they're not very familiar with each other, like, it's okay. But is that really evidence? Just to make even more sure, authorities go through their messaging apps. The two of them have little to no interactions on any of their messaging apps for the past 6 months. When they do briefly exchange messages, they are always about property transfers. There's no romantic messages. There's not even friendly messages.
That is crazy. So everything happened... You're saying it sounds like everything happened that morning. There's some kind of conversation that happened that prompted them to get married.
Yes.
But what happened? Like, that's crazy.
Now, beyond that, it gets even wilder. In order to get married, you need to have 2 witnesses sign your marriage certificate. Typically, this should be family or friends, but because nobody knew that Junior and Lai were getting married, they had to get 2 random witnesses from the street. One person they found inside of a mall, and the other one they found outside the marriage license, and they just said, hey, listen, we are getting married, we're in love, and our friends and family do not approve of our same-sex relationship, so please could you sign this as a witness? Both of the witnesses would later tell the judge, we agreed because we support same-sex marriage and we felt really bad, so we wanted to help because their friends and family don't support them. So we went and we signed, but as we're signing, we realized how strange this whole situation was. They didn't seem like a couple at all. I mean, we were actually shocked at how they were behaving, considering how unaffectionate they were, how underdressed both of them
that's
are.
weird.
So, for example, when people get married, especially for the first time, even going to the courthouse is this, like, giddy experience. And then if you're doing it because your love is so strong that it goes against your whole family, it's an even more emotionally impactful moment.
Yes.
It's us against the world, but both of them are just wearing slippers. Like, it's not a special day for them. One of the witnesses later said, congrats! And neither of them responded. But this is stranger. The authorities find another 3rd witness who comes forward. She's the custodian of the marriage license building. She says, they also asked me to sign. I refused. It was weird. She states the whole energy was off. She didn't feel right about it. Junior kept asking her to sign, repeatedly trying to persuade her, even offering her like $100. Meanwhile, Lai is just standing off to the side, silently watching.
Oh wait, he didn't kill his
She said,
grandpa.
even if they
He
gave me
didn't
$1
kill his
million,
grandpa.
it wouldn't make me sign as a witness. I was worried, and I felt guilty if something were to happen.
His grandpa just died. For real.
Now, additionally, Junior doesn't even show up to Lai's funeral. So how can you say that this is a passionate, rushed marriage between 2 parties in this maybe emotionally fragile state that Lai just lost his grandfather and he wants to marry the love of his life, or who he thinks is the love of his life? It's clearly not that. It's very clear that is not what happened. In the CCTV footage, like I said, neither of them seem excited, but also, Lai doesn't look like he's being forced. At least not physically. Also, Junior has a girlfriend. So...
You're kidding me.
Yeah, so why would he marry Lai? Yes.
Girlfriend speak up?
No. People found out that he has a girlfriend, and they have not even confirmed nothing. So why would they get married? It just doesn't make sense. And why would he end up dead 2 hours later? Lai's mom takes immediate legal action. She sues Junior and his dad in a wrongful death suit. She wants to get the marriage completely thrown out. She states that it's very clear the motive for the marriage and his death immediately after is for the inheritance. She requests assistance from the courts to make sure Junior is not allowed to leave the country. She's hired her own forensic experts, including Gao, the original forensic pathologist we were talking about earlier in this story. She's trying to figure out what the hell happened to her son. I mean, she just believes there's no way. This feels like murder to her. Authorities have also started their own investigation into Lai's death, and after interrogating Junior, they hold this press conference where they state there was no foul play involved in Lai's death, no suspicion of criminal activity, and no necessity for an arrest. Junior would be a free man. He's free to go.
What do they think happened?
They think that he self-exited.
What?
According to prosecutors, it seems like Junior's supposed version of events is this. Allegedly, Lai confided in Junior that he's worried that his grandma and his half-siblings, aka his uncle and aunts, would try to go after and make a scene at Grandpa Lai's urn-bearing ceremony. He wanted to get married as an extra layer of added protection. So Junior is saying, Lai wanted to marry me. He's saying, hey, I have all this inheritance in just my name. I'm scared they're going to try to come after me. I don't know what to do, but you're the property manager. You know exactly what you're doing in this realm of law. So why don't we get married so that you can help protect these assets even more for me? That's what Junior is allegedly claiming. Now, surely Junior is going to get something out of it too, but we wouldn't know. Maybe he's getting a commission. Maybe he's getting a cut. Maybe he's getting a property. I don't know. But
I feel like there's better ways to protect your asset than like marrying someone. That feels like more risky, don't you think?
And also, think when you're 18. I feel like I would marry a friend. I'd be like, hey friend, I need help. Because at least you feel like you know your friends. I mean, sure, they could screw you over, but so could the 27-year-old, but at least your friends are your friends.
Yeah.
Facts.
So saying, it doesn't align with how an 18-year-old or anyone would even think. Now, Lai's mom, Chen, also held a press conference where she's completely covered up from head to toe to protect her identity. Full bucket hat, sunglasses, face mask down to her neck. Not a single part of her body is showing. And she says, I can't accept the truth. I raised him till he was 18 years old. As a mother, I can't accept this. My son would have never jumped off. My son would absolutely do no such thing. Justice must be served for my son. She argued her son was about to go to college. He just became a millionaire. He even received a new motorbike that he was so excited to have. He requested the license plate to be 9513 to read May 13th, his mom's birthday. He promised to take his mom on trips on his motorbike, but he just decides to self-exit? Lai's mom is stating it just doesn't make sense. Junior was one that was insistent on seeing Lai that day. She said he kept saying, you gotta come, we gotta talk about it, but Lai had to go to the service for his grandfather. Why would this be so urgent? If Lai was the one that wanted to do this, why was Junior pushing so hard to see my son that day? Enough to the point that he comes to pick him up at 7 in the morning? Lai's mom and her representatives have stated that the motive is crystal clear and that if anybody understands the laws of inheriting property and assets, it's going to be Junior and his dad.
Right.
She proposes, if it is true that Junior and Lai married out of love or by Lai's request, and Junior's not getting the inheritance, then Junior should volunteer to undergo a lie detector test and voluntarily waive his claim to the inheritance as proof of love and as proof of he was just doing Lai a favor. He has no motive to murder Lai. Junior has since then rejected all suggestions. His father, Shah Sr., has spoken out and said, thank you for your concern. We are fully cooperating with the prosecutor to clarify the facts and issues. As for the external speculations, whether or not they are correct, we are unable to respond at this time, since the matter is now under judicial investigation. Thank you. The public and media have criticized this statement, saying that he has essentially said nothing. But beyond pure skepticism of,
he said nothing in that.
There's a lot of other reasons that netizens are untrusting of Junior. They believe the forensic evidence does not make sense. So I'm just going to tell you both sides that are circulating out there. And I'm no forensic expert, so please let me know your thoughts in the comments. According to the police, when authorities first arrived at the scene, Lai only had a minor closed fracture on his right arm, so they thought. Which, to give you an idea of the extent of that kind of injury, people will have minor closed arm fractures if they are standing, they fall and they use their outstretched hand to break their fall. And if they fall at a wrong angle, they might break their arm, but that's the level. We're not talking 10 stories.
So, okay, I see. So it's like a minor fracture.
Yes, a minor closed fracture of the arm is just inconsistent, many people will say, with a fall from the 10th floor, which would likely result in much more severe injuries. The second thing is, the forensic expert hired by the family to analyze the scene, Gao, he states not only, but his body is too close to the building. He was found on the ground 6.5 feet from the building wall, but the second floor has this protruding platform. Gao believes that Lai should be at least 13 feet away from the building, about double the distance he's actually found from the building, if his calculations of projectile motion are accurate, which I don't know how accurate any of this is, and if it can be used as a strong point, but it's just weird. Gao also mentions the absence of panda eyes on Lai's face. So panda eyes are when you have blood pooling in the eye sockets, like the blood vessels around the eyes, and it looks, in America you call them raccoon eyes, and it's from bleeding in the skull, which would lead to this, or just periorbital bruising is what it's known as, and it's commonly caused by basal skull fractures, which is when there's a break in one or more of the bones at the base of the skull. Now, Gao argues it's pretty standard from falls of this height, especially if it's a result of a fatal fall. And basal skull fractures are one of the most common causes of these panda eyes. Because now there's bleeding in the skull, which is then it pools the blood near the soft tissues around the eyes, causing those. Now, this part, I will say, doesn't make the most sense to a lot of netizens who are in the medical field. So if you look it up, panda eyes will develop 1 to 3 days after the skull fractures. By this point, Lai has been deceased, and it is very unlikely that a deceased person will form panda eyes post-mortem. Bruises occur when blood escapes from damaged blood vessels into surrounding tissues, and that requires blood circulation. Your blood must be pumping for bruises to form, which stops after death. Now, others have argued that it's still possible for him to have formed these panda eyes around his face before his death. Another key argument here is there doesn't seem to be extensive blunt force trauma directly to Lai's head. So Gao and a lot of people wonder, then how is it possible that he suffered from such blows to the head that it killed him, but you don't see extreme skull fractures or blunt force trauma to the head? Gao also brings up the point that there was not a lot of blood on the ground where Lai had fallen. He believes that it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, considering how far he fell. But even stranger, Gao argues, is the fact that not only was there a strange lack of blood, but the grass beneath Lai's face had died. The rest of the grass where his body has landed, the grass is fine. To Gao, that indicates, or rather suggests, that perhaps Lai had been poisoned prior to his fall, or being placed there. Perhaps mouth, maybe he had vomited, causing the grass to die. He says he was laying on that grass for less than 10 minutes before being... Grass is very strong, don't you? How could it wilt? He was on the grass for less than 10 minutes.
But if there's throw up, wouldn't you be able to identify that very easily?
But he's saying the police didn't care. So they just picked him up, took him to the hospital, didn't really investigate the scene. So we wouldn't know if there was throw up or not, really.
Okay.
He also points out the fact that other grass where the rest of Lai's body had fallen, all perfectly healthy after they removed his body. Only the part near his head was wilted. He also argues that there should be some slight indentation markings around the ground where Lai fell, because the impact of him hitting the ground should have made some sort of marking on the soil. Depend on soil type, grass thickness, moisture content, on whether or not there should be indents caused by Lai's supposed fall. But he also claims that he found suspicious needle markings in Lai's right arm.
Wait, so he's arguing that Lai didn't jump out the window?
He's arguing that Lai was probably killed before his body was either thrown out the window or placed on the ground to make it look like he jumped.
Possible, yeah.
But if he was thrown out the window, there will still be, fractures and...
He thinks that he was thrown out a lower floor window. Yeah, there's a lot going on, so the theories are not... I would say in this case, no theory is clean cut. Every theory takes a little bit of mental cartwheels to be like, I guess I could see that. I guess I could see that, but nothing is like, oh, that sounds really plausible. It's just very strange. So ultimately, Gao's speculation is mainly due to the presence of what he believes are suspicious needle marks on Lai's right hand, that Lai might have been killed beforehand with some sort of poison. He also points to bruising on Lai's right. Maybe he was trying to fight back. Maybe it's a defensive wound. Then he's thrown not from the 10th floor, but possibly the 3rd floor of the building. Like, why? Why would someone take him to a lower floor if he's already deceased? Gao suggests that if someone threw him from a higher floor, he would have sustained way more serious injuries. The more serious injuries are, the more seriously police take a case. That's what he argues. But if someone has minor injuries, they're deceased, there's a clear, quote, reasonable explanation to what happened to them, then it's not murder, they can quickly close the case, is what he's arguing. So it's likely that he was thrown from a lower floor to quickly close the case and move on. That is what Gao is arguing. Yeah, I will say the forensic evidence on this case is not as strong as the logical
For
evidence
sure,
of, it just doesn't
Bob.
make sense that he got married and then 2 hours later he died.
Yeah,
The forensic evidence is kind of like, I can see both sides.
Yeah, and clearly Junior is suspicious. Like, the way he's acting afterwards.
Yeah.
Everything is... So why not just interrogate that guy rather than, like, I don't know what's going on.
It's just, yeah, it's a little weird. Gao also does point out there are inconsistencies in Junior's behavior. He argues it's not normal. No matter how you try to spin it, it's weird. So first of all, he acted to authorities as if he did not know Lai. He's just standing there off to the side watching. Gao argues this man was the man he had just married, but he pretended not to know him. He didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Then later, when Lai is taken to the hospital and labeled a John in a lot of different cultures, even in America, there is this symbolicness of putting someone to rest. Like, you don't just leave someone unidentified in the morgue. It's so traumatic for loved ones.
Yeah. So, okay. He doesn't want to identify it because he doesn't want to be associated by this.
Yes.
Right? Like, they will very quickly find out, boom, you guys got married. So he want to hide that.
Mm-hmm.
As long as possible.
Yes.
Why would you want to hide something? Unless there's something suspicious.
But then some of the other people, like, because there's so many theories floating around, but some people say even that is weird because he's hiding it now, but he can't hide it when he tries to get the inheritance.
Right. I think he maybe just want the body to be
cremated
or something.
Is what a lot of people think, yeah. It's just so weird. Also, later on, Junior mentions to the prosecutors that he saw footprints.
Yeah,
on the
it was
balcony
him.
railing,
It was him when they got there.
Which suggests that Lai fell from the balcony or jumped. But at the same time, remember how he mentioned he went searching floor to floor of the apartment building looking for Lai? But if you saw footprints enough to notice them, enough for it to be like, wait, the balcony door is open, he's missing, I saw footprints on the balcony, why would you not think to go to the ground floor first? Why would you go floor to floor searching when that feels a little more plausible? Like, if you didn't notice, that's one thing. But if you notice, and you're still like, let me go to the 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor. One netizen writes, Junior is definitely sus, but also, why did he make it so obvious? Dead after just 2 hours of registering the marriage? But others argue, well, maybe it's not dumb, because technically if he did it, he might get away with it. They said he's the only one that was there. There's no security footage, at least as of right now, that they've seen, which means there's nobody to verify or dispute his version of events. Gao has urged the prosecutors to run toxicology reports on Lai to look for the presence of any sort of toxins that might have been administered prior to his death. His best bet, Gao says, is potassium chloride, a chemical compound that's most commonly used in fertilizers. In large doses, it can lead to excess potassium in the blood, causing cardiac arrest, especially when administered intravenously, so through like a needle, in high concentrations. Gao starts arguing that his new belief is that Lai might have been lured to a certain location in the building where he is restrained from behind because he believes there are ligature marks around Lai's neck. So that would explain those markings. Then they're trying to restrain him. He receives injuries to his neck and his hand, the bruising on his right hand. Once he's rendered unconscious, he is pumped full of potassium chloride, explaining the needle markings, causing cardiac arrest and eventual death. Then he's thrown from the 3rd floor of the building. So 3rd floor is oddly specific. Gao reveals Well, Junior allegedly wouldn't want all of this in his apartment. The needle, maybe there's blood, maybe there could be anything. You just never know. He's actually the real estate broker for an empty third floor unit in that same building. So he has full access of a third floor unit that nobody lives in right now. That's open for showings. That seems to be Gao's biggest theory, but the investigators did search the third floor and they found no evidence of any sort of wrongdoing in that unit. Additionally, third floor residents shared their CCTV footage, so their doorbell cameras, if you will, and nobody left or entered the third floor unit that day. Since then, prosecutors have come out to state that the investigation teams have obtained CCTV footage from around the fall. I don't think that they have the fall itself, but from public roads, residential areas, convenience stores that might have a better timeline of things. And that footage is currently being investigated. They state they ran thorough and complete fingerprint, footprint, DNAs, on the 10th floor balcony, and they found evidence that Lai must have been physically present on the 10th floor balcony. They state not just on the 10th floor, but you know how there's a railing and there's this tiny, maybe 2-inch ledge outside of the railing. It's a little bit of the floor extends. So like the floor of the balcony does not just cut off where the railing cuts off. So it extends maybe about 2 inches. It's not space that nobody would ever go onto because you're just gonna fall. But there's this Lai's DNA on that side.
So he was outside of the railing.
So the prosecutors allege, why would he be outside unless he wanted to be outside? It's really hard to forcibly get someone to that point. Unless maybe you're talking gunpoint. Like, how would you convince someone to get on that side of the railing? Because they would fight with everything. They would run down the stairs. They would do other things. Are you holding them at gunpoint? Like, that's what they're arguing. Now, this is their argument. By the way, I'm not here to convince you of one thing or the other. They also argue that there's actually a bit more of the forensic evidence. They state that Lai actually had multiple fractures. Not just one on his arm, but he had multiple rib fractures. They were, according to his autopsy reports, his lungs, heart, spleen, and liver were fractured. Multiple organs had ruptured, and there was bleeding in the chest and abdominal cavities, as well as extensive internal bleeding. The autopsy the prosecutors have recently released shows that Lai suffered from intracranial hemorrhaging or internal bleeding in the skull, which would not commonly cause panda eyes to even begin with. They also state that the forensic reports from the prosecutor's office show that the injuries are incredibly consistent from a fall from that height. He might look okay externally. So they state that many of Lai's injuries that Gao finds suspicious are easily explainable. The injuries on the roof of his mouth and his upper lip, so Gao was harping on this. They state he had a tube inserted into his mouth in the hospital in an effort to save his life. So of course you're gonna get some sort of markings in the mouth. It's not a pleasant procedure. Likewise, the suspicious needle markings on his right hand, those are from the hospital when they tried to administer fluids and IV. The strange markings on his back, Gao was constantly bringing this up, they argue, well, there were trees that he likely would have collided with before hitting the ground. Those markings look consistent with branches. And as for their lack of indentation in the ground, it is their belief that he hit the second floor platform, because there's a ledge sticking out of the second floor. He hit that from the 10th floor to the second floor, hit the platform, his body bounced onto the trees right next to it, and then fell through the branches, which would explain some of these scratch markings and why there's not a strong indentation, because something cushioned his fall twice.
Yeah.
Now, it has been argued that they never actually tested that. They never found evidence that he hit the second floor platform. They just said, that's what makes sense to us. So it does seem like both sides are just this is what makes sense to us.
So Gao is the mother's attorney.
Yes.
He's arguing that the son has been poisoned and then thrown out of third floor.
Yes.
And the prosecutor, you're saying?
Yes.
Are saying that, no, everything indicated that he jumped out from 10th floor.
Yes. I'll just tell you the outcomes of what could happen. If they get married, and then Lai decides to self-exit, then Junior would be entitled to the full inheritance as his spouse, even if they've been married for 2 hours.
Okay.
Now, if it's proven that Lai did not self-exit, that someone else was the cause of his fall, then Junior could get the whole inheritance taken away because this is motive. You married him for the money and then you killed him.
And then you gonna go to prison. Yeah.
These are the outcomes of both sides. So the prosecutors arguing the day of the death, they investigated Junior's apartment. There was no signs of a struggle or any foul play. Everything was in order. Furthermore, they claimed to have done a full investigation into Junior's body. There were no signs of scratches or struggle on Junior, nothing. They checked DNA from underneath both parties' fingernails, no DNA. So those scratches on Lai's body would not have been from Junior, is what they argued. They state it's likely from tree branches. They state it is in their professional belief that there was no physical altercation between the two that day. The supposed strangulation marks, the authorities argued there were no fractures, bleeding, or bruising on Lai's neck. The esophagus shows no abnormalities. Everything is in order. They argue the only thing that could have maybe caused the injuries to his neck was that he wore a neck brace while they were trying to save his life. In the medical field, life-saving measures are quite aggressive.
Right.
So there are a lot of injuries that happen when someone's life is trying to be saved.
Right. Like when they're trying to do CPR,
You could break a rib. Like it's really intense. Yeah. So they're saying it's the neck brace. It's the tube that was shoved down his throat. It was the IVs that they're just rushing and stabbing into his arm to try and save him. Like these are what these injuries are from, which then should sound like a shut-down
Okay, I
case,
mean, it makes
right?
sense,
Like why are we talking
but
about it? But there's more. They say they ran blood tests. There's no substances detected to the point of poisoning or any
right.
kind. They stated that they tested for thousands of common toxic substances. Nothing. No potassium chloride overdose. But Gao had argued that potassium chloride could be difficult to detect through post-mortem blood tests alone. So as for the lack of blood, the prosecutors argue it's just science that a fall from that height, there might not be external bleeding. Internal bleeding is actually quite common. External bleeding can vary depending on factors like how the person lands, the surface they land on. It's possible for there to be little to no visible external bleeding, even in fatal falls. The skin can sometimes remain surprisingly intact, while the bones and internal organs suffer catastrophic damage. The fact that the grass is dead where he fell, well, investigators state that they spoke with neighbors who confirm that patch of grass has always been dead. Maybe the dogs pee on it a lot. They also tested the grass and it showed that there were no pesticides or any type of harmful chemicals in the grass. Ultimately, they believe all signs point to a self-exit by jumping. They also make a pointed comment directed at Gao stating that individuals should avoid subjective speculation and assumptions about the circumstances in order to allow the judicial process to proceed impartially. To which Gao has responded, I had no intention to interrupt the prosecutor's direction of investigation, but now, shouldn't authorities be focusing on finding new evidence? Side note, Gao is one of the top forensic pathologists in Taiwan. He's performed over 5,000 autopsies and conducted over 10,000 forensic examinations. He's also known to be quite outspoken, and sometimes he lands in controversies. He's also once said, I'm not that great, but I'm the best in Taiwan. I'm the top forensic pathologist in Taiwan. Which again, why are we still talking about it? The prosecutors have debunked most of Gao's claims, right? Not that easy. Because it's been stated that the legal team Lai's mom has hired, they went through the hospital reports, as well as pictures taken in the ER of Lai. There is nothing in the back of his right hand. So there's tubes and IVs attached to his left hand, nothing in the right hand, which later becomes another argument when prosecutors release footage from the ER where it shows the nurse and doctor moving to the right hand to administer more fluids and injections, which means, yes, there should be needle markings on his right hand. But then, Lai's lawyers have fought back again and stated, when you look at the injuries on the right hand and left hand, they don't have the same injuries. So why would it be so different if it's the hospital doing the same thing on both sides?
I don't even know.
Yeah. Gao has since requested a second autopsy to be done, which would hopefully reveal further information and clarify a lot of questions. He's also stated, based on the principle of speaking through the autopsy and my 40 years of forensic experience, I have made the most rigorous judgments and inferences. This is not a baseless speculation or rumor. However, if there are differing opinions, I welcome constructive feedback and discussion. I do not intend to interfere with the direction of the police investigation, and the evidence speaks for itself. Ultimately, the goal is to find the truth and resolve the matter as quickly as possible, no? So the public is just left very confused after all this back and forth medical arguments between Gao and the prosecutors. I will say when it comes to the forensic evidence, it's very confusing. But the logical evidence still stands. The marriage is weird. The fact that he died 2 hours after the marriage is very weird. The fact that Junior is the son of Grandpa Lai's primary property manager, also weird.
Yeah.
All of this is weird. Now, what really angers the public is the prosecutors give Chen, Lai's mom, and her legal team a cutoff. They say, you need to submit all evidence that this was not a self-exit within the next month. That made people very angry because the whole thing feels rushed. The fact that he is rushed to the morgue without being identified, the fact that Lai's mom has to quickly submit the evidence, it's like they're rushing to hide something or because they're lazy. It doesn't make sense. Even if justice takes a while, isn't it worth pursuing? Now, I do want to mention, yes, Gao has his own bias. He's been hired by Lai's mom to prove that this was not a self-exit. So all of his is going to be seen from that lens. But the prosecutors also have a bias because the way they handled the case initially is horrendous. It's horrendous. Now, turns out if this case is a murder and that's how they handled it, this would be a huge scandal on them. Because think about it, they rushed the investigation. They're like, okay, just bring him to the hospital. He's a John Doe. Let's not investigate. Let's not tape off the crime scene. Let's do nothing and just move about our day. And then it turns out to be a murder.
Got it. Yep, I see.
Also, people are saying, I don't think that this case would have been big if the victim was not worth $15.5 million. So what does that say for all the other residents of Taiwan? Because the police didn't know he was a millionaire. They look at him, John Doe, cremate him. That's it. Shut and done.
Crazy,
Would they have behaved differently had they known he was worth $15.5 million? And even the fact that they're like, well, we found nothing in Junior's apartment. We searched the third floor. Junior and his family were freely allowed to roam the entire building for the most of the day until it was analyzed. So again, you can't really say there was nothing because it wasn't taped off. Police didn't even care to figure out if there was foul play until Lai's mom kept calling, asking them to do something. So the public lashes out at the prosecutors, and they state, it seems like you've been bribed. Like, it seems like you're gonna get money or something, because it doesn't make sense. It feels like you're almost speaking on behalf of Junior. It sounds like it's Lai's mom's legal team and Junior's legal team. They're saying, how can you reject all of the logical evidence?
There's clearly more to the story.
They barely even talk about it. They barely bring up the marriage. They're just like, well, the forensic evidence, this and that. And people are like, well, that's not the only thing we're talking about here. So now there are the theories.
Wait, that's all we have on the case?
That's all we have right now. There is a civil suit that's going on, and I'm going to get into it. But first, I want to tell you the theories, because I want to see which theory that you think is the most plausible. Theory number one is that Junior convinces Lai to marry him somehow, maybe trying to use his knowledge over property laws. Maybe he even scares him, saying things like, you and your mom are about to lose everything. Your family, the aunts and uncles, are going to come at you full force, but if you marry someone, I can help protect it, because it's not just your signature that's needed to sign everything over. My signature needs, because it's communal property now. It's our married property. So I'm going to help you guys. This is the only way that it's going to stay within you, and this is the only way I make money, because, you know, I manage your properties. That's how I make a living.
You see, that's what I was thinking too. Because when he was asked, this is what he said, the first thing. He said, the son came to me wanting me to marry him so that he can be protected from the aunt and uncle, which for someone who's 18 barely knows the law, barely knows about marriage and, you know, like he's Googling about it. I think that's his thoughts, and he just flipped the narrative onto the son, right?
And then he probably brought it up to the son, so then he's like, okay, the 18-year-old is thinking, that makes sense. He Googles the effectiveness of same-sex marriage, because all he's looking is to protect him and his mom.
Yes, and also, let's say if the son is the one that proposed this plan to him, he's 26, he's in the legal field, he knows all about the laws. If you are a professional, like, real estate agent, when is the last time you agreed to marry someone? For what reasons? Let's say his narrative is true. He then obviously did it for his own specific reasons. Why would you marry a client? That's crazy to think about.
It's like an immigration attorney getting into a fake marriage to get someone a green card. It's like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so there's obviously more in it than just to help someone.
So that's the first theory. He convinces him with this type of messaging and then kills him, is the theory, right? The second theory is just the same overall arching theme of the first theory, but with an added benefit, because maybe people are like, well, why would Lai listen to that? Like, it sounds so dumb that Lai wouldn't even listen. Well, Junior also gains to benefit. So Junior's dad the main property manager, also has a ton of properties. He has this weird estate rule that the first one married gets to keep the 10th floor condo in this apartment building.
That's
Junior's
crazy.
dad
Yeah, this is very bizarre.
That's
said that if
insane.
whoever gets married from my kids get to keep this condo.
Yes.
So Junior say, "Let me marry you."
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't think Junior genuinely believes it. It seems like the theory is Junior is convincing Lai. Hey, this is what I get. Because I'm not trying to take your money. I just want this 10th floor condo. And my dad said the first person to get married out of his sons is the one that gets this
Yeah,
condo.
there's so many different factors.
That might make Lai more open to it. Because otherwise it's like, you're suspicious of people. Why would you want to marry me? And now that we're married, you have a right to the money. But then Junior's like, no, that's not what I want.
We
I
still
just want
have
this condo.
a little less than 20
I just need to
minutes.
get married. And look, I have a girlfriend. That's the theory. And then, of course, with this theory, it's also murder, right? Now, there is a self-exit theory, so this would be the third theory. I would say this is the smaller theory. The first spin-off of the self-exit theory is that perhaps Lai is not fond of his whole family. Because when you're 18, you might have these very emotional responses to all of these things. Like, these are not normal things that happen in a family. And he might feel resentment, not just towards Grandpa Lai, his father, but perhaps his mom and perhaps everybody. So he knows that if he were to pass away and self-exit, because it seems like some people are arguing there has been a lot going on in his life. His grandpa passed away. His whole family hates him. He's kind of alone just with his mom. Also, his mom might get deported.
His
That's a
mom
whole
might
thing we're
get
gonna get
deported.
into.
Ooh.
There's a whole thing with the mom, okay? Everyone in his family
gets
hates
so
him. He just
excited
got
telling
rejected
me
by his
stories.
female classmates. Perhaps 18-year-old Lai did want to self-exit, and for whatever reason, he didn't want his mom to have the money. So he marries someone and then self-exits. I don't particularly believe this theory because it's very spiteful, first of all, and there's nothing to indicate that he had a bad relationship with his mother. And second of all, I feel like you would give it to a friend then.
Yeah.
You would not give it to just some random person. Now,
Or
the
would
third
he?
part of this self-exit theory is that perhaps he wanted to self-exit, but he wanted his mom to have the money, and he was maybe scared that if he self-exited, the inheritance is up for debate. Does it go to the aunts? Does it go to the grandma Lai? Who has it? So he gives it to the property manager who has been handling the family estate for the past 20 years, and maybe Junior has promised, I'm going to give it to your mom. But this, again, doesn't make sense because Junior would have just come out and said that when he's in the middle of a murder investigation.
True.
So it just seems unlikely that he self-exited. There's just no, I mean, you're 18, you inherit $15.5 million, you get into a good college. Why would you self-exit? It just, he seems very happy. People said he was a very happy-go-lucky person. Again, I know it's not just about people being smiley, but it just doesn't make sense. People are saying it just doesn't make sense. But if people don't believe that he self-exited and that this isn't some sort of freak accident, then in their theories, it must be murder. But if that's the case, how would Junior have done it? Did he drug him? Did he somehow threaten him to go over the railing? I mean, how did he drug him and it not show up on toxicology reports? How would he threaten him to go over that railing? What would be the answer? There's just no answers right now. And it's probably because it's not just about figuring out what happened to Lai. There's also a very big question of who gets the $15.5 million. Technically, even though Junior and Lai were only married for 2 hours, if the marriage's validity is not thrown out, then yes, Junior is entitled to inherit $15 million. Technically, legally speaking, given their status as newlywed couples, even if it's just 2 hours. So does that mean that Junior will be getting $15.5 million? Not exactly. In Taiwan, the law is that you have to be physically present with 2 witnesses to get married, but additionally, marriage requires true intention to marry. That seems like it would be very hard to prove here in this case. But as for maybe the next person that would receive the inheritance, if it's not the spouse, it usually goes to children. Lai doesn't have children, so then it goes back to the parents. So it would just be Chen, the mom. But that's tricky too. So there's a law in Taiwan that reads, quote, the total amount of the estate any of the people of the mainland area China may inherit shall not exceed $65,000. So if you're a Chinese national, you cannot inherit a Taiwanese person's inheritance over $65,000.
Oh, the mother is not Taiwanese.
She's from China. There's a cap. $65,000 out of the $15.5 million. But now her attorneys have come forward to state, actually, it's very tricky. So when she first moved to Taiwan to marry Sam, the second son, she voluntarily gave up her household registration in China, but she wasn't able to get a Taiwanese ID card or a Taiwan household registration. So technically, she's stateless. She had Taiwanese residency because Lai, her son, is Taiwanese, but once he turns 18, she doesn't have that anymore.
What? Okay. What does that mean?
So she's technically has no legal right to stay in Taiwan once he turned 18. Now, it's said before Grandpa Lai passed, he tried to get her Taiwanese residency by having her apply for it, but she was rejected because apparently she has theft charges and the adultery charge. She was charged for that, served prison time.
Right.
So they're like, we don't want you as a resident because you're weird.
Yeah.
So she was rejected from it. The only way she would get it is if Grandpa Lai married her. But he's still technically married to Grandma Lai, remember? They never actually divorced. So he went to Grandma Lai and was like, you need to divorce me so that I can marry Chen before she has to leave. And it's a whole thing. And Grandma Lai had to file a restraining order against him because apparently he got very mad and threatened to shoot and stab her. Which means technically, she might be a potential legal loophole in this where the limit does not apply to her because she's not a Chinese national. She's technically stateless.
Okay, so what's going on right now?
She needs to gain a Taiwanese residency within the next 3 years in order to inherit it, if Junior is not viable for the inheritance.
Okay, so they're fighting right now.
Yes, but if she doesn't get that Taiwanese residency in the next 3 years, it's possible that the inheritance may not go to her either.
Okay, so if it doesn't go to him, so no Junior, no mother, who does it go to?
We don't know, but new people have joined this fight. Grandma Lai and Grandpa Lai's children, so his half-siblings / aunts and uncles, have joined the mix as well after Lai's death. They state that they cannot accept this estate transfer. They question the fairness of it all, stating that even if Lai were still alive, all of this would just benefit one person and one person only. Grandma Lai says, the mistress, the adulterer, Chen. The rest of the Lai family have come out with statements since all of this has happened, and they write, we are the 4 children of the Lai family. Although we are shocked by recent events, we have refrained from making any statements or responses due to the lack of interaction between our Lai family matriarch, Grandma Lai, and Chen, Lai's mother. However, we saw in the news that Lai's legal team claimed that his mother currently holds the status of, quote, stateless, and they are actively helping her apply for an ID card in Taiwan. But our Lai family emotions are stirred once again. This has reignited the deepest pain that has affected our family for years. The claim that Lai's mother is stateless is unfounded. She has lived in Taiwan for over 20 years and has been issued a Taiwanese ID card twice, but both times they were canceled. They go on to allege in the letter that Lai's mom should not be allowed to be a Taiwanese resident because so many times prior she had applied and not received it. So why would she suddenly get it now? They state she has records like adultery and theft on her record. They also state that her becoming stateless was a result of her own actions. They state she decided to give up her Chinese household residency. Nobody forced her to do that. It's not something that the Taiwanese people needed to rally around, is what they argue. They say that she asked for this basically, is what they're saying. They allege that Chen refused to leave Taiwan, refused to leave the family alone. Quote, she was likely coveting the substantial properties of our family. They continue, the Lai family assets were accumulated by the Lai family matriarch and patriarch for over 30 years of hard work and should rightfully belong to the Lai family matriarch. The Lai high school students' $15.5 million in assets were all improperly gifted.
Improperly gifted? What does that mean?
They're saying it's not Grandpa's choice. It's Grandpa and Grandma's choice. And because Grandma is still alive, so when you have 2 spouses, it goes to your spouse. It doesn't go to whoever you want it to.
Right.
Unless, like, both parties, I guess, sign off on it, is what they're saying.
Right, but Grandpa just decided to give it to...
But he doesn't have full control. They're saying that's not all of his money.
Yeah. So, okay, that also means the junior and senior, they're the one that help Grandpa managing these things, right? Transfer the ownership. So they know Grandma's in the picture too. So whoa.
It's very tricky. They write in the letter, recently Lai's legal team has claimed in the media that his mother is stateless and thus not subject to the inheritance limit of $65,000 under Article 67, Section 1.
I'm grabbing a
According to
drink.
the logic of that legal team, if a Chinese person marries a Taiwanese and the Taiwanese spouse dies before the Chinese
Oh, my
spouse
body
obtains an
hurts.
ID card...
Hang on, I'm pausing it while I grab a drink. Oh my god, my body. It doesn't help. Sitting in the chair for a little while. But you know what? We make it. We still kick in. Aww. Sorry, that was sweet. Okay, okay, let's sit back down. Oh my god, I'm gonna end up dropping this. Crap. Okay, we're cool. Okay, let's finish watching this.
Does the Chinese spouse's voluntary renouncement of their Chinese nationality
A little
and
while,
subsequent
yeah.
statelessness exempt them from the $2 million inheritance limit under the
Hours
Act?
ago,
Is that even
technically, I
reasonable?
guess.
What was
Thanks,
the
Paul.
original purpose of the provision then? How many Chinese spouses might exploit this legal loophole in the future? Currently, their legal team is publicly pushing for Lai's mother to obtain Taiwanese citizenship, aiming to garner sympathy through media and public opinion, and to pressure the government to issue a Taiwanese ID card. However, during her 20 years in Taiwan, apart from engaging in an affair with her father-in-law, giving birth to a child, seizing millions in assets, and multiple theft cases, has she made any positive
I'm probably gonna play
contributions
another
to
one.
the life of Taiwan?
Just for
This
the
is
fun
their
of
letter.
it.
It's very aggressive. They continue. For the past 20 years, Lai's mother has continuously harmed the Lai family matriarch, expelling her from her own home, engaging in incest,
I want to find
and
another
seizing the
shocking
majority of the
one.
family's wealth. As an incestuous mistress, she tore our family apart and gave birth to a son to take away countless inheritances. Now, with her son deceased, she still seeks to inherit all the estate, obtain an ID card, and continue living in lavish lifestyle in Taiwan, enjoying millions in real estate. How can the Lai family matriarch endure all of this? It's very tricky. I will say netizens are divided for this. A lot of people think that, that was so long ago. It was 20 years ago. She raised her son, and her son was mysteriously, allegedly killed. Right? Come on now. Other people think,
I think this is like a separate thing of they're just fighting for who gets the money. But the focus here is what happened to Lai. Like is he murder? If he is, then we need justice for that, right?
But the problem is, a lot of netizens have been pointing out, his death is the secondary issue. It seems like this inheritance issue is becoming bigger than his actual death. And netizens are really saddened by this whole thing. And even for all of their arguments, his death is just another argument. So Junior, of course, is arguing that it was self-exit. Why? Because it benefits his shot at the inheritance. Everyone has their own beneficial death story.
Right. So they may hire attorney to achieve their best interest.
Yes. But I will say his death is very suspicious, though. But it's just kind of shitty that the inheritance seems to be the number one priority. It seems like, okay, this is our number one priority, and his death, whichever way benefits this party or this party, seems to be what they're going for. In a sense, in a way, is how netizens feel. It just feels kind of icky.
Well, of course the family already feels like that because they already thought of the kid probably as like a mistake.
Yes. Because then that would be the answer to,
And the inheritance could follow after that. So you thought it was just those three parties. Junior, the mom, and the rest of the Lai family. But you have another party that could be viable for the inheritance. So before Grandpa Lai's second son had passed, he had given everything to the second son.
Okay.
Because if he gives everything to the second son, then it seems like Chen and Lai will benefit. Because Chen and the second son are legally married. So she would have right to the funds. But when the second son passed away, he moved it to Lai, the grandson, because he cannot give it to Chen, likely because there is a limit to the inheritance and she's a Chinese national.
Yes, yes.
It goes to little Lai, right? But the problem is, he had given it to the second son, okay? And they're trying to argue that him giving it to the second son, Grandma Lai would have been okay with. But him giving it to little Lai, Grandma is not okay with. So that means if Grandma Lai also approves of the inheritance going to the second son, that means it would be going to his original daughter, his first daughter. That's actually his flesh and blood with the Indonesian wife. When he dies, that money would be inherited by his offspring. And the only offspring that he has is not Lai, because Lai is Grandpa Lai's son. It's his daughter with the Indonesian wife.
Okay, what does that mean exactly?
That means, for example, Grandpa and Grandma, if they both had consented to giving the full $15 million to their second son dies, right? Now Grandpa is trying to give it to little Lai, but they're saying Grandma never approved of that, which means the inheritance would be stuck with the second son, which means after he dies, if you look at general inheritance laws, because he did not have a will, it would go to his offspring. His only offspring is the daughter with the Indonesian woman.
Oh, so he has another granddaughter. Or
Remember? So the second son, he brought in the Indonesian woman, they had a daughter together, and then she left. Then he brought in Chen, they didn't have kids together.
yeah, so where is the granddaughter?
It seems like she might come forward to take a stake in this, we don't know.
Because she's also kind of following the laws. She could also be the next one.
Yes, so there's like so many ways that a bunch of attorneys could argue this whole inheritance law. Some could say, no, the inheritance is stuck with the second son when he died because it seems like Grandma didn't oppose that inheritance transfer. So if that's the case, then it would be going to his offspring automatically, which is the daughter from his first marriage.
I mean, this is just so sad. I feel like just to hear this right now, imagine when Lai was alive. I'm sure this is all ongoing ever since the grandpa passed.
Yeah.
Like this has probably been going on, like behind the scenes, very aggressively.
And one netizen writes, and I think they mean this with as most respect for Lai as possible, but it's just the stark reality of things. A child who never asked for this, but their life caused a stir from birth to death. It's like Lai never wanted this. He probably just wanted a normal family. And now his aunts and uncles hate him. For what? For existing? For something his parents did? It's not even something he did. There is a battle going on in the civil courts right now, which, interestingly, Junior has shown up every single day to court, that he has been summoned across months, even in the winter months when it's pretty cold, in the same blue shirt. It's not even a good-looking shirt, but there are allegations that he ritually altered the shirt. Like, he basically bewitched the shirt for good luck. It's very interesting. So there's a lot of different aspects of this whole case that people are harping on. He also told the judge that he cannot even describe in words his relationship with Lai. And just a reminder, Junior has not been charged with Lai's death. He is therefore innocent till proven guilty. He has been prosecuted through the civil courts for forgery of their fake marriage, which would likely mean that his marriage to Lai has been deemed invalid. And it would likely mean that he's not going to be getting the inheritance. But who knows? It seems like they might be putting up a fight.
It is a fake marriage.
They said forgery. It seems like it's mainly the law is focused on the witnesses that they asked.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, which could be argued that the witnesses, then it wouldn't be a legitimate marriage certificate because you do need two witnesses.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit confusing. It's not dead set in stone, it seems, from what I can find online, that like, no, you're not getting the money. Yeah, it seems like for the next few years, it's going to be very messy. Even if Junior is out of the picture, it's still a matter of getting down to the nitty-gritty of what actually happened to Lai, and also who's gonna get the money.
And you said his body is frozen?
Yeah, they're not cremating or burying him because there could be forensic evidence. So they're just keeping him in the morgue for the past year in limbo because of this. And because, yeah, $15.5 million is on the line. Yeah. Some people feel sympathy for either the family or the mom. Most people, I would just say, feel sympathy for Lai because he really is just an innocent kid in all of this. Like, he just turned 18. He didn't ask for any of this. He didn't do anything wrong. He might have been killed because of it, and now everyone is still just fighting over the money. What are your thoughts on this, Kate?
Let's see. Let's see, guys. Which one should we watch? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What the fuck?
And she's got a thing for...
Okay. High schooler dismembers 8-year-old girl and gives body parts to lover for role play fantasy.
Especially when they're...
I am scared.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Ophelia is a higher up at
Here
one
we
of
go.
Italy's most powerful mafias, and she's got a thing for fingers. The way that Ophelia loves hands and fingers, the way that the fingers curve, especially when they're slightly slender. They almost feel fragile when Ophelia is holding them in her hands. Like you could just snap a finger off, like a little carrot. When the fingers are slightly bent, the knuckles that softly curve. I mean, everything about hands.
Well, I'm gonna guess
just
I know
gets
what
Ophelia
she
going.
got gifted.
She loves them. She loves hands. And she hates the fact that she only has one. Her right hand was chopped off during this particularly nasty fight with the enemy mafia. They're fighting over territory. They're fighting over land. Which is why Ophelia is now sitting here, sipping a cocktail in the middle of this very busy bar in South Korea. Yeah, Hongdae. this person named Kim shows up. Kim is part of that enemy mafia. And the two of them, I mean, I don't know how I would describe them other than enemies that are still enemies but are sometimes sadistically, romantically involved with each other. They hate each other. They're destined to despise each other. They're from opposing mafias. But right now, Kim is sitting next to Ophelia and pushes a bag closer to her. What is it? Take a look. Ophelia peers inside and she smiles. This is why she keeps Kim around. This is why they get along. Only Kim would know that money, gold, these aren't even good gifts. Kim asks Ophelia, isn't it pretty? Very pretty. Ophelia looks up, smiles at Kim, and then Ophelia uses both of her hands to tuck the gift bag under the table. Because Ophelia's right hand was never chopped off. Ophelia is not a mafia boss. Ophelia is not even her real name. In fact, she's never even been to Italy. She is a 17-year-old girl from South Korea that met Kim on a role-playing website. But then the question is, who is Kim? Why would Kim actually kill for her? Because inside of that bag are very real chunks of human lungs, human thighs, as well as a single severed finger. A pretty little finger.
A pretty little finger. What the fuck?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are volunteer-based and provide free medical care and humanitarian aid to thousands of injured, abused, abandoned children, really any child in need. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates.
Right.
As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Few quick disclaimers on this case. There are mentions of self-exit, cannibalism, dismemberment, other details of graphic
Oh
crimes.
God, cannibalism.
They all unfortunately also involve
We're going
juveniles,
back.
so please keep that in mind going into it. But with that being said, today's case is Korean. We had our wonderful Korean translators help assist in the gathering of data for this case. And another thing to note is we only know the last names of the parties involved due to Korea's privacy laws. The victim is given an alias, so we're going to stick with that. With that being said, let's get into it. There are online communities in South Korea that you can join. It's a mixture of the games Dungeons & Dragons, Mafia, and social media. You have the roleplay aspect from Dungeons & Dragons, the mystery plot-driven game aspect of the game Mafia, and it's all combined in social media chat rooms. Here's how some of them work. Obviously, each community, each chat room plays by different rules, and this is just a subgenre of a bigger community, essentially. But there are chat rooms you can join with game masters, chat room owners. They start the chat room, they let anybody that they approve inside the chat room, and they're the one guiding this game. They've all concocted a plot that you can read up on before you join, or before you apply to join. An example would be, this chat room plot is a high school that has been shut down during the zombie apocalypse. If you are infected with the virus, it takes 72 hours before symptoms arise. It is up to the students to decide which 5 students are positive with the virus before the 72 mark is over. Meanwhile, the 5 infected students know that they are infected and want to quietly infect as many people as possible. The catch here is, the ones with the virus, they emanate a very specific scent. That scent is very weak in the first few hours of infection, but within 72 hours, it becomes overpowering. But the more people that you infect, the less intense your scent becomes. It's almost like you are giving away some of that scent to each person that you infect. So it would be in every infected person's interest, self-interest, to infect as many people as quickly as possible. If you decide that this is a game that you want to play, you likely already have a host of characters that you've been playing. Like you have a repertoire. Maybe you have 10 characters that you've already recycled in different chat rooms. Because it takes a lot of energy to come up with every single individual character. So maybe you have a high school character, a middle-aged character, some fantasy characters that have superpowers ready to be recycled, maybe a little bit tweaked to be used in different chat rooms. However, if you want to play, then you have to create a character and submit that character to the game master. The more thorough the character developing is, the more fun the game becomes. So let's say you want to join the zombie chat room. You would create a high schooler. Let's say I'm creating a junior in high school, a girl named Susie. She's very smart. She has a studious personality. But that's boring, right? We gotta add more to her character. But it's because she's being manipulated by the teachers. She has this one teacher that's groomed her since middle school, and he helps her get all the exam grades before the tests come around. She thinks that she's in love with this teacher, but it could also be because her parents are incredibly strict with her getting the best grades. She just found out that not only are they quarantining in this high school with the teacher that's grooming her, right? There's people infected with the zombie virus, but this teacher has essentially manipulated her, exerted control over her since she was younger, and she just found out that he's been doing this to all these other students as well, saying the same things. Now, her objective is to find out who has the virus and somehow, without exposing herself in the process, to get them to give the teacher the virus.
Because she wants to kill the teacher.
Yes. For example, if she finds out that Michelle is infected, it would be in her best interest to somehow get Michelle and the teacher constantly in the same room together and to perhaps evolve into something that they shouldn't. But she doesn't think that she should die. She wants to get out alive. She doesn't care if her other peers do. All her end goal is get into that dream college still and get that teacher infected so that he can die. That's all she cares about. She doesn't care about identifying which student so that they can kill him off. She doesn't care about other students getting out carefully. She wants to find out who has the virus so they can give it to the teacher.
So when she's playing, basically, she's
What
like
the
keep
fuck?
on setting up a scenario for
Yeah,
this
we'll get through
Michelle
it.
and the teacher to be in
Yes.
the same room. That's
Yes.
her whole objective.
Yes, but first she has to find out which ones have the virus, and she has to make sure they don't get killed by the other students who their best interest is to kill the infected students.
Right. Okay.
Now, I believe in most cases, if I'm not mistaken, the game master will go through and approve each character's request to be admitted into the game, which means they read through all the characters' backstories. They want to create the most complicated
Go back
plot.
to
They don't want
sleep.
just someone to come in and be like, I am a high school girl who's smart but likes Kevin. That it's not enough. And once the
Yeah.
characters are in this chat room, that will narrate the events of that night. Night 1 of the high school zombie apocalypse. The students have organized a meeting in the stadium where each student was to go up to the podium and explain why they couldn't have been the ones to be infected, to try and give alibis, to try and give proof. There was a vote with paper slips of names being slipped into a box that would vote off 20 students that seemed the most suspicious. The whole process was incredibly tense, with the group stopping to argue nonstop about how, is this fair? Are there better methods? Who should even be in control of counting the freaking votes? The students opted for a public counting. Each slip would have to have been opened in front of everyone, shown, the name read, and separated into piles. Those students were then barricaded into a classroom with no way out. One of those students happens to be a powerful governor's daughter. And now the governor and the police are heavily involved in tracking the movements of every single student inside that school. And they have sent a very strong message. If the governor's daughter does not get out alive and uninfected, nobody else will. But most alarming is last night on floor 5, there is a girl found in one of the bathroom stalls. She was drowned in the toilet. There is a note in her pocket that reads, "Watch out, it's not just the virus that can kill you, it's in the water systems."
So these are this is the setup of the whole game by the game master?
Yes, so the game master, it's like Mafia, where they have to narrate every single sequence of events, recap, and then give a new mission.
Okay.
So it's in the water system, but the water system control panels is in room 251, the room where the 20 students have been locked in and they're waiting to get out. They're waiting to kill, beat up, or possibly infect everyone that locked them in there to begin with. We will all gather by the end of day tonight in the chat rooms to discuss what is the next step, what to do, and what we have all learned. So now each chat room player is then ready to go off into groups. You can start a new chat room with just maybe 5 people in there. Almost like you walk into a classroom and there's only 5 people having a little meeting. Or you can have one-on-one direct messages with other people and you can trade secrets, you can lie to other people. And then by the end of the night, given that time period, everyone comes into the big chat and they start saying what they know. No, I was talking to Michelle and she said this. I was talking to Kevin and she said this.
Kind of like Among Us.
Yeah, it's like Among Us. Yeah.
But I was talking to Kevin, and she said this.
Fascinating concept that I think that I would really be into. I think I would really enjoy being a game master. Just depending on how each game is played and how it's set up, you can actually be immersed in one singular roleplay story, one room, for days, weeks. Some have gone 6 months. There's actually warnings in some of these communities. Sometimes when your character is killed off in rather graphic ways, and since you've been so immersed in these people, in this life,
You
in
heard
this
that too.
character, with everybody around you in this storyline, they say it almost feels jarring. There is a sense of almost emotional betrayal. Many in those communities have said, I mean, sometimes it can be a lot. It feels like someone in you died, and then you have to remind yourself, that's literally a roleplay chat room. Why am I crying? Why do I feel grief? Why do I feel like I've been broken up with? I imagine it's like acting. You get attached to your character, and when something happens, or maybe you get killed off in the middle of the season and everybody goes on without you, you have to disconnect from the real world emotions of that. I think that's why it's up to the game master to make sure that each person is well vetted. That's also very important, because imagine everyone is playing this well-crafted role play, and yet there's an immature troll that's like, I walk into the room and I killed 20 students with my samurai sword. Everyone has to be immersed in the fantasy. Interestingly enough, I believe some of the bigger webtoon authors and game illustrators, they've all, at least to some degree, have been in role-playing communities online. So it's not this weird niche community.
Get comfy
it seems pretty
again.
common. A lot of people enjoy it. It's a community that everyone tries to keep up with everybody's fantasies. For example, if you describe your character's backstory, nobody is going to be like, okay, cool story, bro, because then no one wants to hang out with them. They're going to engage. They're going to treat it like it's real. They're not going to be like, that's gross and immature. You're dumb. It's going to be very realistic, which also means people have the ability to lie in these chat rooms. They can lie about their ages. There could be a 25-year-old guy talking to a 17-year-old girl, trying to get more information on her in the real world, not her character. But you would never really know, because that's the point of the community. You never break the fantasy, which, if you're not careful, it can lead to some very, very dangerous situations. One of the roleplay chat rooms for today's case. 2 separate Italian mafias that hate each other, but somehow a higher-up boss of Mafia A and a random henchman for Mafia B have fallen in this weird, angsty, truly tense relationship. One of the people in the chat room is Ophelia Clements. Her bio reads, well, do you even know my name? She's a higher-up in one of the mafias who seems to be interested in dating the henchman named PJ from the enemy mafia. They have a bit of an enemies to lovers storyline. It seems more like they hate like each other. Their idea of flirting consists of torturing each other and trying to murder one another. Their messages to each other are semi-threatening, semi-flirtatious.
I mean,
like
I'm considering I'm sitting at the kitchen table.
All revenge is beautiful and devastating. Of course it is. Then I'll be waiting. PJ's profile reads, mentally speaking, I'm not great. Male, 5 foot 7 inches tall, 141 pounds. Now, Ophelia, the mafia boss, seems to have that character of put-together woman that's forced to be harsh considering she's in this male-dominated field and everybody's trying to kill her. She has to be even more ruthless than her male counterparts for the reason that she has something to prove as a woman, as a mafia boss.
No, I wish it was a gaming chair. That'd be so nice.
Smiling and being nice to boys. PJ, on the other hand, is just an unhinged, mentally unwell henchman.
No,
for the other
this is
mafia.
just like a
He
fucking
likes to
kitchen
kill
table,
for the
dog.
thrill of killing.
Good old
He would
kitchen
post
table
on
with a.
Twitter things like,
There's like a nice
the
little
most
back.
pain is to grab a fistful of your own hair and slam your head up against the wall. But at least you'll be knocked out. Doesn't it feel painful to cut your neck before you cut your nerves off? The top of the neck is the most comfortable in terms of cutting the cartilage. I've never eaten brain before. Have you? So the two of them, they have this tumultuous relationship where they'll try to kidnap, torture each other.
Yeah.
At one point, Ophelia kidnaps PJ, holds PJ hostage, force feeds him human flesh, which results in PJ developing a massive phobia of chewing and swallowing. But secretly, PJ starts to develop this almost craving for the taste of human meat, particularly the lungs and the organs. And then Ophelia would essay PJ, but according to the characters, deep down, PJ likes the abuse. He likes being abused by Ophelia.
So all these are being talked about in the chat room.
Yes, so even the kidnapping is narrated. It's almost like I kidnap you. So I believe there's asterisks or parentheses for actions. And they even do like emotes. So they'll write something, asterisk, smirking. I don't know if that's all the roleplay chat rooms, but I know for this specific one, these specific details, that's how they do it. In the roleplay chat rooms, a message goes out from PJ to Ophelia, the two mafia members. PJ texts Ophelia, "I'm going hunting." But this is the interesting part. PJ sends a real-life picture of themselves wearing this mafia hitman-style outfit.
Yeah.
So this is becoming like a blending of the role play and reality, because this is not a fake internet photo, or at least that's what Ophelia thinks. This looks like a very real photo of PJ. PJ promises to bring Ophelia her favorites, fingers and lungs. That's in the role play. That's part of their little role play, because remember, Ophelia loves fingers and PJ has a thing for lungs right now. But in the real world, March 29th, 2017, a little 8-year-old girl named Sarang goes missing. Sarang is her pseudonym, by the way. Her real identity has not been revealed on the wishes of her parents. Now, 8-year-old Sarang goes missing after school, but the thing is, she goes missing in her apartment complex. They call it an apartment forest in South Korea. It's a collection of the same apartment building. They look identical in this massive park. It's a big giant circle, and there's maybe 12 giant skyscrapers, tall buildings scattered around, and then on the ground there's little playgrounds, there's little walking areas, recreational areas scattered about. You could live your whole life in one of these apartment complexes. And they all have this massive group chat. Every single resident has a group chat, and it is becoming overly active March 29th. A mom is looking for her child. Has anybody seen her? What's her name? Sarang from Complex D.
Oh,
Maybe the
God.
child fell asleep at a friend's house? These are real text messages in that group. Oh, I know that child. Redacted's mom is probably taking her in for a snack. They're really close. Have you guys checked out her friend's house? It has been a few hours since the little 8-year-old girl's Sarang has gone missing, and it's a very safe, relatively wealthy area. But why is everybody on edge? It doesn't make sense. There have been recent reports that a cult had been approaching all the kids with coins and snacks, promising to take them to an arcade if they follow them. And each child would follow them. Eventually, the parents would find them. The child would have had so much fun. The cult would use this as an opportunity to lure the parents into joining, or at least trying to slowly indoctrinate them through their children. Yeah, there have been reports of that, so people are getting freaked out. Typically, nothing happens to the children. They have fun at the arcade, but we don't know. It's not a great feeling for the parents. Besides, Sarang's parents know their daughter. They're saying
Right.
she's not the type to go anywhere, even an arcade, without asking her parents first. This doesn't make sense. The police are called, and they're quick with their search. They find the little girl that was last seen playing with Sarang's friend. They were playing at the playground, and they ask her, "Where did your friend Sarang go?" She asked this adult for their phone to call her mom, to tell her mom that she wanted to play more at the playground. But the person said that they didn't have any battery on their phone, which is why Sarang followed them to their apartment. Which apartment? That building. They pull CCTV cameras of that building, and they see... Wait, that's Sarang, no? Sure enough, they see her around 1 p.m. following this figure up to a floor 13 of one of the nearby buildings. It's good, they found her. There's nothing about the footage that's alarming. It's not like the adult with her is grabbing her hand, forcibly pulling her into the apartment. It's just... The only thing is the figure is a little weird. The person in the elevator with her is wearing a suit with sunglasses. They're carrying a large suitcase with them, but they won't look at any of the CCTV cameras. And it's just something about this person's body movements. It's, yes, their clothes are weird. The suitcase is weird. The suitcase, they're dragging it, but it feels awfully light the way they're dragging it. Like there's nothing in there.
Is it a big one or?
I would say about carry-on size.
Oh, so it's a smaller one.
Yes, but it's just whipping around. It's not, it's just weird. I don't think I could ever whip around like that unless it's fully empty. And the way that they move in the clothing, it doesn't seem like they're comfortable. It doesn't feel right. It's just weird. They can't really put their finger on it, and it almost seems like they're dressed like a caricature of a mafia hitman or something. But it's fine. They get off on the 13th floor. They just need to search the 13th floor, right? The police search the whole floor. They turn floor 13 upside down, and these two are nowhere to be found. They start combing through the rest of the footage to see maybe 8-year-old Sarang is seen coming back down, or maybe she goes to another floor in the elevator. But no, They just see other residents going about their day. They see teenagers in their pajamas throwing out trash, moms hauling groceries inside, grandmas going on their afternoon walks. They don't see an 8-year-old Sarang anywhere.
So they got out on 13th floor and police checked every single residence.
On the 13th floor.
And nothing.
Nothing. Nothing even amiss. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that looks like the people in the footage. One of the lead investigators would later say along the lines of, "This is good. I mean, not that the situation is good, but considering the facts, this is a very safe area. It's a densely packed apartment forest, they call it, which is, you know, and the same apartment building, her grandparents live in them. The complex itself is right around the corner from a police station. It's incredibly low crime. They know which building she was last seen going up to. Maybe she took the stairs where there's no cameras. And clearly she didn't leave the building. There's no footage of her coming down, which means she's in the building somewhere, in some of these 15 floors. They just have to find her. Because how else does an 8-year-old leave the building without the police knowing?" That same day, March 29th, 2017, Katie, this is a fake name, because she wishes to be anonymous, but she does tell authorities and reporters what happened March 29th. Katie says she got a text message from one of her distant friends, I guess you could call them. "Come to my dinner party. I'm slicing up some meat right now. It'll be fun. Tonight." Katie's looking at her phone. It's Wednesday night. An impromptu dinner party from someone... I mean, this friend is just... It doesn't feel right. She flips over on her bed and sends a very polite, "Sorry, I can't make it. Maybe next time." She just thought, what a weird invite, what a weird person, whatever. She throws her phone on her nightstand, falls asleep, but within a few hours, Katie says, she jerks awake. She hears someone punching in the numbers to her door code. In Korea, most people don't have key locks on their apartment doors, but rather they have door keypads where you input a code to unlock the door. But each time you press a number, it's a noise. It's like a beeping noise. She hears beep, 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 beep. And her eyes are wide open. She can't see anything.
That's the
dark.
thing,
And she
yeah.
hears, someone has come into the apartment. She hears loud, heavy footsteps, and it sounds like it's coming closer and closer to her room. The door swings open, and Katie says she sees that friend, the creepy friend that invited her to the creepy dinner party, the one that Katie turned down, standing in her doorway, holding a knife. "You didn't come over." The friend starts charging towards her with the knife, and Katie said she screams, wakes up from the nightmare, drenched in sweat. She's frantic. She's breathing very quickly, checks the time, middle of the night. Thank God, this whole thing is a nightmare. Katie reaches over, grabs her phone, but the invite to that dinner party was very real. Her strange friend, Kim, really had invited her to a dinner party.
Kim is...
The one from the beginning of the story that gifts Ophelia the fingers. The police are stuck. They have no idea where 8-year-old Sarang has gone inside this building. They take the footage of her going up to the 13th floor with this random person, and they start asking the residents, "Do you know who this person is with 8-year-old Sarang?" I don't know, I think that looks like the resident from floor 15. I don't know why they're dressed like that, but I think it's them. That's strange. Floor 15, are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Do you see why that's weird?
They got out on floor 13.
Yeah, and they have a suitcase. Why would you walk up 2 levels with a suitcase and get off on floor 13? It just doesn't make sense unless you're hiding something, unless you want everyone to think that you live on floor 13 or misguide them. Yeah. What did you say the residents' names are again? Oh, it's the Kim family. Authorities rush into the apartment in question, the Kim house on the 15th floor. They rush past the front door, past the kitchen, and when they get to the living room, they're standing there, and they're staring at a completely spotless living room. Nothing is amiss. Nothing is in disarray. Not a single hair out of place. The lead investigator points at the bedroom doors. They split off. They search the entire house, room by room, closet by closet. Bedrooms cleared. Closets cleared. Kitchen cleared. Restroom cleared. Not a single drop of blood. Not a single hair. Nothing. There is absolutely nothing. Except on the way out, the investigators see in the corner of the entryway, shoved to the side, a pair of shoes. Tiny, small shoes. Small enough to fit an 8-year-old. They bring in the luminol. They spray it across the bathroom, the kitchen, everywhere. They turn down the lights, and the whole bathroom lights up. Someone had cleaned up an entire crime scene. The bathtub in particular was at one point recently caked and smeared in blood. to the point that this indicates some kind of dismemberment, murder, or torture of some sort. But one question authorities have is, how were they able to clean it up so well? It almost seems like a seasoned professional hit job, the work of a professional. What did you say the Kims do anyway? I think the resident said the dad is a doctor? A few months later, the door of the courtroom pushes open and in walk 12 attorneys from some of the top law firms in South Korea. This is the dream team of attorneys. They are the best of the best in the criminal defense attorney field. To get them on retainer, each one would be at least $10,000, if not more.
There's 12 of them?
12 of them. You're talking about lawyers' fees close to $1 million, maybe.
Wow.
They're here to defend their client, 8-year-old Sarang's killer, 16-year-old Kim, the daughter of a well-established doctor. It's not the doctor, it's his daughter. 16-year-old Kim. She was the last one seen on the CCTV footage with Sarang. She was wearing
I am
a
awake. I was looking down at my pants, dog. I had something on them.
Suitcase. That's why the figure looks so weird. It's like
I
a
can
little
see
kid
how I
wearing
looked like
clothes
I
that
was
they're not
asleep,
comfortable
though.
with, that are a little too big for them. Luring Sarang into the house. She is the only one that was in the Kim family apartment the whole time during the murder. 16-year-old Kim is now on trial for the murder of 8-year-old Sarang.
Yeah.
When Kim was first brought into the police station, immediately after.
Wow.
2 hours.
And the police almost overlooked it.
Yes.
If it's not for the shoes.
If it wasn't for the shoes, I think she would have gotten away with it for a while. I mean, perhaps they would have eventually come down to her, but yeah, it would have taken longer.
Wow.
When Kim is first brought into the police station after her arrest, she's led into the interrogation room. The investigators that aren't maybe working on this case, but they knew that some of their peers were, because they're working other cases, they're looking at her and they're asking their peers, is that another witness you got coming in? Just from the way she carried herself, her look, nobody assumed that they caught the killer. She looked more like a helpful neighbor that might be able to provide a few more statements, a few more insights to the prosecutors. Not a full-blown killer who dismembered an 8-year-old.
Facts.
One of the officers even asked, the one that killed and dismembered a child is a child? A child killed a child? The interrogators bring her into the room, and up close, she actually looks even younger than her age. She almost has this plush cheeks, innocent, childlike, naive appearance. She looks like a fresh-faced, maybe 13-year-old. But it's chilling. The investigator working on the case said, her eyes, she would just follow you with her eyes, observing and staring so intently. They said it was very creepy. She just looks at them and she bluntly states, I don't remember. I think I had a dream. I don't know. My head just hurt so much and it felt like someone had hit me on the head. And then when I woke up, I just had a feeling that I had done something bad. But I don't remember. I really killed her? I thought it was a dream. I don't remember. You don't remember? The police are like, you don't remember anything? Let's jog your memory then. 10:50 a.m. She goes out hunting with her new disguise on, trying very clearly to make herself appear like she does not live at this apartment complex. Because why else is she lugging around a suitcase? It's not like there's a kill kit in there. There's nothing in there. It seems like she's trying to misguide people into thinking that she's a visitor rather than a resident. And then she gets off on the 13th floor, this whole outfit, she's wearing sunglasses, she's trying to appear like an adult. You don't remember any of that? She doesn't remember how 8-year-old Sarang was playing with her friends on the playground, but wanted to call her mom to ask her if she could stay out longer, but she doesn't have a phone. So she went to the only
Thanks for
adult
being
that was
here.
at the playground. And she specifically even went to a woman. Because a lot of kids are taught in South Korea, and probably perhaps everywhere, you don't really approach a male adult for help. You approach someone who looks like a mom is typically the advice that's given to children. She approaches a female adult. Excuse me, miss, I need to call my mother. Can I borrow your phone? The woman in this oversized blazer, aka Kim, leans down, gets eye level with Sarang and smiles. My phone battery is dead. Why don't we go back to my house and you can use my landline? Forensic data would later show that Kim's phone was indeed not dead and had a lot of battery. 8-year-old Sarang did not know that. Sarang looked around, debating on what to do. Her friend said that there were no other adults readily available, otherwise she would have just been like, oh, it's okay, I'll just go to the next adult and ask for their cell phone. And she does have to call her mom before she stays longer, that's the rule they have. And her friend has seen her talking to this nice woman, even if she wasn't 8. I think most people would have been like, okay, I'm sure this is safe. She tells her friend she's gonna be right back, and she goes with her. Kim, again, is not pressuring her, is not creeping her out. Her voice, her attire, the fact that she lives in the CCTV footage of them in the elevator. Kim is neither dragging Sarang, neither forcing her to follow. She's incredibly nonchalant. They even briefly share some small talk in the elevator. We don't know what they've said, but it seems very casual. Technically, it's like following a neighbor into their house to fetch something for your parents. That's the energy here. But now Kim is telling the investigators that she doesn't remember getting off with Sarang on the 13th floor. She doesn't remember walking up 2 flights of stairs to her own apartment on the 15th floor for the sole purpose of trying to mislead whoever's watching the CCTV cameras. She doesn't remember then getting the little girl into the apartment where both of her parents are off at work, so she's completely alone with her, and then strangling her with a charging cord, like a phone charging cord, just wrapping it around her neck and strangling her. She then proceeds to take off 8-year-old Sarang's clothes, so to not get blood on them for whatever reason, placing her into the bathtub, grabbing 6 of her mom's kitchen knives to dismember her. She starts first by severing Sarang's right hand pinky finger. Interestingly, the knives were cleaned before being put back in their original spot. She has no memory of that either, though. She also doesn't remember pouring bleach down her whole body to wipe off the blood after Sarang's dismemberment. She poured bleach on her own body to make sure she had none of Sarang's blood on her. She showered in bleach. Again, I do want to mention that this whole murder took place over the span of roughly 2 hours. That's how long it took for Kim to lure Sarang into her house, strangle her, dismember her, then clean up every single drop of blood in that entire house, and then get rid of her remains in just 2 hours. And she doesn't remember anything? Because right after the murder, that same day, when the whole neighborhood is looking for Sarang, she even posts on her social media, question mark, question mark, question mark? What? Question mark? The child apparently disappeared in my neighborhood. Because at this point, it wasn't just the apartment complex looking for this little girl. It seemed like it was the whole town. A few hours later, right before the arrest, she tweets, I'm gonna be away for a while, ... You don't remember any of that? When she's confronted with all of this information, her parents shut her up and state it's not that she doesn't remember, it's the fact that she is not responsible for anything she has done or said because she has schizophrenia and DID. She is insane.
Oh, so parents are in the room with her?
The parents decide that they're gonna have the lawyers plead insanity.
Oh.
And the parents are very supportive of their daughter. I don't know if I want to say
Yeah, I
supportive,
agree. It
but
does
they're
sound like
very
a
protective of their
sociopath
daughter.
or psychopath.
They're not good people, the parents. Yeah, they're not good people, and now they're staunchly arguing my child is innocent by reason of insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity because she has schizophrenia and DID.
Oh, the parents are rich doctors?
Yes.
The dad is, and they're the one that hired 12 lawyers for her.
Yes, but there's going to be another defendant that also hires 12. Like, they all hire a bunch of attorneys. I'm talking, these attorneys aren't even just the best. They used to be judges. They used to be prosecutors. They know the system in and out. These people are experienced and they have connections.
The family are just very wealthy?
Very wealthy. I know that Kim's dad is a doctor. Some sources state that Kim's mom is also a doctor, or she's in the medical field, but I don't know what kind of doctors they are. I mean, doctors in Korea, they do well.
Yeah.
Kim just bluntly states now, there's another me inside of me. What? This girl is claiming that she has DID and schizophrenia. Kim is claiming that she has 2 alters, A and J. A strangled the victim's neck and J dismembered the corpse. She states, that day I heard hallucinations, so I went outside and was watching the kids. Just random kids at the playground. And in the midst of my hallucinations, I saw the kid harassing a cat, hurting a cat on the playground. And I got angry seeing that because I have a cat myself. And the hallucinations told me to do it. I took her home and I committed the crime. Or at least my alter did. I'm rolling my eyes because it's ridiculous. She further claims that she constantly hears a ringing in her ear, which actually is a very real condition called tinnitus, I believe, where one hears ringing or slight buzzing in one or both of their ears. It could be caused by a whole range of issues: hearing loss, whiplash, head injuries, too much earwax.
I
There
can't
is no
breathe
link
for
to
shit.
tinnitus and schizophrenia. At least not that I could find. I will say there is a link, interestingly, between tinnitus and anxiety and depression, though. But none to schizophrenia. Not that
Tinnitus?
it
Isn't that the
matters,
ringing in your
because
ears?
even if she is schizophrenic, that is not a link to cold-blooded murder. Most people that suffer from schizophrenia or DID do not commit violent crimes. But because that's the defense's claim, now both parties, the defense and the prosecutors, they gotta bring psychologists in to see if she was in fact not in her right mind. It's not enough to be schizophrenic and to have DID. You have to prove that you were in a state of psychosis during the murder. The psychiatrists go in and they start reviewing all of Kim's records. Kim actually does have a psychiatric record. Even just last year before the murder, Kim was seeing a psychiatrist because she admitted to her art teacher that she wanted to strangle a cat. Maybe even hinted that she had. She gets reported, and the psychiatrist writes in her notes, patient states, "It's not that the violence comes out of me, but I think there is a lot of violence inside of me. I thought I should strangle a cat once, and I watch a ton of gory, cruel movies." Patient also states very bluntly, "It's better, I think, that 2/3 of the human population disappears. I think it's better for humanity to survive in smaller numbers. Just remove the bottom layer. It would be the best." Some classmates indicate that Kim has this strong air of superiority around her. Her dad's a doctor and they drive around in these expensive cars. And her psychiatrists also worry that she's got some antisocial tendencies. You know, she doesn't make a lot of friends. One of her favorite pastimes is to just sit at the neighborhood playground watching little kids run around. It's a slightly alarming thing to do. She often tells her doctor that she's depressed, struggling, and wants to end it all. She says she lies down at home all the time. Sometimes she draws, sometimes she reads, but a lot of times she doesn't have the energy for anything. Except maybe punching her bed or ripping at her dolls, okay? She has a lot of built-up anger, resentment just boiling inside of her. In South Korea, every year, they do an emotional behavior test for all students in schools. This is very interesting, but it's supposed to be an early intervention measure. I don't know how well it's implemented or executed, but the purpose would be to identify the students who are at risk of mental health issues and provide early help. According to Kim's reports, she scored higher than normal on the self-exit score, meaning she was actually placed in the group of concern for her school. Kids that might need intervention, which is another reason I think she had to undergo therapy. Now, Kim wasn't actually in school at the time of the murder, even though she's 16. So I'm not sure if that test is from a year before or right before she dropped out, but she drops out of high school, which is not that common in South Korea, especially for the daughter of a doctor. They even asked her why, and she bluntly tells the authorities, "There's nothing more to learn at school." But back then, when she was in school, she does have a very unapproachable attitude. Her teachers state she's really smart. I will say that. She has an IQ of 140 and typically does really well for herself in terms of grades. Always on top of her class.
140,
Yeah, she's
a
smart.
genius.
Yeah. She's in the gifted education programs for math and sciences. One of the comments left by her teacher on the reports reads, "Makes efforts to independently solve problems and tasks," which is pretty good for a 16-year-old. But she's what you would call a smartass. Yeah, they said she's a smartass. She would ask questions in class, which is great, yes. But a lot of the times, they had nothing to do with the subject matter. She was so persisting. That was what her teachers said about her. It's almost like she wants to interrogate her teachers when she asks questions. She doesn't want to learn. She wants to interrogate them. Classmates remember her being called a prodigy growing up. She learned how to read very quickly when she was very, very young, before the average reading age. She was also very interested in medicine and anatomy. She would just carry around medical books and tell everyone she's going to be a doctor just like her dad. But there does seem to be some trouble at home with her dad. One time when classmates said, once Kim came to class with this eye patch, and like a pirate's eye patch. Multiple days had passed and everyone thought it was so strange, so they asked her, "What's wrong with your eye?" She lifted up. The entire whites of her eyes were bloody. Clearly she was injured. She said, "My dad hit me because I missed a single day of Hagwon," which is after-school tutoring. She's claiming her dad punched her in the face. It was widely agreed upon that, yes, Kim is smart, but she uses all of her smarts to be calculating and persistent more than anything. The type of person that uses all their brain capacity for bad. That's just the feeling that everyone got from her even before the crime. Kim also liked to draw. She had a ton of drawings that she would post online, so the authorities and psychologists had to analyze all of those. Now, there's not too many public observations of each specific drawing, but I will say that a lot of those drawings have been made public, and right off the bat, you can just tell. Kim likes to draw very, very dark things. Almost all of her drawings center around cannibalism, harm, violence, gore, weapons, death, just dark stuff. She has one drawing of a person sitting at this dinner table with this plate of food in front of them. There's a wine glass on the table, and the whole drawing is in this light blue shaded color, except the food, except the liquid in the wine glass. They're the only ones in color, and they're both drawn in this dark, deep shade of red. I'm gonna be blunt. I think the person is being forced to eat human flesh and drink human blood. That's what this drawing looks like. The person in the drawing is holding the knife, but also trying to not gag, and their other hand is covering their mouth like they're gonna throw up everywhere, which is very interesting. Because remember, Kim's roleplay character was PJ, and PJ was forced to eat human flesh by Ophelia. Do you remember that? So, can we assume that this is Kim drawing Kim? Is this a depiction of PJ? How closely does she feel with the person that she's drawing? It's just very interesting, her roleplay drawings. In another drawing, there's just a decapitated head on a plate. Half the scalp has been peeled off and opened, kind of like a bowl, if you will. Half the head is peeled open, and you just see a brain. It feels like someone is about to grab a spoon and start scooping out the brain and eating it. It's all very gory and done very specific. Some people believe that this picture of the brain being eaten is almost a cry for help from Kim, to almost indicate that she doesn't know what's going on inside of her head. Almost like she wants to crack open her head and see what's going on. Maybe she's got some, a lot of people say that's the analysis that was taken away. Now, it's all very gory, but it's done in a very specific, almost anime-inspired drawing style, that it doesn't feel initially startling. There are other drawings with just close-ups of people's necks with ligature marks around them. It looks like they had just recently been strangled. Another one of a scared-looking girl that's covered in blood. There's drawings of bloody eyeballs cut in half and thrown onto a plate to be consumed. One art therapist analyzed Kim's drawings and said, "The human head is originally quite a symmetrical structure, but if you look at this subject's drawings, they're all different, not symmetrical. Most of them are not. This can be seen as an unstable psychological state of the subject, or someone who's not in balance. It could also represent someone who has a very aggressive or threatening tendency."
The drawing of the head is not symmetrical?
There's always something going wrong with the head to make it asymmetrical. I don't know how common this is. It could just be a me thing, or maybe it's girl math, but I am the type of person who will convince myself that I need a subscription service for a year because it's cheaper than if I bought it month to month. I'll buy that service for the year, and then I will use it maybe the first week of the month. Listen, just the streaming services alone, I can honestly tell you that I never get my money's worth because I always forget about them within a month, or someone else in the family has it, my husband has it, or this is my second time getting the subscription. It's just so much to keep up with. Even if I do buy just the monthly subscription, again, I'll forget and it'll never get canceled until that is I got Rocket Money. When I started using Rocket Money, I was actually surprised with how many subscriptions I had. Some of them I paid twice for and I just never realized for months. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. With Rocket Money, I don't have to spend so much time combing through my bank statements to see what I spent my money on and what subscriptions I have, because a lot of the times, even if you do that, you see it and then you forget it and you're like, oh, I didn't even realize that they charged me twice. Rocket Money makes it so easy by letting me see all of my subscriptions in just one place. And on top of that, if I don't want that subscription anymore, they'll help me cancel it with just a few clicks. Rocket Money even helps with managing my budget. They give me this clear outline on my spending this month and compare it to last month to give me a clear view of my spending habits and trajectory. Plus, they'll help me create a custom budget to make sure that I keep my spending on track. They'll also try to negotiate to lower bills for you by up to 20%. This is crazy. All you need need to do is submit a picture of your bill, and Rocket Money will literally take care of the rest. You don't have to talk to customer service. It's so convenient. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all the app's features. So stop wasting money on things you don't need. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/rotten. That's rocketmoney.com/rotten. rocketmoney.com/rotten. And overall, most of Kim's drawings, they said that there does seem to be a clear indication of inconsistent psychological states. The emotion of anxiety and overall emotional agitation seems to be very present. Another analysis includes, and I don't know how they got to this, okay, based on the way that each stroke is handled and the contents of the drawings, just an overview of all the drawings, the psychologist said it appears Kim is very self-assertive in her personality. Even her brush strokes, they don't seem hesitant. They don't seem like someone who is erasing and then redoing and contemplating and is unsure of their movements, unsure of their ability to draw. It shows someone who's very self-assured, but has somewhat paranoid tendencies. Another observation is it appears Kim wants to receive attention from others, but there's a clear hesitation and reluctance about it. So there does seem to be some reports that children of that age, when they're around 16 and they draw a lot of these dark things, there might be an inner need to want to receive attention. But also hesitation because maybe the attention that she receives from her parents is not the type of attention she wants. It's unclear. Now, ultimately, the psychologist analyzed. There's almost no chance, however, okay, regardless of her drawings, that she actually has DID or schizophrenia. All of her symptoms appear to be someone pretending to have such disorders. But she may or may not have. Now, side note, quick disclaimer here. Her official records show that she may have Asperger's syndrome. This is no longer recognized as an actual disorder, at least in the United States. I'm not sure about South Korea. If I'm not mistaken, the disorder was no longer formally recognized in the US in 2013, but Kim is diagnosed in 2017. So I don't know if things are just different in South Korea, but in the US, it would have been diagnosed as autism, which is just a diagnosis that, again, has nothing to do with her crime, just like DID and schizophrenia. It does not make her more or less likely to commit a crime, and like I said, people with such diagnosis are more often than not victims of violent crimes rather than perpetrators, but you get what I'm saying. She's diagnosed with autism. That doesn't mean anything, because she wasn't in a state of psychosis. When one pleads insanity, you can't just show proof of any sort of mental health disorder and state that you're insane. You're not insane. You have to quite literally be in a state of not knowing what you're doing. And there is just way too much planning to be involved in this murder to say that I truly don't know what I was doing. I wasn't in my right mind. There's clear meditation, the disguise, the cleanup, the disposal, everything. Even before, during, and after the crime, Kim's got some interesting Google searches. She's searching up juvenile commits murder. Find a way to get rid of blood showing up in luminol test. Duration of blood showing up on luminol test. Is it illegal to sprinkle corpse cremation remains in the sea? Busan murder case without a body. She doesn't even live in Busan, so I think she's referencing a former case. She lives in Incheon, which is where the airport is. That's how most people would recognize the city, I think. Butchery, how to make bone powder, cremation, sea burial.
Whoa, this is like long before?
This is an hour or two before, and even during. She even searches up very specific elementary schools and their schedules, what time they get off. That does not seem to be someone who is in a state of psychosis. The way she also dismembers Harang's body in the bathtub, putting her organs and fingers separately in a bucket. There's evidence that she cut off the finger first, took out all of Harang's organs, and put them in a bucket of water so that they don't go bad. Then she continues to dismember the rest of Harang's body. Again, that doesn't sound like someone who's in a state of psychosis.
Wait, what happened to the girl's body, though?
We're gonna get there. Okay. She manages to clean the entire bathroom, getting rid of every drop and speck of blood, and at the end, she stands in the shower herself and pours bleach on her own body to get rid of any blood stains on her. Again, not psychosis. In fact, the crime scene was so clean that the authorities initially suspected that her parents must have been involved. They were like, they must have come home, must have seen what happened, and helped her clean up. There's no way a 16-year-old did this. But her parents have an airtight alibi. There's no way anybody else was in that apartment aside from Kim. Ultimately, you can't just say you're crazy and just get a mental health diagnosis in order to be deemed not guilty by reason of insanity. But apparently, Kim doesn't know this. One cellmate of Kim said, well, this is while they're waiting for the trial. This is while they're doing all the tests. All the psychiatrists are coming in. She's lawyered up. The cellmate said, this girl is weird, very strange. The very first day she came into our cell block, she sat down, joined a group of inmates. She didn't even introduce herself. She didn't ask anybody else for their names. She just sat down, stared at each one, and said, ask me questions about my case. Like, she knew that her case was famous and she's doing some sort of Q&A. But most of the time, they said Kim was just very pissy in jail, as if someone had wronged her, like someone did this to her. Very ogure is the feeling. Ogure in Korean is, it's a very specific word. Sadness is you're sad. Ogure is sadness due to some sort of injustice, typically. Like, you didn't do anything wrong, and why are they doing this to me? I'm so sad. I'm so upset. It's like, ugh, I just feel pity for myself. One day, her cellmate said she comes in practically skipping, which is a change. She's humming, she's singing, she's laughing. And this is after a meeting with her attorney. They said that they'd never seen Kim in such a good mood. What's with the high spirits? Did your lawyer say something? They said if I have a mental illness, I'll get 5 to 10 years. So I have hope again.
Wow.
After Kim, again, another disclaimer, this no longer exists. After Kim's Asperger's diagnosis, her parents sent her books on Asperger syndrome for her to read, and the inmate said that she would just, every day she would read a page, and that symptom that she would read up on, or that action she would read up on, would become her whole personality. It's like she's method acting in prison. She was so creepy that the guards and other inmates that have children, they would hide their photos of their babies around Kim, because they're like, I don't want her to remember my kid's face. I don't want her to do anything with my kid. I'm scared.
And the fact that parents gave her a book?
Yeah.
Wow. They know what they're doing, too.
Oh, yeah. One of Kim's doctors said the possibility of mental illness is low. In terms of the legal letter of the law, it would have to just be that she does not know where she was or what she was doing or what would have been the result of her actions, which is not the case here. At one point, in jail awaiting trial, she even turns to her cellmate and says, because I'm crazy, I'm innocent, right? Nobody agreed with her. Not after what she did. Not after how she left Sarang's body. 10 hours after Sarang is reported missing, before Kim is arrested that night, the forensics team of the police department, as well as the firefighters, are gathered up on the rooftop. Nobody's saying anything. It's pretty clear nothing is going as planned, because just a few hours ago, they're like, this is good, she's somewhere in the building. But now it's not looking good. The rooftop is not a pleasant space. It's not a rooftop bar or a lounge area or a communal area. It's just a roof with all the air conditioning units and this platform. Imagine a roof as a rectangle. In the center of this rectangle, there's a square. It's a platform. But in order to get to the top of that square, you have to walk up a flight of stairs and then climb up this 10-foot vertical ladder. And on top of this square in the middle of the roof, there's just a water tank.
So it's a very tall platform for a water tank.
Yes, and the only thing on there is a water tank. There would be no reason for anyone else to be up there. Firefighters and forensics teams, they're staring at this platform. And Sarang's family, they're not allowed on the rooftop, but they can just sense, they said that they could just sense their lives were never going to be the same. They might have had hope, but when they see these 4 forensic team vehicles arrive at the scene, they said they were starting to lose everything. They just had this terrible feeling. They were screaming at the police, please, can you just tell me what's going on if we can't go up? And they said that they knew it was wrong when nobody would say anything and nobody could even hold their eye contact. So they're like, what's going on in this roof? The firefighters start slowly climbing up the platform, which, side note, even for some of the forensic teams, climbing up this very straight vertical ladder, even if they were to fall off, they're not going to fall off the roof. It's not that dangerous, but it's just creepy. It's scary. They said it was hard, and it's crazy to think that someone is coming up here by themselves willingly. So they climb all the way up, and right next to the ladder, on top, are 2 white bags. 2 of them. Nothing alarming about the bags from the outside. There's no blood, no dirt. Clean 2 white bags that are filled with stuff. But then you look to the left of those bags. Right next to it is Sarang's diary that she carries to school every single day. It's placed right next to the white bag. And this is so weird. We don't have an explanation for this. you know when you're just little, you pick out what outfit you're gonna wear to school the next day, and you almost lay it out like you're wearing it. So you lay out the t-shirt flat on the bed, and then the jeans flat on the bed, like a little person, right? That's how Sarang's clothes are laid out.
That is crazy.
There's no reasoning for it either.
That's some really sick behavior.
Yes.
It's almost like a sign, a signal of something.
No blood, just her clothes are laid out. So the forensics teams reach over, open up the white bags, and they find the dismembered remains of 8-year-old Sarang. Obviously, the grief of finding her little body is high, but these teams are trained to observe and take the emotions out of it until later. And they notice something fascinating. On the white bag that the remains were placed on, again, not a single drop of blood. This is the cleanest body disposal that they had ever seen. There's blood inside the body. But on the outside, how did they get the remains in without getting any blood? It's just done like a professional hit.
And when you say dismembered body, what do you mean?
A lot of pieces.
Like big chunky chunks?
Yeah.
And that takes a lot of effort.
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot.
6 knives were used. And a lot of blood. Yeah, and the fact that there's no blood on the outside of the bags, considering how many separate pieces of body parts were in the bags, is just a lot. Now, the second thing that the forensic teams notice is the full body of the little girl is not in this bag. There are parts of her that are missing. Her organs, some of them, and interestingly, her right hand pinky is missing. The police turn to each other and they say, search the food waste bins now. Now, there's a lot of context needed here. The first being, we mentioned earlier that the entire apartment for the Kims was spotless. Not even a single drop of blood is found, which means there's no way that there are any human remains left hiding inside that apartment, which means the only other place that there could be human remains is the food waste bins of this apartment complex. So in the US, there's usually 2 trash chutes in apartment buildings, regular trash and recyclables. There's a bit of an honor system here. I believe you sort your trash yourself, you throw it into the according bins that's shared with other residents of your apartment complex. Those massive bins or dumpsters then get picked up by the corresponding waste management teams. Regular trash, I'm sure, usually ends up getting burned or in the landfills. Recycling bin typically ends up, hopefully, in a recycling facility. But all of it is pretty optional for the residents. You know, there's no law that you have to sort your trash like that. You could just throw all your trash, including your recyclables, into the general trash. It's morally not great, but legally, nothing's gonna happen to you. In South Korea, that is not the case. All the trash has to be sorted by each citizen. There's rule books. General waste includes all non-recyclables, tissues, sanitary pads, mixed material, and packaging. You have to purchase specific waste bags at supermarkets for all in different sizes and different colors based on the district you're in. The districts have their own labeling. Then you can also throw into general waste food waste that can't be digested by animals. So you're talking shells, really thick bones, certain vegetable peels that they can't compost and feed livestock. Now, those are sorted separately. Then you have food waste that can be turned into compost for animals. Then you have recyclables, oversized waste like furniture and appliances. They have special waste, electronics, light bulbs, batteries. Those are all separate. The trash then gets sorted once more by waste management. And because South Korea's cameras near trash bins are so high, if you are resident number 360